This audiobook contains 346 censored sentences and 655 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 1. A world in chaos. The Tokyo heat was already stifling in early summer, around May or June, prompting the girls to dress in lighter clothing. Standing beneath a cherry tree whose blossoms had long since withered, Caleb Yusuji stared at the girl before him. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his expression outwardly calm. "Look, I'm aiming for Todai, University of Tokyo. I'm not considering anything like this right now, so I'm sorry." The alluring, blonde beauty looked unperturbed, as if she were completely used to it. My apologies for stressing you out, Yusuji-kun, but he'll be back." She turned and walked away toward the edge of the sports field. Caleb let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the tree trunk, his expression shifting between gloom and confusion. "That's the 8th time this month. Darn it, why can't I make it stop?" An unexpected accident had landed Caleb in this parallel version of Japan. Coincidentally, his given name remained Chinchio, but here his full name was Caleb Yusuji, an 18-year-old freshman at Kuo Academy. Initially, Caleb was ecstatic about the transmigration. However, as he merged with his original Bodis memories and learned about this world, his excitement rapidly turned into despair and self-imposed isolation. First, Senchuredo, the classmate you were standing in detention with during the day, could very well be a bloodthirsty demon at night. Second, the world's primary flavor leaned heavily towards the underground, Urasekai. The regular characters he had encountered so far weren't exactly normal either. It was bad enough that Head landed in this tumultuous underworld, but the previous owner of his body was also the quintessential protagonist template. Black, messy hair, a clean, handsome face, a slender, slightly frail physique, and black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His personality was Yasashii, gentle kind, polite to everyone, always eager to help, and girls were constantly falling all over themselves for him. In a normal anime setting, he would be the classic protagonist surrounded by many admirers. But in this world, he was a guaranteed target for heartbreak and betrayal. Realizing this terrifying fact, Caleb had tried to change his destiny countless times. For instance, he tried intensely working out and refusing requests for help from girls. He also swapped his glasses for contacts, dyed his hair blonde, kurumao, and attempted to join the local thugs. He tried everything he could think of, but the results were negligible. Not only did his cheat system fail to appear, but his efforts seemed utterly futile. No matter how hard he trained, his body showed no signs of becoming stronger. His dyed hair faded quickly, barely lasting 2 or 3 days, and the thugs refused to let him join their ranks. The girls' affection for him remained sky-high. They seemed to self-strategize their way into loving him even when he did nothing. And as time passed, his romantic fate was closing in on him. Initially, had only received 1 confession a month. Now, it was twice a week. Senchuredo extortion and intentional provocation were common occurrences. He could currently manage to deal with these situations using his 2 lifetimes of experience and street smarts. But if he actually committed to a relationship with one of the beauties, and the rival's plot device fully activated, he honestly doubted Head lived to see the next sunrise. Therefore, Caleb made an arduous effort to suppress his desires and impulses. His life was far more important than any fleeting distraction with a beautiful girl. What made Caleb even more frustrated and desperate was that his predecessor seemed to have offended a certain blonde-haired devil from the Academy's hidden faction. Kuo Academy had 2 student bodies, regular students and students with supernatural powers. The most prominent among the supernaturals were devils and their retainers. Regular students were never supposed to know this, but Caleb was aware of the truth because had seen the anime High School DxD in his previous life. While the memory of the anime was distant, he remembered the name Rias Gremory clearly. After spotting the long, blood-red-haired, striking beauty, or rather, the pure-blood devil beauty from afar, Caleb immediately recalled Kuo Academy's hidden identity. The academy had its own rules. Students from the supernatural faction were forbidden from harming regular students on campus. The blonde devil's actions just now were already out of line. However, he wouldn't face severe punishment, perhaps just a few days of suspension. In other words, once they were off campus, the school wouldn't intervene much. They would, at most, seek justice for him after something happened. After all, Censuredo, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Under the bare cherry tree, a chillingly dark, black-clad blonde guy swaggered up to Caleb. The last rays of the setting sun were blocked, the golden-orange light vanishing from Caleb's face, leaving only deep shadows a reflection of his current mood. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson, brat. The blonde growled, his eyes hostile and his voice rough. You look like a complete loser. I don't know why Reina and the other girls even look at you. Caleb suppressed his gloomy emotions and forced a smile, intending to offer an explanation. But the blonde had no intention of listening. Bang! A gust of wind whipped past Caleb, stinging his cheek. Following the shower of wood chips, a loud bang echoed in his ear. Listen up, kid. The blonde, despite his slight build, seized Caleb by the collar and hoisted him up with one hand with surprising strength. This is your final warning. If I see you with Reina and the others again, you're dead. Unless you plan to never leave school grounds. Otherwise. Ha ha ha. Caleb's face turned scarlet, barely able to breathe. He could only nod with all his remaining strength. TCH. The blonde sneered contemptuously at the utterly defenseless Caleb, then dropped him to the ground and walked away. Once his tormentor was out of sight, Caleb stood up, his face dark with fury. Like the frequency of confessions, the strength of the troublemakers was constantly increasing. This blonde was someone his predecessor had offended a while ago. Caleb even suspected that the previous owner's sudden death was partly due to the blonde's prior lesson. The deep imprint of a fist on the tree trunk, and the fact that the blonde, who was under 5'7", could effortlessly lift him one-handed, proved that the guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Dang, those three women are nothing but trouble. Caleb couldn't help but curse as he brushed the dirt off his barato. Is this blonde a moron or blind? I've rejected them how many times, yet they keep harassing me. What am I supposed to do? The Reina and the other girls the blonde mentioned were Caleb's classmates. There were 3 of them in total, all well known for their looks. Reina Hamada, Yakaina Sasaki, and Ruri Kuramazaka. Soon after the school year started, Censuredo. The trio remained persistent. One of the people from before was Reina Hamada. Immediately after, the presumed devil, the blonde, showed up again. This time, the confrontation was certainly not going to be as simple as a beating. Caleb was furious, but he could only curse inwardly. Aside from the pressure of the trap template, as a mere human, he had no way to fight a supernatural being like the blonde. Even a low-ranking devil was an insurmountable mountain for a regular human. If all else fails, I might have to take the risk and ask the Occult Research Club for help. Ever since he saw Arias Gremory, Caleb had repeatedly considered approaching her. She was not only an incredibly popular beauty, but also a pure-blood high-class devil. Moreover, she was the current underground ruler of Kuo Academy, the leader of the supernatural faction. If he could secure her protection, the blonde devil's threat would be nothing. But Caleb was just a regular human with no means of approaching Rias, who stood at the Academy's apex. There was another problem. Even if he did manage to get Rias help, he would undoubtedly be dragged into endless trouble. A small inconvenience for her. The female protagonist could easily cost Caleb his life. Worrying wouldn't help. No matter what he chose, there was no perfect solution to his current predicament. Ultimately, it all boiled down to Caleb's severe lack of power. In a world teeming with demons and monsters, a regular human, to put it harshly, was worth less than a dog. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Power. 2 weeks had passed since the blonde devil's warning. During this time, the trio of Reina Hamada, Yakaina Sasaki, and Ruri Kuramazaka had repeatedly tried to approach Caleb. For the sake of his life, Caleb had thrown basic courtesy out the window. If the three girls got within 10 feet of him, he immediately took off running for his life. If escape was impossible, he simply skipped class or took sick leave. Caleb had considered becoming a shut-in for the rest of his life, never leaving his room. Compared to the miserable fate of being scorned and alone, spending his life indoors didn't sound so bad. However, besides becoming a burden on the Takamine family who adopted him, the idea was ultimately useless. Thanks to Caleb's relentless evasion, the last 2 weeks had been relatively calm. The blonde devil had kept his word and hadn't come looking for trouble again. In the evening, Caleb walked home alone, muttering to himself, "No trouble today. I guess I've dodged this crisis for now." The scenario didn't seem to repeat constantly. Just like a typical anime plot, a period of calm followed a major incident. Otherwise, Caleb wouldn't have survived until today. It was a shame he was powerless. He couldn't break the cycle of calamity, and even evading it was incredibly difficult. Unfortunately, the peace lasted only a week before Caleb was plunged in a crisis once more. Since subtlety hadn't worked, Reina and her friends decided to use force, finding an opportunity to corner Caleb. Seeing no way out, Caleb gave a forced smile and raised his hands. "Reina, what exactly do you see in me? It'll change, okay?" That's not something you can just change." Reina stepped forward, a faint green light flashing in her emerald eyes. "Yakaina, Ruri, you're right. He can help us. Time is running out. We can't let him get away this time. Should we do it here?" The three girls glanced around. The school grounds certainly weren't suitable, but since Caleb wasn't cooperating, they couldn't force him to leave. "What about the small grove? It's summer. I don't want to feed the mosquitoes." After a brief discussion, their gazes returned to Caleb. Reina looked annoyed. "Yusuji, are you even a man? You agreed last time, but then you backed out and kept running from us." Caleb remained unmoved. If his life wasn't on the line, he'd definitely handle the situation himself. Yakaina then leaned into Caleb's ear and spoke quietly. "Yusuji, they'll tell you a secret. None of us have any experience. You have nothing to lose trusting us." Caleb's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sudden rush of nervous energy. He managed to compose himself. The three girls exchanged glances, coming to a decision. "You're not really uninterested in us, are you? So why keep refusing? Did someone threaten you after you suddenly didn't show up for school last time? Or is there something else going on? We can help you solve it." They weren't stupid and realized Caleb was under duress. Caleb shook his head helplessly. "No, truly nothing. Please, just leave me alone." He couldn't explain the manipulation tactic. Even if he ratted out the blonde devil, he still wouldn't dare to actually go through with their scheme. In that case, it was better to keep silent and offend the devil less. Since sweet talk was useless, Reina and the girls lost their patience. "Fine, we didn't want to use this method, but since you won't budge, you leave us no choice." While Caleb was still confused, Yakaina moved in close. He felt a sudden jolt at the back of his head, and his consciousness faded into darkness. Ruri quickly caught the limp Caleb as he fell, worried. "Yakaina, did you use the right amount of strength?" "Don't worry. I only used the strength of an ordinary person." Ruri looked at the large lump forming on the back of Caleb's head but bit back her comment. "Whatever, he's still breathing. It should be fine." The three girls carried the unconscious Caleb out of the school, discussing their plan as they walked. "Senchurado, is he tied up properly?" "Yep. Should we give him something?" "Nah, look, he's already out cold." "Wow, I never thought Yusuji, despite looking so frail, would be this stubborn." "Ruri, stop messing around and wake Yusuji up." "Huh, you were the one who knocked him out." Senchurado, no way. Reina is native." They weren't idiots. Caleb was clearly faking it before. Now that they were just one step away from their goal, they weren't going to give him another chance. "Then, before you start, can you at least tell me why you're so fixated on me?" Many other girls had confessed to Caleb, but only these three were willing to resort to bravado. "That'll have to wait until we've verified." "Ah, Yukina, why did you go on before me?" Reina's tone suddenly switched to a complaint. "It's fine, you won't be harmed." Yakaina moved forward. "It's a little uncomfortable, but I can handle it." Caleb's expression changed. An intense, overwhelming sensation surged through him and jolted his mind. The die was cast. He silently closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. It was at that moment a strange sound echoed in Caleb's mind. Ding! Detected talent, physical vitality. Commencing replication. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the gloom in Caleb's heart evaporated. He finally saw a glimmer of hope to break free from the cursed halo. It was just like the underworld. Even the activation of his cheat system had to be unique. He had truly wasted the past month. No, I was worse than a dog. If he had simply followed his instincts like a dog, he would have discovered his cheat system long ago. After chastising himself, Caleb quickly checked the information in his mind. Name: Caleb Yusuji, star talent. None skill. None. The information was simple. Only 3 lines. Centuredo, after making close contact with a person possessing a specific talent, 1 talent can be copied from them. Skill replication. Only after successfully replicating a person's talent can one continue to copy their skills through this close contact. Random draw. If the target has multiple talents and skills, a random one will be chosen for replication during each energy transfer. Note: the stronger the talent or skill, the lower the probability of randomly drawing it. Requirement for talent replication. Successful replication of a talent requires the closest spiritual connection. Note: the process of connection is only the beginning. Talent absorption. Similar talents can be absorbed and merged. Note: to refine and consolidate. After reading all the information, Caleb's eyes lit up. Not only was the activation method of his cheat unique, but the cheat itself was perfect for this world. This was the correct way to open the door to the underworld, it seemed. Snapping back to reality, Caleb subconsciously began to shift his Barato in cooperation. After a brief period of adaptation, Yakina Sasaki also gradually increased the speed of her Barato. Working in sync, in less than 10 minutes, the inexperienced Yakina was utterly defeated. She stumbled and fell against Caleb, who caught her. Caleb trembled slightly, startled by the sudden contact. He, too, could no longer hold back, overwhelmed by emotion. A ding sound echoed in Caleb's mind again. Ding! Replication successful. Acquired talent. Physical vitality. Talent description. Significantly enhances physical constitution and recovery speed. Caleb had only felt he was getting stronger and that his stamina was seemingly endless. After the talent was successfully replicated, a power several times stronger than before instantly filled his Barato. His confidence and resolve surged to new heights. So, Centuredo. Reina, I told you if you let me be proactive, I wouldn't run. Reina took a deep breath as they began their training session together. Ding! Detected talent. Eye of Insight. Commencing replication. 15 minutes later, the talent was successfully replicated. Yusuji, Centuredo, using this ability was truly a test of stamina. If his first talent hadn't been physical vitality, he might not have been able to fight 3 consecutive rounds. Moreover, the better his endurance, the longer it would take to successfully replicate a talent. He wondered if he could still successfully replicate a talent on his own. Next, Caleb focused his attention on the Eye of Insight and Mental Resistance he had just acquired. He had been too focused on acquiring more talents to check their effects. It definitely wasn't because Caleb was excited and eagerly wanted to test out 2 more options. Eye of Insight. Enhanced vision. Focusing concentration allows for the observation of special energy. Mental Resistance. Immunizes against or reduces the influence of mental-based abilities. Simple and easy-to-understand abilities. Although they didn't seem flashy, they were actually very practical. Caleb tried taking off his black-rimmed glasses. After a slight moment of dizziness, his vision remained as clear as usual. It worked. Not only had his Barato become stronger, but his nearsightedness was completely cured. Thrilled, Caleb gently patted Reina on the Barato, noticing her raise an eyebrow. I misjudged you girls before. You're not trouble. You're my lucky stars. Grinning, Caleb turned his attention back to his training, signaling his desire for another challenge. This time, it wasn't to gain a new talent, but to spar with his 3 classmates as a form of friendly competition. Reina and the girls were equally ready, and the 4 immediately agreed, stepping into the arena once more. Compared to Yakaina, who possessed the physical vitality talent, Senchuredo, he gradually recalled everything that had happened yesterday. Suppressing the excitement, he opened his personal panel. Name: Caleb Yasuji, Star Talent. Physical Vitality, I have Insight. Mental Resistance Skill. Basic Mana Extraction, it was real. It was all real. Not only had he gained 3 talents, but the subsequent close connection had surprisingly granted him a skill. A smile crept onto his face, and Caleb began to actively cooperate with the 3 eager kittens. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't focus. He just wanted to see if he could acquire a few more skills or talents. Unfortunately, Yakaina and the girls seemed to possess only 1 talent each, and the only skill appeared to be basic mana extraction. He worked hard for a long time, but until his stomach growled loudly, he gained nothing except completely depleting his accumulated reserves. Having not eaten for nearly 16 hours, even with the physical vitality talent, Caleb was reaching his limit. After all, it was 1 versus 3, and one of them, Yakaina, was an equally formidable fighter. Are we going to afternoon classes? Let's take a sick day. I literally can't move. Ruri, do you have any food at home? Im starving. Hearing the 3 girls chatting among themselves, Caleb couldn't help but interject. If everything's okay, I'm going to head out now. Yakaina exchanged a glance with the other 2. Receiving a nod, she spoke. Yasuji, don't you have anything else to say? What? Caleb looked confused, acting as if he genuinely didn't know anything. Reina's emerald eyes narrowed. How about you tell us why you kept refusing us before, and then suddenly became so aggressive? Caleb gave an innocent expression. I was forced, wasn't I? Since it happened anyway, I figured I might as well go with the flow. Is that so? Reina's voice was teasing. Then why did your physical abilities suddenly skyrocket? Looking into her beautiful eyes and remembering the Eye of Insight talent he had gained from her, Caleb's heart sank. Bluffing his way out was impossible, but he absolutely couldn't reveal his true ability. If his secret leaked, not only would it become exponentially harder to pursue relationships with other girls, but he would face much more brutal enemies far more dangerous than those brought on by his previous situation. Chapter 4. The Demon Bloodline. Caleb's mind raced, searching for a plausible explanation. He deliberately put on a sheepish, stuttering smile. Actually, I think I have a succubus bloodline. The 3 girls exchanged surprised glances, then motioned for Caleb to continue. As expected, he thought. They were all not only of pure, untainted status, but also aware of the supernatural underworld and were students of its hidden faction. This explained why the blonde devil was their subordinate. Caleb put his Eye of Insight to practical use, discreetly activating it to observe his surroundings while formulating a more believable story. Were those blue things? Using the Eye of Insight at full power, Caleb unexpectedly noticed a blue energy constantly flowing within the bodies of the 3 girls. This wasn't the time for curiosity. After a slight pause, he spoke with a serious expression. Senchuredo and talented classmates, you revealed your true nature. Ruri Kuramizaka teased, giving Caleb a playful nudge. Reina Hamada added, not only did nothing bad happen, but because of your special heritage, you grew stronger with each challenge, and your skills became much more impressive. That makes sense. Senchuredo, you've probably just eaten your fill and restored your original physical potential. Caleb hadn't said much, but Reina and the girls had filled in the blanks themselves, creating a perfectly logical explanation. They became even more convinced that Caleb's sudden change was due to the activation of a succubus bloodline. This was exactly Caleb's goal. Compared to an explanation given by someone else, most people tend to favor the truth they deduce themselves, having successfully misled them. Caleb quickly found an excuse to leave alone. I'm home. Returning to the Takamine family residence, Caleb habitually called out, but no one answered. Today was Wednesday. The Takamine mother and daughter were at work and school, respectively. As for himself, he was definitely skipping class today. It was the perfect time to test his newly acquired talents and skills while the house was empty. Going into the yard, Caleb first activated his Eye of Insight to confirm he was alone, then picked up an iron pipe he found in the storage room. 1/3 strength, half strength, 3/4 strength. Before he even used his full strength, the 3-centimeter thick solid steel pipe began to bend and deform. Next, he tested his speed and recovery rate. At full speed, he ran 100 meters in under 7 seconds. As for his recovery rate, Caleb preferred not to dwell on the details. So he kept the test simple. A mere scratch healed instantly, leaving no mark behind. The talent was powerful, but had a drawback. It consumed a lot of energy. After a few tests, Caleb's recently full stomach was empty again. After replenishing his energy, Caleb tried to explore his mental resistance talent. However, after extensive effort, he couldn't find anything special. Mental resistance immunizes against or reduces the influence of mental-based abilities. Is this just a purely passive ability? Talents always had shades of passive abilities. Physical vitality permanently enhanced his physical constitution. Eye of Insight permanently improved his vision, not only curing his nearsightedness, but ensuring he'd never worry about it again. If mental resistance was truly as he suspected, it was a permanent boost to his mental defense. Enhanced defense is still enhancement. In any world, mental-type talents are rare and precious. And a purely passive talent meant he didn't have to waste time figuring out how to use it. Caleb looked at the talent description, his emotions mixed. He hadn't expected Ruri Kuramizaka to contribute a minor divine skill. With the talent tests complete, Caleb calmed himself and tried to utilize his single skill, Basic Mana Extraction. The moment the Basic Mana Extraction skill activated, Caleb had an intuitive understanding of what to do. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on meditation. His spirit sensed the floating elemental particles in the air, and he guided these pale blue specks of light into his body. The specks slowly surrounded Caleb, merging into his body from all directions. When the small lights converged into a stream inside him, the first trace of magic power was successfully born. Afterward, he used his mental focus to guide the magic power to circulate within his body. With every small cycle, the magic power grew slightly stronger. After diligently cultivating for over an hour, his legs were numb, and the magic power inside Caleb was finally about the thickness of his pinky finger. He stopped and stood up. Caleb pondered with his hand on his chin. Feeling the weak magic power inside him, Caleb decided to stick to training with the group. Sitting in meditation for so long hadn't increased his power as much as a single intense training session. So, the blue energy flowing inside Yakina and the others was magic power. It doesn't look like they have much more than I do. Caleb was puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized why. The 3 girls were freshmen at Kuo Academy. They had probably only been practicing mana extraction for about a month themselves. The Eye of Insight can detect magic power that's a bit troublesome. Caleb frowned. I wonder if I can use the Bloodline Awakening story to explain the natural creation of magic power. In the end, for the sake of safety, he dissipated the magic power that had just formed in his body. His efforts over the past hour had been wasted. Before dissipating it, he tried using it and found that magic power amplified both his physical vitality and Eye of Insight talents. No wonder Yakina and Reina seemed stronger and more relaxed when using their abilities than he did. Although he lacked the amplification, he figured he had enough power to deal with the blonde devil. Caleb thought to himself, the blonde, as a subordinate, couldn't possibly be much stronger than their boss, Reina Hamada. On the other side, the 3 girls were currently overjoyed. Reina's eyebrow twitched with excitement. Yakina, Cinchuredo, we need at least 5 more rounds. Only 5 rounds. Reina smiled confidently. Given Yusuji's performance this morning, do you think that's going to be a problem? Besides, increasing strength this way is so much more effective than meditating. It feels far better than meditating. Chapter 5. The gender-bending bully after celebrating their newfound, comfortable, and highly efficient method of cultivation. The Reina trio quickly grew worried. Yusuji was afraid before that he wouldn't be able to control himself and might seriously harm someone during their training together. Reina worried. Now that he knows the opposite is true, that it actually increases his strength, what then? It'll be impossible to keep his power-boosting abilities a secret for long. Ruri Kuramizaka nodded in agreement. Based on his previous behavior, Caleb was anything but a man of morals. He refused them earlier only out of concern for hurting others, a limited moral boundary, to say the least. If they knew Caleb was simply afraid of being harmed himself, they'd realize he was nothing but a scumbag. It shouldn't spread that quickly. Yakaina Sasaki had the highest strength and trained the longest with Caleb, so her experience was the deepest. The increase in strength isn't drastic, and the stronger you are, the smaller the boost. We trained for almost 16 hours straight, and combined with Reina's careful observation, we could clearly confirm Yusuji's techniques help increase power. That makes sense. Then we'll keep it a secret for now, for as long as we can. In the meantime, we need to try and put Yusuji under pressure. They didn't expect to keep the secret forever. Reina's Eye of Insight was a decent talent, but it wasn't Barato tier. Senchuredo Human EXP book was busy thinking about how to further increase his strength. First, he needed to find a way to enter the supernatural faction, the Yurigakuin, and begin learning magic openly. Talents were the foundation and potential, making the path easier and increasing the limit. But magic power and spells were the things that truly boosted combat effectiveness. Second, he needed to quickly scout and approach women with outstanding talents. With some luck, a single talent or skill could double the fighting power of his current self, who had one foot in the supernatural world. Finally, he needed to overcome the crises caused by the situation. While ensuring his own safety, he would use the opportunity to bring people to him to gather all the available allies. If they had a talent, great. If not, he wouldn't lose anything either. Monday morning, under the familiar cherry tree, the familiar blonde devil blocked Caleb's path. Brat, you clearly haven't listened to a word I said. The blonde's face was grim, his fists clenched. Things are different now. After a moment of panic, Caleb quickly calmed down. You really can't blame me. Sasaki and the others forced me. Senchuredo. Persistence paid off. The blonde had managed to catch Caleb alone today. Caleb shrugged, looking innocent. Actually, they invited me again today, but I haven't been home for a few days and I was worried about my family, so I turned them down. This only angered the blonde more. I just don't get it, the blonde thought. How could someone as amazing as Reina look at this expressionless ordinary guy? She even dragged her best friends along to throw themselves at him. And why didn't they take me with them? Unable to confront his boss, the blonde decided to make this dullard suffer, hoping he'd leave on his own, just like before. Acting on the thought, a cold light flashed in the blonde's eyes. He reached out to drag Caleb towards the nearby grove. Caleb shifted his weight, easily dodging the attack. Missing his target, doubt flashed in the blonde's eyes, and he accelerated his attack speed. This was Caleb's first proper fight, and he didn't dare be careless. On one hand, he was worried about the trap template suddenly throwing a curveball. Fortunately, the template didn't seem to actively strengthen the blonde or weaken his own fighting power. Eye of Insight combined with physical vitality instantly brought his fighting power to its peak. Despite his vigilance, Caleb took 2 punches. However, the previously terrifying blows now only felt mildly painful. Once he adapted to his opponent's attack rhythm, Caleb delivered an uppercut that sent the blonde spinning on the spot. Just as he prepared to land the finishing blow and take revenge for the previous beatings, Caleb noticed something odd. The blonde's strength was indeed mediocre, probably weaker than Yakaina. At least his internal magic power was unimpressive. But the blonde might actually be a cross-dresser. Through the Eye of Insight, Caleb easily saw through the blonde's disguise. The figure was slender, and the features, though intentionally sharpened, still held a trace of softness. Most tellingly, There was no Adam's apple, and a white binder was clearly visible across the chest. I knew it. I wasn't feeling any killing intent. Caleb hadn't gone for the kill, not just because he feared the later consequences, but because although the blonde talked tough, he had never shown true malice in their several encounters. Under the full power eye of insight, Caleb even noticed that the blonde seemed to be holding back, as if afraid of genuinely injuring him. TSK, so it's a tomboy. Caleb dropped his plan to land the finishing blow and asked curiously, as a female blonde, "Why are you always looking for trouble with me instead of confronting me like Reina Hamada?" I hate stinking men more than anything. Seeing her disguise discovered, Yuki Shinohara no longer concealed herself. She was a minor celebrity at Kuo Academy. She was fairly attractive and carried herself with confidence, but she preferred to dress in masculine clothing and was romantically interested in other women. If Caleb hadn't been avoiding all trouble like the plague and kept his head down, he would have realized this sooner. Confirming her gender lifted Caleb's spirits. Not only was his life no longer in danger, but his trust issues were also put to rest. This isn't the best place to talk. How about we find somewhere else? Seeing the crowd of onlookers growing, Caleb buried the hatchet, actively taking Yuki's hand and helping her up. Yuki's face darkened. She coldly snorted, slapped Caleb's hand away, and walked off the school grounds. Being beaten after trying to start trouble was humiliating enough, but his smug expression only increased her disgust. Caleb didn't mind and shamelessly followed her. He was currently looking for new people to mentor for their talents, and here was one being delivered right to his doorstep. Why would he let her go? Besides, he still hadn't retaliated for all the previous bullying. Chapter 6. You wouldn't want to know, would you? Yuki Shinohara marched ahead, exuding a hostile, keep-your-distance aura. Unfortunately, it had absolutely no effect on Caleb. If she sped up, Caleb sped up. If she slowed down, Caleb slowed down. If she ran, Caleb chased. If she tried to escape, she couldn't. By the time they reached the commercial district, and Caleb was still trailing her without hurry, Yuki finally stopped. She spun around, glaring at Caleb. "What on earth are you following me for? Is this road your property?" Caleb raised an eyebrow, his confident face filled with provocation. Yuki clenched her fists. That face, which so easily charmed others, was frustrating her more with every second. Yuki deeply regretted not giving him a proper beatdown last time. Now, she couldn't talk her way out of it, nor could she fight her way out. She had no outlet for her rage, but to grit her teeth and glare at Caleb. Caleb looked utterly composed, lifting his chin. "Hey, are you moving or not? Don't block the way." Yuki shot him a defiant look, but grudgingly moved aside. As Caleb drew level with her, he suddenly stopped. "On second thought, I don't feel like walking anymore. Maybe you'll just go find Reina and the others." "Arg!" Eyes blazing red, Yuki exploded. She'd rather take another beating than keep this rage bottled up tonight. "He'll kill you." A woman who loses her temper is truly terrifying. Caleb was momentarily caught off guard and took a couple of scratches. The price, however, was that she was now slung over his shoulder. Cinchuredo, are you calm now?" What exactly do you want?" Yuki frowned, instinctively pulling her arms around her body. "Relax, I'm not going to hurt you." Caleb waved his hand, signaling her to ease up. "I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" "Yes, a deal." Yuki looked at Caleb suspiciously, not grasping what kind of transaction he was proposing. Without further theatricality, Caleb got straight to the point. "Are you in love with one of them, Reina Hamada and the others?" "No, Caleb. I like all three of my bosses." Good grief, Caleb thought. This blonde devil had some nerve. Even he couldn't openly admit to something so shameless. Ahem. Caleb composed himself. "Well, that's different from what I thought, but it's not a problem." A flash of understanding crossed Yuki's mind. She vaguely guessed what Caleb was leading up to. "You can help me?" "I can help you." They spoke almost simultaneously. The air hung in silence for a moment before Yuki broke it. "What do you want in return?" "Nothing much. Just keep me company for the evening." Caleb spread his hands, his expression casual, as if this were as simple as eating or drinking water. "In your dreams." Yuki refused instantly, Cinchuredo. But a small minority who genuinely hated men wasn't impossible. More importantly, Yuki didn't particularly fit his personal preferences. However, to gain a new talent, Caleb decided to push a little harder. Since you want to discuss this nicely, I guess I'll have to tell Reina and the others everything you've done. Cinchuredo, he, and the three Barado had already been through so many challenges together over the past few days. They were so insistent that Caleb hadn't even had time to look for others to help. You're terrible. Yuki's face was angry, but she still didn't give up. Me, despicable? Have you forgotten how you threatened me before? Caleb scoffed. You were too afraid to go against Reina, so you came to threaten me privately. You wouldn't listen to any explanation, just jumped straight to beating me up, and even tried to do it again today. Yuki was speechless, only able to counter-ask. You deliberately pretended to be weak before. You planned to trick me into attacking you, so you could carry out today's plan, didn't you? Deliberately pretending to be weak? I had no interest in that. Impossible. How could you get so much stronger in just 1 week? Caleb glanced at her dismissively. If you want to know how, go ask Reina and the others. All right, I don't have time to play games with you. Give me your answer before school ends on Friday. If you cooperate nicely, all past debts are erased, and he'll even help you reach their goals. Otherwise, Cinchuredo, the more Yuki struggled, the more confident he felt. Seeing her look so uncertain was far more useful than a confrontation. For days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuki sought out Caleb multiple times to negotiate, often coming close to agreeing, but ultimately failing to compromise. Caleb kept his word. The moment the dismissal bell rang on Friday, he told Reina and the girls everything. So that's what happened. Why didn't you tell us sooner? I was worried I might accidentally drain you dry at the time, so I just went along with her. That rotten girl. No wonder she hasn't been around me much lately. Reina put her hands on her hips, annoyed. It's one thing that she likes girls, but to actually try and threaten my man. You didn't know she liked you? Caleb asked, surprised. Ruri Kurumizaka leaned against Caleb's back, her voice sweet and affectionate. Ruri had an idea, but I didn't think she'd do something so awful. They knew how frail Caleb's body had been. The fact that a beating from Yuki Shinohara hadn't landed him in the hospital proved she had held back significantly. Yakina Sasaki placed her hand over her heart. Leave this to us. We guarantee Yuki won't bother you again. After watching the miserable and conflicted Yuki Shinohara for the past few days, Caleb's anger had mostly subsided. As for gaining a new talent, she might not even have one. Chapter 7. The golden-haired beauty, a promise was a promise, but what needed to be done still had to be done. Their first encounter was at Ruri Kurumizaka's house. The past weekend was spent in Yakina Sasaki's small room. This weekend, the four decided to go to Caleb's place. Kasumi Takamine was still away on a business trip, and the Takamine sisters were busy with club activities for most of the weekend. The main reason was that the Reina trio was curious about Caleb's place and wanted to see what a high school student's home looked like. It was a bit unusual, but nothing they couldn't handle. The next day, at noon, Caleb opened the front door, and the youthful, beautiful girls filed inside. Huh? He rubbed his eyes. He thought he saw 4 people enter just now. I didn't realize Yusuji lived in such a big place, and so close to Yakina's house. Yakina, you can't sneak over here when we're not around to take a bite. Okay. Yusuji, did you specifically clean your room? Reina Hamada opened the door to Caleb's bedroom, scanned the room, and pouted boredly. No, the housework is all done by Yurine. She cleans my room almost every day. Caleb rolled his eyes, pointing to the golden-haired girl with her back to the wall, trying hard to shrink her presence. Instead of that, shouldn't you explain this first? Haha, I knew Yusuji wouldn't recognize her. Reina burst out laughing and dragged the girl over to Caleb. Take a closer look. Seeing no way out, the girl forced a straight face, trying to look indifferent. If not for the deep blush staining her fair cheeks, Caleb might have actually believed her. He scrutinized the cute girl, finding her increasingly familiar. Especially those eyes that occasionally shot him a defiant glare. He felt he had seen them somewhere before. Yuki Shinohara? Caleb tentatively offered a name. The cute girl shuddered, her small face now completely scarlet. Bingo! Ruri Kuramizaka instantly hugged Caleb. Correct. Your reward is a hug. Yakaina Sasaki wrapped an arm around Yuki Shinohara, giving her Barato a friendly pat. See? Yuki is pretty cute, too. Senchurado, this is Yuki's real look. Her previous appearance was a disguise she created with makeup and her abilities. Since Caleb had a succubus bloodline, he would eventually enter the Yurigakuin. Reina and the girls had almost no intention of hiding such things from him. However, they hadn't been in the supernatural faction long themselves, so Caleb hadn't gotten much useful information yet. After expressing his astonishment, Caleb personally reached out to verify her. She was a genuine golden-haired beauty wearing a distinctive uniform. Thin black mid-calf socks revealed a pair of small, straight legs. Above that, she had a slender build with smooth, fair skin. She wasn't as curvy as the other three, but her compact frame had its own charm. From head to toe, there was no trace of the tomboy who wore a male uniform before. Gazing at her mix of embarrassment and anger, all while trying to maintain an indifferent facade, Caleb secretly swallowed. Definitely need to test for a talent, he thought, just in case she has one. He was doing this strictly for the talent. Not because this version of Yuki Shinohara matched his personal preference. Pushing aside his frustration, Caleb asked, making her take off her disguise and wear a school uniform, is this her punishment? Of course, that's not all. Ruri Kuramizaka giggled. To be honest, we weren't used to her tomboy look either. Senchurado, after a few quick barato, Reina paused and glanced at Yuki Shinohara, narrowing her eyes with a wider smile. Caleb then said, that's enough for now. Ruri Kuramizaka followed along, staying calm. Senchurado, and she couldn't help but retract her legs. Stop it, I'm ticklish. Ruri Kuramizaka grinned. Yakaina, where are you ticklish? She reached out, aiming for Yakaina's sides. Let me scratch you. Yakaina Sasaki refused to be outdone. Senchurado, and she gently began to comfort him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Caleb replied warmly. He had been the one who personally arranged her visit, so naturally he appreciated her kindness. Please turn around and steady yourself on the sofa. Little Caleb was no longer satisfied with just a massage and wanted to soak in a relaxing hot spring. Sighing softly, Reina stepped back from Caleb, sensing that a better experience was coming. She turned, leaned over, and shifted aside. Yuki pulled the curtains. Caleb glanced at Yuki Shinohara, who had been standing still since this started, and gave an order. The sudden turn of events meant they started right in the living room. Caleb wasn't in the mood to move the battleground, and with the curtains drawn, no one could see in. Yuki Shinohara looked tense and uncertain. Whether from anger or something else, it was hard to tell. She eventually obeyed, quietly closing the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the yard and drawing the curtains. She even thoughtfully turned on the air conditioning in the living room. Caleb gave her a mental thumbs up, then placed her hands firmly on Reina Hamada's Barato with determination and launched a powerful attack. I'm ready for this. With Reina's focused shout, the battle officially began. After defeating Reina, Yakaina Sasaki eagerly volunteered to go next. Yakaina lay on the sofa, her legs propped up as she prepared for the next round with Caleb. Senchurado Yasuji, it's Ruri's turn. Get up quickly. Caleb was tired and wanted a break, but he pushed himself to keep going. The two sat facing each other on the sofa, and Caleb began the next round with Ruri Kuramizaka. Those who complain the loudest often have the least stamina. It didn't take long before Ruri Kuramizaka was clinging to Caleb, wailing that she had lost, completely defeated. Chapter 8. The so-called punishment. No sooner had Caleb put down the silver-haired, twin-tailed Ruri Kuramizaka and Reina Hamada challenged him again. Looking into Reina's determined green eyes, Caleb signaled that he still had plenty of energy left. As soon as Reina was done, Yakaina Sasaki was not to be outdone and invited Caleb to battle again. Then it was Ruri Kuramizaka once more. Thus, round after round, at some point, someone broke the rules and cut the line. Soon, the four were tangled together in a complete free-for-all. Caleb was surrounded by the three girls, dodging their attacks from every direction. The combat was so intense, he couldn't distinguish whose hand or whose leg was striking at him. Perhaps because Yuki Shinohara was watching nearby, everyone was extraordinarily excited, bordering on frenzy. Nearby, Yuki Shinohara, who was compelled to remain, knelt on the floor. Senshirado lying together on the wooden floor, now content to watch Yuki Shinohara's performance. "Well, are you satisfied with this decision?" Yakina Sasaki said, looking at Caleb, and laughed. "Don't let her harsh words fool you. She's actually very curious about how people interact." "Is that so?" Caleb raised an eyebrow. "I thought maybe she had some past trauma that made her deeply resent men, shaping her independent outlook on relationships. Yuki was abandoned by her father when she was very young and was raised by her mother alone." Senshirado, but he didn't lower his voice. Yuki Shinohara, barely 3 feet away, heard every word clearly. She froze immediately, and she quickly lowered her head. Seeing this, everyone present understood the situation. "Yusuji, be careful. Yuki is small and unfamiliar with this. Don't push her too hard. Don't worry, I'm not some clueless beginner anymore." Thanks to the dedicated guidance of Yakina and the others, Caleb's knowledge and experience had grown significantly. Leading Yuki Shinohara through the introductory process would now be effortless. Yuki Shinohara was trembling harder but still kept her head down, pretending not to hear anything. Caleb moved toward her, gently lifted her chin, and, seeing the distress in her eyes, stepped back and said nothing. After shedding her disguise, Yuki Shinohara's height wasn't short, but her figure was petite and cute. Coupled with her current distressed expression, it stirred a strong feeling in Caleb's heart. He had never experienced this kind of assertive interaction with Yakina and the others. Caleb tried to get her to speak. Senshirado, applying pressure with both his hands at once. Yuki Shinohara was a delicate, innocent flower, completely outmatched by Caleb. Rushing to stop Caleb's advancing hand, she struggled to break free from his grip. Senshirado won, cool, twining, and connecting. Ding! Detected talent, disguise. Commencing replication. A sudden prompt in his mind shocked Caleb. Immersed in the excitement of outsmarting the sharp-eyed girl, he briefly froze, nearly losing his composure. Yuki Shinohara, standing close to him, immediately noticed Caleb's sudden stillness. After waiting a moment, she couldn't help but peek open one eye to see what was happening. Her vision was dominated by Caleb's handsome face, now sporting a mischievous smile. Since he was so close, she couldn't see anything else. The blush that had just begun to fade instantly surged back to cover her face, and Yuki Shinohara quickly closed her eyes again. Of course, she thought, this guy is still so annoying. With her mouth sealed, she could only grumble internally. Caleb couldn't read minds, or he would have yelled in protest. His pause was purely due to the sudden prompt and was not a deliberate attempt to be playful or witness Yuki Shinohara's surprise. After the brief moment of shock, Caleb continued his actions. He gently stepped back from Yuki Shinohara, then lowered his hands and moved away from her side, keeping a respectful distance. Senshirado, immediately relaxing after she completed the final step of talent acquisition. Little Yuki was still flushed from the ordeal. Handing Yuki Shinohara over to Reina Hamada for care, Caleb checked his newly acquired talent. Acquired talent, disguise. Talent description. After applying a disguise, the difficulty of detection is increased. The talent description was utterly useless. Caleb curled his lip and secretly tried to manipulate the disguise talent's power. He concentrated and experimented several times, but nothing happened. Caleb immediately gave up on further experimentation. He glanced at the whimpering Yuki Shinohara, who was being tended to by Reina Hamada. Why waste time figuring it out from scratch when he had a live subject to learn from? This was a method Caleb discovered after a casual chat following one of his sessions with the trio. Since all his talents were copied from others, Senshirado Caleb was able to use his physical vitality and eye of insight so naturally, partly because he used them almost daily. The other reason was that he had gained a lot of practical experience from Yukina Sasaki and Reina Hamada. Chapter 9. The Takamine household. More than gaining a new talent, Caleb was even more pleasantly surprised to have finally found a way to quickly screen targets for talents. He didn't need anything elaborate. A simple handshake or brief touch was enough to trigger the ability. Because his ability was first awakened under duress, his understanding had been stuck in a misconception. Centuredo. He wouldn't waste any more time. The charm template certainly made it easy to win over girls. Put another way, the initial favorability was probably around 80 points. Otherwise, they wouldn't confess. However, getting closer to a deeper relationship required a favorability of at least 90, if not 100. Raising those final 10 points took at least a week, and during that time, Caleb couldn't pursue other girls. Successfully winning over a girl only to discover she had no talent meant a week or more of wasted effort. Even for the anime heroines like the Yukina trio, they wouldn't have actively forced Caleb if not for their goal of increasing their own strength. This was the second reason why Caleb hadn't acquired new talents since awakening his ability. With Reina and the others constantly dragging him off to boost their strength, he had no time to focus on something with an uncertain outcome. Although the disguised talents seemed useless, Caleb generously declared all past debts forgiven, given that Yuki Shinohara had helped him understand the correct way to use his ability. If Yuki Shinohara hadn't had a talent, Caleb might never have broken out of his misconception. Caleb was in high spirits, and Yuki Shinohara wasn't doing too badly either. Her initial situation wasn't entirely pleasant, but it was bearable, and she had at least reached a turning point. Moreover, the misfortune had turned into a blessing, Centuredo not fully grasping the meaning. Ruri means joining our parties. That way you can spend time with us, and afterward, Yusuji can team up with you, two birds with one stone. With Reina Hamada's clarification, Yuki Shinohara finally understood. She recalled the group activity earlier. When Caleb was paired with one girl, Centuredo, I don't want to be separated from you guys. Hee, if you agree, you won't have to be separated. Yuki Shinohara subconsciously glanced at Caleb. Seeing that he wasn't looking their way, she quickly nodded. In reality, Caleb had seen her entire performance, but couldn't be bothered to call her out. Centuredo. After cleaning up the messy battlefield, Caleb opened the window for ventilation. Looking at the fiery sunset, he realized that it was already evening. Reina, what are your plans for later? Caleb turned back to the four girls, who had just changed into fresh clothes. Let me be clear, you all need to find a place to stay tonight. My family will be home soon. Aruri Kuramizaka was the most rebellious. The more Caleb insisted, the more she wanted to stay. It's fine if we stay over. Just tell them we're having a study group. A study group? Are you serious? Caleb's face darkened. Ruri Kuramizaka had the worst grades among them, constantly hovering around the passing mark. Besides, did you even bring any books? Ruri Kuramizaka was momentarily stumped. They hadn't brought books or even backpacks. Their sole purpose today was to party and pull Yuki Shinohara into the fold. The goal was perfectly achieved. Centuredo. Stop messing around. Didn't we already agree to go to Yukina's place tonight? Reina Hamada gave Ruri a meaningful look, and Ruri finally quieted down. Caleb pretended not to notice. He had long realized the three had secrets, and if they weren't willing to share, he wasn't going to pry. Not long after the four girls left, the front door opened again. A pink-haired woman pushed the door open. I'm home. Welcome home. I am Nei. Caleb reached out to take the gym bag from I am Takamine, formerly. Has Yurine not returned yet? Little Yuri? She went to the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. I see. How was your swimming practice today? I am Nei. It was all right. Ugh, my shoulders are really sore, Kazu. Can you give me a massage? I am Takamine took off her jacket and collapsed onto the sofa. Why does this sofa smell weird? Caleb's expression twitched. Some stains had inevitably soaked in and couldn't be completely scrubbed out. He decided that less said was better, so he pretended not to hear. He put down the bag, sat beside I am Takamine, and began massaging her shoulders firmly. While massaging, Caleb pondered his situation. The parents of the original Caleb were always working overseas with a very good income. Since the third grade of elementary school, Caleb had been living with the Takamine family, or more accurately, being fostered by them. Compared to his almost non-existent parents, the Takamine family were his true relatives. Kasumi Takamine was the head of the household, a widow. She was nearly 40 but appeared youthful. Ayame Takamine and Yuri Takamine were Kasumi Takamine's daughters. They were a year apart, with Ayame being the older sister and Yuri the younger. Yuri Takamine was 3 months older than Caleb, so he was granted the subordinate position in the family. Caleb vaguely remembered there was another small boy who wanted to be fostered by the Takamine family at the time. Kasumi Takamine was initially hesitant, considering taking them both in, but Caleb's parents offered significantly more money, and in the end, only Caleb remained. Chapter 10. The mixed bloods. A single mother with 2 young daughters would naturally not take on the burden of raising another child purely out of kindness. Caleb's parents paid Kasumi Takamine a monthly fostering fee that was more than enough to raise 3 children, with only one condition: that only Caleb be taken in. When both options were cute little boys seeking foster care, the one who paid more got the deal. The adult world was that simple. Senchuredo, the Sasaki house, was also quite lively. The 4 girls were gathered around a small square table. Yuki Shinohara recalled Caleb's earlier words and asked directly, "Reinane, how did Yusuji suddenly get so strong?" Well, Senchuredo, when a new member joined, everyone received a notification. If she had known Caleb was not an ordinary person, she definitely wouldn't have rushed in blindly, only to be effortlessly pinned down. Although reporting him would get us some resources, we value Yusuji more than those paltry resources. Yusuji? Does he have any other special traits besides the mysterious bloodline? Reina Hamada didn't answer directly, saying instead, "Yuki, try to sense your magic power carefully." Yuki Shinohara didn't understand, but she complied right away. As soon as her boss spoke, she followed the order. "My magic power has increased by about 1/5, but what does this have to do with Yusuji?" Halfway through her sentence, she finally realized the significance. She hadn't extracted any magic power today, and even if she had actively cultivated, she couldn't possibly increase it this much in a single day. Yusuji actually has an ability like that. Yuki Shinohara was dazed, her face shifting between surprise and conflict. "Yuki, don't overthink it. The first time has the best effect. The boost will get smaller later." Yakaina Sasaki interrupted the now fantasizing Yuki Shinohara. "We still have one doubt about this." "What is it?" Yuki Shinohara looked puzzled. A succubus naturally increasing her strength through life energy isn't remarkable, but a succubus being able to help her partner boost their strength, this is the Barato we've heard of it. "I remember you're a half-devil. Have you encountered anything like this?" Reina and the others weren't devils. They were just humans who had awakened abilities. Because their strength was too low, they hadn't yet been exposed to other supernatural races in the hidden faction, like devils or fallen angels. Succubi are a type of devil. Senchuredo, various mixed bloods have emerged, and I wouldn't dare say it's impossible. "Are mixed bloods common now?" Ruri Kuramizaka asked curiously. Yusuji said he has a succubus bloodline, but he didn't say he was a pure succubus. Could he be a mixed blood too? Mixed bloods are indeed very common, but powerful ones are rare. As a half-devil, Yuki Shinohara had specifically researched this information. Human devil mixed bloods, human dragon mixed bloods, human god mixed bloods, dragon devil mixed bloods, devil fallen angel mixed bloods. There have even been mixed bloods possessing 3 or 4 bloodlines simultaneously. Reina and the others were dumbfounded. Can one person really possess 3 or even 4 bloodlines at once? Yuki Shinohara spread her hands innocently. "Donwaskuma, I'm just a common human devil mixed blood. Then is there a way to test bloodlines?" The more they learned, the more curious they became about Caleb's heritage. Yuki Shinohara shook her head. "I don't know. Most people determine bloodlines by looking at the parents. No one bothers to research how to test bloodlines randomly. Caleb is fostered. His biological parents seem to be constantly overseas and haven't returned. They'd spent a lot of time with Caleb recently. Besides practicing together to increase their strength, they also talked a lot. It wasn't always love at first sight, followed by a quick exit, especially with the occasional ceasefire. Through this interaction, Caleb had become a friend to them. You could try asking Rias Gremory, the red-haired ruined princess. Seeing the disappointment in Reina and the others, Yuki Shinohara suggested, Rias is the head of the Occult Research Club. She is very kind to her juniors, and rumor has it she is a high-class devil. She might have a method. The red-haired ruined princess. Yakaina Sasaki sighed. Forget it. She's too far above us to approach. Instead of asking that princess for help, maybe we should ask Fuyuko Sakuramachi in the next class. I remember Sakuramachi mentioning she had a special lineage, but I don't know how strong her heritage is. Yuki Shinohara looked exasperated. While mixed heritages are common, they haven't reached a saturation point. Even though everyone is humanoid, there are differences in aesthetics and habits. That was true. Just devils alone could be divided into several categories, and succubi were one of the more representative types. Reina Hamada ultimately decided, okay, after the test next week, we'll report Yusuji's situation. By then, his benefit to our strength will probably be minimal anyway. Then will we still spend time with him afterward? Yuki Shinohara hesitated. Yakaina Sasaki teased her. What's wrong? One encounter, and you're already attached? Of course not. Yuki Shinohara's face was bright red, and she stammered, that guy's annoying. But compared to other men, I think Yusuji is a little better. Although Yuki Shinohara's words contradicted themselves, Reina and the others understood. Yuki, you don't have to worry about us finding other men. Reina Hamada rested her chin in her hand, sighing. I don't know if it's the mysterious supernatural bloodline, but every time I spend time with Yusuji, I feel more attracted to him. 1-1. Yakaina Sasaki and Ruri Kuramizaka followed suit, expressing that they felt the same way. Now the thought of finding another man. I just can't get interested. Forget finding other men. Now when I think about romance, Yusuji's face immediately pops into my head. Men had asked them out during this time, but they constantly and unconsciously compared them to Caleb. This led to both psychological and physical rejection. They didn't even have the interest to talk much, let alone develop the relationship further. Chapter 11. Censuredo to monopolize this benefit, and due to a flicker of strange pride, they never revealed this dependency to Caleb. This secrecy meant Caleb still worried about them potentially being unfaithful to him, making him hesitant about pursuing other women. He feared that if he spent time with others and couldn't constantly be with Reina and the group, something might go wrong between them. It wasn't that Caleb didn't trust them, but he couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Their relationship was still young and fragile, and he worried about losing what they had. He had no standing to demand they avoid other men. Spending so much time with them had been a mutual choice, a willing partner, and a willing recipient. If it were just a brief encounter to gain a skill, he wouldn't mind. But Reina and the other three were different. At the Takamine residence, Caleb gently patted Chloe Takamine on the back, concluding the relaxing massage. Chloe sat up, adjusting her swimsuit. Caleb kept a calm expression, looking straight ahead. Chloe smiled softly. Caleb, you've been staying out late lately. Do you have a girlfriend? Chloe asked, leaning forward with a confident smile. Caleb, who had been trying to find a good moment to get closer to her, was surprised that Chloe was being even more direct than he expected. Complimenting her for having the typical aggressive nature of a mature-themed anime heroine, Caleb decided to go on the offensive. Yes, since high school started, I've inexplicably become popular. Girls keep confessing to me. 2 weeks ago, I accepted 3 of them. Chloe was stunned by Caleb's bluntness. This was completely different from the scenario she had imagined. How did the passively gentle boy, who resisted every single one of her playful attempts to bravado, suddenly become so bold? Seeing Chloe stare at him without speaking, Caleb nervously touched his face. Chloe Nay, is there something on my face? Chloe shook her head. Caleb was still Caleb. His tone and demeanor were normal. If anything, his vibe was different now. 3. Chloe concealed her disappointment and laughed. Not bad, as expected of my little brother. 3. Right out of the gate. Tell me about them. What are the 3 girls like, and who are you dating? A subtle light flashed in Caleb's eyes. Chloe's minute changes in expression were too obvious for him to miss. With a clear read on the situation, Caleb finally made a decision. In the midst of the chaotic supernatural world, enhancing his strength was paramount. This world involved not only magic but also curses, contracts, and various other mystical powers. If his power was sufficient, he could utilize these methods to completely eliminate the risk of falling into a cursed fate. Moreover, power was the key to overcoming the tribulation of the cursed. With this realization, Caleb felt his unique ability was excellent. This world held countless pre-made level-up gift bags ripe for the taking. Chloe Takamine, right in front of him, was one of them. Chloe, nay, you misunderstood. I'm not dating anyone. I'm just messing around with them. Ignoring her shocked face, Caleb continued, by the way, another one joined this afternoon. So now it's 4. Chloe's eyes widened. Caleb, you're joking, right? Of course not. Caleb proved himself with action. Chloe, nay, look at me. With that, he gently held her cheek and leaned in closely, pulling her into a warm barato. He pressed gently against Chloe's barato, and she leaned closer to him. As they embraced, a notification sounded. Ding, talent detected. Flexibility, starting copy. What great luck, Caleb thought with delight, holding her close with renewed enthusiasm. 2 minutes later, Caleb released her, smiling. Chloe had offered little resistance. After a brief pause, she gently returned the barato. Now, she stood close, her expression warm, and her arms were lightly around Caleb's shoulders as they talked quietly. Caleb teased her and laughed. Chloe, your technique could use some practice. It doesn't quite match the confident vibe you give off. Chloe had a bold personality and preferred casual, comfortable clothing. She carried herself with confidence and didn't worry much about appearances. Cinchuredo. Chloe, nay, easy, easy. I was wrong. Realizing he had lost the argument, he knew when to back down. Chloe sighed softly, easing her grip into a light pat. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have approached you first. Now, other people get to spend time with you for free. Chloe, nay, you're so popular. Have you really never been with anyone? Caleb was genuinely curious. Her demeanor was so outwardly open. Chloe rolled her eyes at him, then said, some girls look innocent, but they actually have a lot of experience. Caleb didn't press the issue. If she wouldn't tell him, had let it be for now. Cinchuredo, Caleb couldn't resist leaning in to try it. Honestly, Chloe Takamine's cooking was exceptional. Even Caleb, after a strenuous afternoon, couldn't help but feel energized. Caleb, are you coming in? Chloe was surprised to see her stepbrother waiting at the door. Caleb, whom she hadn't seen in years, had grown into a thoughtful young man. He had moved to the city and built a life of his own, and now she was eager to reconnect with him. Right here? Caleb glanced toward the hallway, a little worried about her sister, Lilith Takamine, who might overhear their conversation. Cinchuredo prompting a surprised cry from Chloe. Caleb, you're so strong now. Chloe wasn't easily lifted, and she was quite fit from years of swimming. Previously, Caleb definitely wouldn't have been able to carry her. Chloe, nay, there are even more impressive things to come. It's too early to be surprised. Chapter 12. Lilith Takamine click. Just as Caleb was carrying Chloe Takamine out of the living room, the front door opened. Lilith Takamine, her long purple hair tied in a ponytail, walked in. Chloe, nay. Caleb? Lilith, carrying groceries, tilted her head, confused. What are you two doing? The two had been spending time together in the room. Caleb controlled his expression, speaking with a straight face. Chloe seems a bit unwell. I'm taking her to her room to rest. Lilith looked at Chloe, who looked tired and warm from the heat, and didn't suspect a thing. She headed toward the kitchen, saying, if Chloe isn't feeling well, we can have something light for dinner. Is that okay, Caleb? Yeah, anything is fine. Caleb enjoyed meat, especially now that he had the body vitalization talent, which made him crave high-calorie food. However, the priority right now was not getting caught. Agreeing quickly, he added, Lilith Nay, you go ahead and get started. I'll help you once I get Chloe Nay settled. It's fine. Just take good care of Chloe Nay. I can manage alone. Chloe was a year older, but her personality was flighty. In contrast, Lilith, who was domestically capable, gentle, and considerate, was more like the older sister. Caleb nodded and walked toward the second floor. The bathroom was out of the question for now. He would have to wait until later to acquire the talent. Caleb wasn't in a rush. He was no longer an inexperienced young man. However, Chloe didn't want to wait. After years, she had finally decided it was time to confess her feelings, and if she waited any longer, someone else might win his attention. Thus, the moment they arrive at his place, Centurado, 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 be honest. Have you been eyeing Lilith for a long time? Yes, and not just Lilith Nay. I've been eyeing you for a long time, too. Always lying. Then why didn't you make a move on me before? Though Chloe said she didn't believe him, the smile on her face was bright and playful. Centurado, slender figure, appeared outside the door. Lilith Takamine's ability to stop Chloe's bold behavior on time wasn't a mere coincidence. Both sisters were fully aware of the romantic feelings they held for Caleb. Due to their inherently different personalities, Lilith couldn't be as forward as Chloe. Centurado. Caleb stopped what he was doing and stepped back, telling everyone that it was time to wrap things up. Noticing some spilled liquid on the floor, he quickly walked toward the door. Lilith flinched, trying to stand and leave, but her weak, trembling limbs wouldn't obey, and she collapsed back down. Lilith Nay. Caleb looked down at Lilith, feigning surprise. Weren't you in the kitchen making dinner? Lilith turned her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. I came to check on Chloe Nay and to ask what you both wanted for dinner. Oh. Caleb smiled ambiguously and took a step forward. Caleb leaned close to Lilith's cheek. Did you just arrive? Lilith nodded quickly and began to speak. Yes. Her words were cut off as Caleb suddenly covered her barato with his hand, silencing any further response. Centurado. Lilith nodded. Caleb smiled slightly. Success. Chapter 13. Mid-month assessment. Caleb gently guided the shy Lilith Takamine, positioning her next to Chloe Takamine. On the bed, a young woman with a purple ponytail lay on the left, and a young woman with pink twin tails lay on the right. Caleb looked at the beautiful scene before him, his heart heating up uncontrollably. The sisters differed greatly in personality, but both perfectly inherited their mother Kasumi Takamine's excellent looks and graceful figure, delicate features, long legs, and an elegant appearance. Centurado. Caleb grew enthusiastic and increased his focus, carefully working the delicate fabric with his hands, making steady progress. To his surprise, Lilith showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, her expression grew more determined, and she quickly achieved her first major breakthrough. This contrast motivated Caleb greatly. Centurado and Lilith was a key player on the rhythmic gymnastics team. Their excellent performance was undoubtedly due in large part to the flexibility talent. Talents are essentially a person's innate aptitude. Just as some people are naturally suited for academics, others are born able to form relationships easily. However, if an aptitude isn't exceptionally prominent, it's just called being good at something. It doesn't qualify as a talent. Since he became closely connected to the Takamine sisters, Caleb's life had changed dramatically. At school, Reina Hamasaki and the other 3 girls sought his company at every opportunity. Back home, the Takamine sisters often butted heads over various matters, sometimes sharing a common room. If the barato, vitalization, and flexibility talents hadn't merged, upgrading into the more powerful intermediate physical mastery, Caleb truly might not have been able to handle the challenge. Name talent skills: Caleb Usugi, intermediate physical mastery, insight, mental resistance, disguise, beginner magic extraction, focusing on intermediate physical mastery. The talent description appeared. intermediate physical mastery, complete control over the Bodis muscles, to put it plainly, with this talent, to phrase it more professionally. Caleb would not waste a single shred of energy in combat. If he was previously a strength-focused berserker with power, but no finesse, he was now an all-round warrior with both endurance and technique. May 17th, Thursday. Yusuji, you can go home first today. Reina Hamasaki slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked toward the club activity building. The other 3 girls greeted Caleb and followed her. Caleb was puzzled. Were Reina and the others planning to join club? In Japan, high school implemented fun-based education, meaning school finished early and homework was minimal. Even at the elite private Kuo Academy, students were not forced to study excessively. Private schools merely offered a more dedicated faculty, a better campus environment, and slightly more advanced knowledge. Students who wanted to seriously study could do so without needing extra cram schools. Since the Takamine sisters had club activities, Caleb would be bored at home alone. So, he decided to follow them. Excuse me, but only club members are allowed here. Following them all the way to the top floor of the club activity building, Caleb was stopped at the stairwell by 2 girls wearing the student council's red armbands. Caleb looked innocent and asked softly, "Senpai, what club is this?" looking at his harmless, young boy appearance. The taller girl with red-framed glasses said, "You must be new. This area is restricted. Only members of the Occult Research Club or the Student Council can enter. But I saw some people go in just now," Caleb said, feigning confusion. "One of them is my classmate. She doesn't seem to be in that club or the Student Council. That's because today is the mid-month assessment. They're special. Hey, do you want the president to punish you?" The other girl, who hadn't spoken, interrupted the bespectacled girl sharply. "It's fine if you make a mistake, but don't drag me into it." "I saw the girl with glasses stuck out her tongue apologetically, trying to play off cutely. The serious girl rolled her eyes and turned to Caleb. "Kai, forget everything that just happened. There is nothing here. Now, turn around, go downstairs, and leave." As she spoke, a red glow flashed in her eyes. Caleb felt a dizzy spell in his mind and subconsciously began to do as she said. Just as he turned around, his blurry consciousness seemed to clear up, and he was no longer affected by the unknown power. His steps paused for a moment, and Caleb continued walking down the stairs. He felt relieved only after he left the club activity building. Clearly, the 2 student council girls were not ordinary people. If he hadn't possessed the mental resistance talent, he might not have realized he had been influenced until he was back home. Mid-month assessment. Special. Combining the bespectacled girl's words with the intelligence he had about the Underworld Academy, Caleb roughly guessed what Reina and the other 3 were doing. Like regular students, Underworld Academy students also had assessments. Ordinary students who failed exams had to take makeup tests, and the Underworld Academy was probably similar. He just didn't know what the Underworld Academy was testing. Combat strength? Magic power? Or some other aspect? After thinking for a moment, Caleb decided to go home and pretend he knew nothing. Reina and the others knew he wasn't ordinary, but they were deliberately hiding this fact, so they must have a plan. Caleb currently didn't want to actively engage with the underworld yet, as that would make him seem to have ulterior motives. Besides, before formally entering the path of cultivation, he could copy more talents. Higher talent likely meant preferential treatment and resources. Any academy or sect would prioritize students or disciples with outstanding innate abilities. It's still early. I might as well scout for more targets. Caleb smiled and walked toward the building where the sports clubs were located. Chapter 14. The target's Kuo Private Academy is one of Japan's most elite high schools. Its founder is rumored to be a demon lord, and any supernatural being in human form within Japan can attend provided they pass the entrance exam. For ordinary people, admission requires not only excellent academic results, but also deep pockets. Caleb's foster parents, though wealthy, could only afford the tuition for him to enter this private high school, not the Takamine sisters, due to the exorbitant cost of Kuo Academy. However, the high price was justified. Beyond the excellent teaching, environment, and dedicated teachers, The most crucial benefit was the chance for ordinary students to undergo a transformation. There is a story of a regular male student who, out of kindness, rescued a dying black cat. Afterward, he not only gained a cat girl as a wife for free, but also successfully cultivated magic power, eventually becoming a formidable magician. Caleb looked at the luxurious club building, silently marveling at Kuo Academy's wealth. While the Occult Research Club's building, which emphasized discretion, was substantial, its visual impact couldn't compare to the Grand Sports Clubs, which received the most funding. Unlike some schools that had separate clubs for Boys Kendo Club and Girls Kendo Club, Kuo Academy combined them. Although the locker rooms were separate, training took place in the same location. Kuo provided each sports club with a very large activity room, essentially a small indoor stadium, which eliminated the need for clubs to rotate training space and allowed male and female members to train separately, yet simultaneously. This arrangement prevented the formation of separate boys and girls clubs, which was also convenient for Caleb's plan. Following his memory, Caleb arrived at the Kendo Club. As soon as he entered, a member came forward to greet him. "Student, are you looking for someone?" "No, I've become interested in Kendo recently and would like to try an introductory experience session." Caleb scanned the area, a bit disappointed. Because they were training, most of the members on the field were fully covered in gear. He couldn't see their faces. He could only distinguish genders from the occasional training yell. Only a dozen new recruits were practicing basic swings in the corner of the DJ without face masks. Caleb used his insight eye to observe them, but didn't find any suitable targets. After wandering around for a couple of minutes, he excused himself and left. Leaving Kendo, Caleb went to the archery club, then the tennis club, swimming club, gymnastics club, taekwondo club, karate club, and so on. His excuse was always the same: recent interest and a desire for an introductory experience session. Regardless of the enthusiasm of the club members, Caleb always said he needed to go home and consider it and would give his answer in a few days. Caleb's criteria for selecting clubs was strategic, with the most important factor being potential combat power. The second factor was that there needed to be a good number of female members, particularly outstanding ones. Powerful female athletes were more likely to possess combat-enhancing talents. While not a guarantee, the odds were certainly higher than simply searching randomly. After completing his rounds, Caleb had a surprising number of prospects. Putting aside everything else, he spotted several beautiful girls familiar from those types of Japanese fiction. Sakura Miyajima from Kendo, Saya Sakuramiya, and Hinata Sakuramiya from archery, Mizuki Suzumori from track and field, Akane Nanao from baseball, and Natsuha Murasakino from karate. Compared to these heroines, the real surprises were Hana Yuzaki from the swimming club and Nanako Ekizan from the tennis club. Authentic mainstream anime characters were extremely rare compared to the numerous characters from the underworld fiction. To use an analogy, the genuine anime characters in this world were like SSR tier rare cards regardless of their strength. Their drop rate was extremely low. Despite discovering a few pure-hearted characters, Caleb hadn't changed his view of the world. Even in a Lovecraftian setting, people sometimes revert to normal. Similarly, the appearance of a few genuine characters didn't mean this wasn't an underworld setting. As dusk fell, Caleb had visited most of the sports clubs. He secretly noted his top targets, planning to approach them one by one, not just the familiar heroines, but also high-performing girls in each club. They might not be as eye-catching as the well-known beauties, but their looks were still well above average. 2 kilometers southwest of Kuo Academy's main gate, a group of delinquents squatted in an alley, observing passing pedestrians. "Boss, what about that kid? He looks like an easy mark." "Yeah, him." Kuo Academy students are all fat sheep. The leader, a guy with a pompadour, tossed down his cigarette butt. "Be careful, though. Go test the waters first." As habitual troublemakers in the area, they were aware of certain risks. Kuo Academy students, while rich, sometimes turn out to be tough opponents. Some looked weak, but could easily take on 10 people. Others were secretly followed by bodyguards or had powerful family backgrounds, like a Yakuza heir or the police chief's daughter. "All right, they'll go check him out." The delinquent who made the suggestion stood up and walked slowly toward Caleb, who was deep in thought. The moment they brushed past each other, the delinquent suddenly slammed his shoulder into Caleb. Caleb's body slightly swayed but easily maintained its balance. Instead, the delinquent stumbled from the unexpected counterforce. Caleb stopped and looked at the delinquent, whose hair was dyed various colors, with an innocent expression. "Excuse me, is something wrong?" The delinquent was confused, but automatically went into character. "Huh? What's wrong?" He glared fiercely, clutching his shirt dramatically. "Didn't you just bump into me?" Caleb maintained his innocent and naive look. "Oh, you were bumped? I'm truly sorry about that. You think sorry is enough? Well, do you want to bump me back?" Caleb tilted his head, asking a question in return. The delinquent shouted with a dark expression, "Who even wants to bump you? Then what do you want?" Caleb subtly moved 2 steps back, avoiding the delinquent's spitting as he secretly observed the others in the alley. The delinquent stepped forward and grabbed Caleb's collar. "I'm telling you, this isn't over for less than 100,000 yen. Oh, you want money? You should have said so earlier," Caleb said, feigning realization. "But I don't carry that much cash. You'll need to go to the bank." Thanks to the de-escalation template, he could now handle these situations with practiced ease. Caleb calculated that the peaceful, quiet period was probably over. Sure enough, the moment he didn't walk with Reina and the girls today, trouble immediately found him. Seeing how obedient Caleb was, the delinquent clearly paused, thinking he had run into a total bookworm. "I'm too lazy to go to the bank. How much cash do you have on you right now? Get all to me first." "But I don't have a single cent on me right now." Caleb tilted his head. "How about you bump me back after all?" "Delinquent, are you messing with me, kid?" Caleb regrettably shook his head. He figured it out too quickly. "I wasn't done playing yet." Chapter 15. Familiar Faces, You Jerk. The delinquent, furious, swung a fist at Caleb's face. Finding no more amusement in the situation, Caleb didn't bother to play along. He easily raised his hand, grasped the delinquent's fist, then smoothly pulled him forward and drove his knee upward. Oof! Intense pain shot through the delinquent, making him double over in dry heave. Seeing that the guy could still stand, Caleb raised his elbow and slammed it against the delinquent's temple. The delinquent, who hadn't expected the seemingly harmless Caleb to be so ruthless, didn't have a chance to resist. His eyes rolled back, and he instantly fell unconscious. The other delinquents in the alley, having witnessed Caleb's quick and clean victory, started thinking about retreating. "Boss, what do we do? Should we find another target?" The pompadour-haired leader glared at the subordinate who spoke, displeased. "There are 7 or 8 of us. Are we going to be afraid of just him?" The subordinates exchanged looks. "But you were the one who said we should give up if he was trouble." "Fine, you're the boss. You're right. You guys come with me." The leader beckoned to his subordinates. "Remember, don't use your hands. We just saw a friend collapse on the road and are helping him to the hospital. We're not scared." The subordinates. "The boss is brilliant." Caleb nudged the unconscious delinquent with his foot. After confirming he was only knocked out, Caleb let out a sigh of relief. "I really need to hold back on the strength," Caleb muttered to himself, ignoring the surprised looks of passers-by. With so many witnesses, he genuinely worried about causing serious harm and getting tangled up in trouble. The thought alone gave him a headache. The leader and his subordinates surrounded Caleb. Seeing this, the pedestrians scattered immediately. Ordinary people would rather avoid associating with delinquents than even the Yakuza. The legally registered Yakuza still followed rules, but delinquents were minors. The police could only detain them for a few days and give them a stern lecture. Because of this, some Yakuza groups deliberately maintained delinquents to carry out acts like arson and kidnapping. The leader stepped forward, and Caleb's eyes narrowed. It was a familiar face. "Bro, it was a misunderstanding." The pompadour-haired leader had his men lift the unconscious delinquent, projecting an air of compromise. "Look, my brother's face is swollen. Just pay for his medical expenses and, well, call it even." "What do you say?" Caleb chuckled. "What if I said, I don't have any money? No money is fine. He'll cover it. Consider a way to make a friend." The leader grinned, flashing his yellowed teeth. I think you're good. You got skills. Want to join my crew? The subordinates looked at their boss, utterly impressed. No wonder he's the boss. His ability to talk tough is unmatched. Join your crew? Caleb also started smiling. This is truly amusing. They had refused him when he had proactively dyed his hair yellow and tried to join, and even extorted a large protection fee from him. Now, they were actively inviting him. Caleb wasn't in a hurry to fight, opting to chat instead. Boss sure is forgetful. You forgot me so quickly? Huh? The leader looked confused. Have we met? 2 months ago, Caleb Yusuji, Caleb reminded him kindly. You even charged me a large joining fee, boss. The leader couldn't remember the exact time or name, but the mention of money sparked a memory. Oh, it was one of our guys. I knew it was a misunderstanding all along. The leader gave a strained laugh, sensing trouble, and tried to bail. Well, how about we hang out properly next time, Brother Yusuji? I need to take my guys to the hospital now. Wait. Caleb stepped on the leader's shoe, smiling genially. Since you're one of our guys, shouldn't you return the joining fee I paid before? The leader, having failed to extort money and now being extorted himself, was beside himself with frustration. I shouldn't have been so full of myself. If I had just bolted, none of this would be happening. Brother Yusuji, we really need to get this guy to the hospital. Centuredo, he didn't want major trouble, but having someone literally stepping on him was too much. If he didn't retaliate now, he couldn't be a delinquent anymore. Get him. Break his leg today. The subordinates glanced at each other, then charged. The boss had given the order, and if anything went wrong, the boss would take the fall. What do they have to lose? That's more like it. You wasted so much of my time. Caleb sent the leader flying with a sweeping kick. I was almost ready to forget you worthless trash, but you actively delivered yourselves to my doorstep. With the insight eye at full power and intermediate physical mastery engaged, Caleb moved like a seasoned martial artist. The delinquents' attacks were either smoothly dodged or blocked. Conversely, every time Caleb struck, one of them went down. For these thugs, Caleb naturally hit where it hurt, ensuring they wouldn't die but would be in considerable pain. The leader was a priority target. Even as he struggled on the ground, Caleb moved past him without hesitation. 5 minutes later, Caleb brushed off his wrinkled uniform and walked away smoothly. He left behind a pile of unconscious delinquents. This gang had been operating in the area for a long time. Besides the joining fee, Caleb had been mugged by them multiple times, giving them over 300,000 yen in total, though he never suffered physical harm. With this lesson, they were now even. That 300,000 yen could be considered their medical expense. Meanwhile, Reina Hamasaki and her 3 companions finally completed all their assessments. Their test results were highly ideal. The 4, who had been on the verge of expulsion, had suddenly become high potential dark horses. This dramatic improvement occurred in just 2 months since the entrance exam. 2 months ago, apart from Yuki Shinomura, who was a devil-human hybrid, the other 3 were close to failing out. Yuki's strength wasn't great either, but as a hybrid, she was exempt from expulsion due to lack of power. This speed of progress naturally aroused much curiosity. If it were just one person, it might be attributed to exceptional talent, but all 4 of them, even the most skeptical person wouldn't believe there wasn't a secret involved. Curious as they were, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble right here. Having escaped the crisis of expulsion, Reina and the 3 were thrilled. After getting a taste of the supernatural world, they had no desire to return to ordinary life. Should we report the Yusuji situation? We can't hide it anymore. So many people are watching us. Sensing the curious and greedy gazes surrounding them, the 4 promptly reported Caleb's situation to the student council president present at the scene. Sona Shirtorai adjusted her glasses, gazing at the 4 girls. Understood. I will send someone to verify this. Once confirmed, someone will contact you. Chapter 16. Assessment concluded. Thank you, President. With that, the 4 girls left the club activity building, chatting happily. Their conversation was not private, and many people overheard the contents. Caleb's basic information was quickly dug up. The boys were hugely disappointed, while the girls' eyes lit up, especially those hovering near the passing line. They desperately wanted to find Caleb immediately and personally test his abilities. In contrast to the girls' excitement, Sona Shurtorai, the student council president, was agonizing over who to send to approach Caleb. If the goal was only to verify his lineage and power, it would be simple to send anyone skilled in sensing magic. However, testing his special ability immediately limited the choices. The chosen person had to be female, her strength couldn't be overwhelming, and she had to be willing to form a direct magical bond with Caleb. Fortunately, judging by the photos in his file, Caleb was quite attractive to girls, so the last point might be easier to manage. The student council president's worries had nothing to do with Reina Hamasaki and her 3 friends. To celebrate passing the assessment, the 4 decided to go sing karaoke. Yakaina, Reina, should we call Caleb to come with us? Ruri Kuramizaka whispered. Ruri, hold off for a few days. A green light flashed in Reina's eyes as she spotted a few shadowy figures lurking nearby. Things won't be calm around Caleb for the next few days, and will be watched until the results are confirmed. Some people believe their dramatic power increase was due to Caleb, while others thought it was a deliberate smokescreen. Everyone knew what a succubus was, and their abilities were not a secret. However, they had never heard of succubus that could be used as an experience book. While a rare male energy demon hybrid, it didn't automatically explain Caleb's unique power. Reina, Yuki, and I will go drive those people off. Thanks to Caleb's dedicated training, Yakaina Sasaki had essentially mastered the vital Barato talent. She would no longer overexert herself and be spent after a short fight. Coupled with a significant increase in her magic power, her combat ability was now top tier among the new students. Yuki Shinomura was in a similar situation. While the disguise talent wasn't suited for combat, her devil bloodline was. After intense training with Caleb, her devil bloodline continued to awaken, increasing both her power and her innate potential. If she kept up the effort, she could directly reach the level of a low-class devil. Okay, be careful with your actions. Reina surveyed the surroundings with her inside eye. Finding no particularly difficult opponents, she consented to the 2 girls who were itching for a fight. 10 minutes later, Yakaina Sasaki and Yuki Shinomura returned with satisfied smiles. This was the first time they had used their full, enhanced power. Pinning their former detractors to the ground and watching their resentful, frustrated expressions. It felt so good. Even with a few minor scrapes, their excitement was undiminished. The 4 reunited. Reina and Ruri helped Yakaina, and Yuki wiped the dirt from their faces. Reina, did you see the look on that girl from Class E? It was so satisfying. I saw it. Don't move so much. If it dries, it'll be harder to clean. As they chatted happily, a calm, mature voice interrupted them. Hamasaki-san, good afternoon. May I ask you a few questions? Wait, Toko-san. Reina was surprised to see the newcomer. They had been planning to visit her soon, but she had approached them first. It's about Caleb, right? Ruri Kuramizaka, the most flighty of the group, couldn't hold back. Yes, if Yusuji-kun truly does possess that kind of unique ability, then I can't let him go. Toko Sakuramochi smiled softly, a look of eager devotion replacing her typically intellectual expression. I think the 2 of us would be perfectly compatible. We're heading to karaoke now. Want to come along? Ruri invited. It's more fun with more people. Cinchuredo inside the karaoke room. Reina and the others took turns singing. As drinks and snacks were served, the initial awkwardness quickly faded. After exchanging some gossip and talking about a few mature topics, the conversation finally turned back to Caleb. Reina and her friends recounted the changes Caleb had undergone. Cinchuredo, so Caleb really is a supernatural hybrid? Not necessarily. Toko shook her head. Those traits alone aren't enough to determine bloodline. Some forms of magic or sorcery can achieve the same results. Caleb is just a regular human. I can't confirm that, Reina said. Toko replied calmly. It doesn't have to be magic that he cast himself. For example, some dark entities enjoy influencing normal humans to carry out their bidding, while they observe and absorb the dark energy generated to feed or increase their own power. There are entities like that? Yuki Shinomura exclaimed in wonder. She genuinely didn't know succubi had such unusual hobbies. Toko explained, succubi weren't initially called succubi. They were called incubi succubi, dream demons. Dream demons could enter others' dreams and stir the dreamer's emotions by creating new dream scenarios. Fear, joy, excitement, regret, all were their sustenance. Furthermore, their dreams could affect the soul. Death in a dream meant actual death. Over the course of time, dream demons gradually evolved into the succubi they are today. After taking a sip of water to wet her throat, Toko continued. Some say it's due to the influence of the sin lord of temptation. Others say it was the appearance of a powerful demon queen, Lilith, that led dream demons down this path of forbidden deviation. Reina and the others felt they had learned a lot. After all that, Toko concluded, the main point is that after countless years of history and cultural exchange with other groups, almost anything is possible for a magical being. Yuki Shinomura agreed deeply. If one wanted to find a rival in terms of diverse heritage, only these beings could compare with humans. Looking at Toko Tsurumochi, who seemed no different from a normal human, Reina couldn't help but ask curiously, Toko-san, I heard succubi have tails and devil horns. Aporuji, idon. Toko was completely calm. To clarify, pure-blood succubi, like devils, do have tails and horns. You're a hybrid, too? No, I'm a pure-blood succubus. Toko drank the rest of her beverage. Don't ask me why. I don't know either. For turns out she's a problem child, too. For Chapter 17. The stalker, after giving Reina Hamasaki and her 3 friends a brief education on succubi, Toko Tsurumochi successfully obtained all the information about Caleb. Thank you for the treat, Hamasaki-san. We'll be leaving now. After karaoke, Toko politely excused herself. Reina and the others didn't try to stop her. Though they had gained some knowledge, it didn't seem to contain any particularly useful information. Ultimately, they still had to wait for the student council's investigation results. Wednesday, after over a week of deliberation, Sona Shirturai finally decided to send Tsubaki Shinra, the student council vice president, to approach Caleb. Tsubaki's power level was higher than Caleb's, making her not the ideal candidate, but Sona no longer had the luxury of time. Caleb's ability to boost female strength through a mystical exchange was of interest to many. Devils, fallen angels, and other supernatural races all fiercely desired greater power. They had only given the student council a week's grace out of respect. If a decision wasn't reached soon, they wouldn't hesitate to take matters into their own hands. Around a corner in the school building, Caleb looked up, stepping back from a shy girl he had been standing close to. You should go back now. Why, yes. Thank you, Sujiko-en. The girl adjusted her bag on her barato, looking a little disappointed as she turned to leave. She bowed and obediently left. Once the girl disappeared down the hallway, Caleb glanced at the shadow behind him. Toko-san, you've been following me for days. What exactly do you want? Toko Tsurumochi maintained a calm expression and said coolly, I'm just observing. Sujiko-en, you don't need to pay attention to me. Caleb rolled his eyes. You say don't pay attention, but how can I not? After the assessment last week, Reina and the girls became much more subdued and stopped constantly clinging to him. Just as Caleb was happy to finally have time to implement his plans, a stalker suddenly appeared beside him. Toko Tsurumochi, a popular, cool beauty from the neighboring class. She had a pretty face and long legs. She had an elegant appearance, but was generally reserved. That was the normal people's impression of Toko. In reality, Toko Tsurumochi was a pure-blooded enchantress who, for unknown reasons, lacked visible magical markings, making her indistinguishable from a normal girl. Caleb had used a supposed enchanted bloodline to cover his actual abnormality, and now he was genuinely being targeted by one. Caleb was interested in Toko, but being treated as prey was far from pleasant. Due to Toko's surveillance, Caleb couldn't execute his true plan and was limited to passively accepting confessions from girls. He would first use a brief moment of closeness to check for talents. If there was none, Head turned them down gently. If there was a talent, Centuredo, it would not only suppress the trap bait template, but also better disguise his true purpose. Regrettably, talents were not as easy to obtain as Caleb had hoped. His initial 5-in-a-row success must have been a decade's worth of built-up luck exploding all at once. After sampling a few more chances at victory, Caleb hadn't discovered a single new talent. Toko Sakuramochi stared at Caleb for a while and then asked, "Do you want to come to my house today?" "Huh?" Caleb looked confused, shaking his head repeatedly. Feeling exhausted from the day was a minor concern. The real problem was that he had been pretending to possess a special ability he didn't truly have. Centuredo. Toko had observed him for a week and decided that even if Caleb wasn't a supernatural hybrid, it no longer mattered. The more she watched him, the more intrigued she became. She felt a strong compulsion to get closer to him. Every time she saw Caleb talking closely with another girl, she wished she could be the one he paid attention to instead. Caleb frowned to himself. He had always been much more reserved at school because he disliked drawing attention to himself, especially around suspicious characters who could tell what Toko's true intentions were. But he had 2 devoted sisters waiting for him at home, with no one else to help with the chores. Caleb had to challenge the Takamine sisters to step out of their comfort zones. The 2 girls, who already tended to be quiet and agreeable, had worked hard together this past week. Caleb had officially gone from the little brother to the leader of the household. Looking on the bright side, Caleb no longer had to worry about his home being stolen. No, Caleb caught himself. He couldn't keep refusing. It didn't match his established persona. "Oh, so you want to come over? You should have said so earlier. I thought I had offended you somehow." Toko smiled. Then it settled. Centuredo, aside from their uncertain backgrounds, they were practically perfect group candidates. Especially Toko Sakuramochi, who had the added mysterious attribute. "But let's skip your house. How about a neutral meeting place?" Why?" Toko looked slightly confused. "Neutral places allow for more freedom to talk." Toko chuckled softly, shifting his gaze elsewhere. "I live alone in my house, so you don't need to worry about being interrupted." All right then." Caleb just wanted to keep things casual with Toko and avoid getting involved in each other's personal lives. Since Toko didn't seem to understand, Caleb didn't want to be too direct. If that was the case, he just needed to be careful. As long as he kept his composure, he would stay focused on what mattered. The 2 were having a pleasant conversation and were ready to finalize their agreement. Caleb reached out to her warmly, Centuredo clear and lovely, but containing an undeniable tone of severity. Toko sighed, unhappily releasing her arms from Caleb's neck. "Vice President, the student council is too slow. Since you couldn't decide on a candidate, I was kind enough to offer my help." Tsubaki Shinra scoffed coldly. That is no excuse for your arrogance. Fine, you're the vice president, so you get to call the shots. But the student council needs to give a deadline. Are you going to keep dragging this out?" After a moment of silence, Tsubaki turned her head and said quietly, "Didn't we already send someone?" "Send someone?" Toko looked left and right, not seeing anyone else. Finally, she looked at the dignified Tsubaki Shinra, her eyes widening slowly. "The president actually sent you?" Tsubaki suppressed a wave of shyness, stating sternly, "I am also a member of the student council. It is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities." Chapter 18. Aptitude. Toko Sakuramochi was deeply unhappy, but she couldn't argue. Tsubaki Shinra was not only the student council vice president, but her power level completely overwhelmed Toko's. As a minor supernatural being, Toko had neither the confidence nor the strength to go against the first pawn of a high-class devil. Her date with Caleb was indefinitely postponed. Caleb shrugged at Toko Sakuramochi's reluctant expression. He couldn't help her. He was equally bewildered at the moment. Caleb recognized the long-haired black beauty before him, but knew little about her. Tsubaki Shinra was Sona Shitori's queen piece. That was it. Given the sheer number of female characters in high school DxD, Tsubaki Shinra was essentially a background character among background characters. Centuredo, Caleb responded, "Please ask away, Vice President. I'll tell you everything I know." The unspoken caveat being, If I don't say it, it means I don't know it. Caleb Yasuji, 16 years old, 170 centimeters tall, 55 kilograms weight, entered Kuo Academy High School in April, lodging at the Takamine residence. Parents working overseas. Tsubaki Shinra recited a long list of Caleb's basic information before finally getting to the crucial part. 3 weeks ago, you awakened your latent, otherworldly bloodline after a significant encounter with Reina Hamasaki, Yakaina Sasaki, and Ruri Kuramizaka. Tsubaki Shinra put down the file and looked at Caleb. Is the information above accurate? Combining this with the previous conversation with Toko, Caleb finally got a handle on the situation and calmed down. Yes, it's correct, but I should clarify one thing. I only think I might have supernatural blood. I don't know for sure what I am. Caleb preemptively added a safety clause. Tsubaki Shinra nodded. It doesn't matter whether it's a supernatural bloodline or not. All that matters is that you possess power that ordinary humans do not. Caleb nodded. Should I demonstrate it? You may. Caleb channeled all his strength, lifted his right foot, and stomped down hard. With a tremor, the ground cracked, and his right foot sank directly into the dirt, only his ankle remaining visible. The counterforce made Caleb wince. His right foot felt bruised. Attacking Mother Earth with full force was too reckless. If he hadn't quickly engaged his full-body muscles to diffuse the shock, his right foot wouldn't just be bruised, it would be broken. Not bad. Caleb's full power display was merely adequate to Tsubaki Shinra. She could cast a random magic spell with greater destructive force. With that, Tsubaki Shinra raised her pale hand, and a small magic circle instantly formed. A flash of earthy yellow light later, the cracked ground returned to its original state, leaving no trace of damage. Only Caleb was left with an injured foot. Caleb, Vice President, could you heal me too? I apologize. I don't know healing magic, Tsubaki Shinra said helplessly. I also didn't expect you to be so impulsive. I was planning to personally test your strength. Caleb looked at his swollen right foot on the verge of tears. Relying on others is worse than relying on myself. He felt it was necessary to quickly acquire a healing-type talent. Being able to restore health and become more resistant to damage was also a way to increase combat power. This is the method for magic extraction. If you can successfully extract magic, regardless of whether you have the Shadow Blood lineage, you can join the Underworld Academy. Tsubaki Shinra handed him a small booklet titled Beginner Magic Extraction. Caleb limped over, took the booklet, and quickly scanned it. Well, the book quality is good, but the content is completely incomprehensible. Although it's the most basic method, it's quite difficult to start without guidance. Tsubaki Shinra, noticing the glazed look of confusion in Caleb's eyes, comforted him. He'll explain it to you next. Pay attention. Caleb inwardly thought, not understanding the text doesn't mean I can't use it. Beginner magic extraction? I can do it without this book. Tsubaki Shinra was unaware of Caleb's inner monologue, patiently explaining the specialized terms and techniques in the book. Magic perception, mental strength, meditation time, circulation routes, and so on. As Tsubaki Shinra explained, the obscure terms in the book matched up one by one with the situation Caleb experienced during his previous magic extraction. Caleb mentally relaxed. That's right, it's the beginner magic extraction skill I experimented with before. When Tsubaki Shinra finished, Caleb spoke with a compliant expression. Vice President, I already get it. HM? Tsubaki Shinra paused. You got it? Yes, I got it, Caleb said with an innocent smile. The Vice President explained it so well, it made perfect sense. Tsubaki Shinra, I like hearing that. He can say more. Understanding is one thing. Successfully extracting magic is the true entry. Caleb nodded obediently, looking like a good student who had just been introduced to a new world. Should I try it now? Meditation requires a quiet place. For your first attempt at magic extraction, it's best to be in an area rich in elemental. Before Tsubaki Shinra could finish, she perceived the magic elements in the air beginning to converge on Caleb. Successful on the first try? Meditating while standing? There was no rule against standing while meditating, but this was too casual. One moment he was talking, The next he had successfully extracted magic. Excluding those with powerful bloodlines who were born with magic, Caleb was the fastest beginner Tsubaki Shinra had ever seen. Tsubaki Shinra felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. It's just the basic stage. Maybe Caleb truly has a gift. Caleb wasn't deliberately standing to meditate. His foot was swollen, and he didn't want to sit down. He tried it just to see, and it worked instantly. After acquiring the beginner magic extraction skill, Caleb had only tested it once. But once such a thing is mastered, it becomes instinctive, like no one forgetting how to eat or drink. Caleb's excessively high aptitude disrupted Tsubaki Shinra's plan. She had intended to first inquire about his ability to boost female power, then wait for him to successfully extract magic and join the Underworld Academy before verifying it. Ahem. Since you've extracted magic, report to the Student Council tomorrow. What for? The Underworld Academy is managed by the Student Council. You will officially become a member of the Underworld Academy after registration. Caleb scratched his cheek, asking cautiously, "Are there any benefits to joining the Underworld Academy?" Tsubaki Shinra said flatly, "Firstly, whether you join or not, you are registered on our end, and you must abide by the rules of the Underworld Academy." Chapter 19. The Crimson-Haired Ruin Princess, if non-human entities could just use their powers indiscriminately without joining the system, Kuo Academy would have long since devolved into chaos. Of course, there are benefits to joining. After the warning, Tsubaki Shinra's tone softened again. Students of the Underworld Academy do not have to pay the expensive tuition. The money you paid will be refunded. As long as you meet the monthly assessment standards, you can stay until graduation. That's all. Tuition was indeed a large sum of money, but that alone didn't seem very attractive. Of course not. Monthly rankings come with corresponding resources. You also get free access to certain items, the ability to post and accept missions, and more. Someone else will explain the details later. So stingy. Explaining it wouldn't take that long. Caleb muttered to himself. Tsubaki Shinra, as the vice president, was not responsible for such minor matters. Besides, knowing a day sooner or later made no difference. She was more anxious to return and report to Sona Shirtorai. She had initially planned to first confirm if Caleb's ability to boost female strength was true and then decide on the next steps. However, the aptitude Caleb displayed made Tsubaki Shinra feel that even if the ability was fake, he was still worth pursuing. The matter of the supernatural bloodline was completely forgotten. As Sona Shitori's first pawn and an outcast from a family of exorcists, Tsubaki knew more than Reina and the others. Many pure-blood families among the 72 pillars of the devil aristocracy had been wiped out in a great war long ago. To increase devil forces, the current Beelzebub developed the Evil Pieces system for devil reincarnation. Regardless of whether the person was human, a fallen angel, or a dragon, once reincarnated, they were all considered devils. To be precise, they were considered hybrids. If they could create reincarnated devils, was the question of whether Caleb possessed unusual heritage really relevant? As for his ability to increase power beyond reason and to boost the strength of his allies, the possibilities were endless. Perhaps he possessed a certain sacred gear, or his innate talent was that of a chalice body, Lu Ding Tsai. The possibility that Caleb's own aptitude was simply extremely high existed, but it was slim. The power ceiling and chaotic nature of this world far exceeded Caleb's imagination. As long as he didn't reveal the true nature of his special ability, talent copying, no one would suspect it, and they wouldn't specifically attempt to assassinate him. If someone did try to assassinate Caleb, it would more likely be the rival faction template at work, various adversaries attempting to undermine him and take his position. All right, we'll leave it at that. Don't forget to come to the Student Council tomorrow. With that, Tsubaki Shinra hurriedly left. Caleb opened his Barato to speak. You could have at least called for a healer before you left. He remembered that Sona Shirtorai should already have a bishop piece by now. Reluctantly, Caleb had no choice but to endure the pain, slowly inching his way to the infirmary one step at a time, where the school nurse tended to his injuries. Caleb was unaware that he had, once again, missed an opportunity to learn the second function of his dual-path ability. The next day, the moment Caleb stepped onto the campus, all eyes were fixed on him. Curiosity, jealousy, covetousness, malice. A shiver ran down his spine from the complex emotions. Caleb was confused. Usually, he was only secretly watched by the girls. What was going on today? He felt like he was being watched by many people on the way to school, and the attention only intensified after he arrived. "Follow me." His confusion didn't last long. As soon as Caleb put down his bag, Tsubaki Shinra found him, and the two walked toward the student council room. "Senpai, why does it feel like everyone is staring at me today?" Asking when you don't know is a good habit, and Caleb always believed and practiced it. Tsubaki Shinra looked straight ahead, saying softly, "We'll talk when we get to the student council room." So mysterious. What could it be? Though curious, Caleb continued to play the role of the obedient student. He had recently discovered another benefit of the submissive academic template. When acting this way, Senshirado, suppressing the negative effects and fully leveraging the positive effects, avoiding any social scandal or hostile backlash, while efficiently charming peers and rapidly increasing influence, that was the correct way to use the social allure template. Arriving at the student council room, Caleb found two familiar figures besides Sona Shirtorai, Rias Gremory and her first queen piece, Akino Himejima. "President, I've brought him." "Good. Tsubaki, thank you." Tsubaki Shinra shook her head and led her friend Akino Himejima to the side, leaving the space to the two kings. "President and Rias Senpai, good morning." Rias' presence caught Caleb completely off guard. He hadn't expected to meet the crimson-haired ruined princess so soon. Of the people Caleb could potentially encounter, Rias might not have the most exalted status, but she was definitely the most powerful. Senshirado, she really is something special. What people say isn't entirely wrong. He is a little bold. Rias smiled lightly, completely unbothered by Caleb's direct attention. Almost everyone who saw her noticed her. Caleb was just more open about it. She actually found him quite candid. Senshirado, Rias chuckled. "Clearly, Yusuji-kun likes me more than you." Sona Shirtorai remained expressionless, adjusting her glasses. "Are you really willing to pay that much just for one pawn?" Who knows?" Rias crossed her legs, giving Caleb a playful wink. Sona had no effective way to counter Rias, so she quickly changed the subject. "Who leaked Caleb's information?" Switching to business, Rias dropped her smile. As direct descendants of pure-blood high-class devil families, they had a healthy, competitive rivalry. "I'm not sure. By the time I received the news, it had spread everywhere. A subordinate with great potential, if kept hidden, was a trump card that could turn the tide." There was no need to question Caleb's potential. They all trusted that Tsubaki Shinra would not make a mistake on a matter of this importance. Chapter 20. She falls for this trick. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. And then Rias slowly asked, "Could the leak have come from within your student council?" Sona Shirtorai shook her head, asserting confidently, "Impossible." "Why impossible?" "There are many people in the student council, and they aren't all your pawns." "Because, apart from Tsubaki and me, the other members were completely unaware of this matter." Tsubaki Shinra had only told Sona Shirtorai about Caleb's extremely high magical aptitude. To prevent Caleb from accidentally letting slip the secret in a moment of excitement, Tsubaki hadn't even told him directly. Sona Shirtorai had planned to observe him herself today. If the situation was true, even if she didn't immediately reincarnate him as a pawn, she would still have Caleb join the student council. Unexpectedly, overnight, news about Caleb's extremely high aptitude, his alleged entanglement with Tsubaki Shinra, Senshirado Reina Hamasaki performing a bold and flashy technique on him, Yuki Shirnomura pushing him from behind, and Ruri Kuramizaka responsible for pouring drinks and tidying up afterward. The stories were so vivid, as if witnessed firsthand, that even Tsubaki Shinra almost believed them. The first piece of news, high aptitude, was only understandable to students in the Underworld Academy. The reason Caleb was being stared at with such strange looks this morning was the second set of rumors. He had been seen spending time very closely with Reina and the other three, and there were several times odd rumors had circulated around campus about them. This kind of rumor, which was 7 parts false and 3 parts true, was incredibly difficult to clarify. Even if they used the power of the student council, everyone would just nod understandingly in public and spread even more outrageous stories in private. They cared more about the gossip surrounding Caleb's complicated interactions with the girls than the actual truth. Rias asked, "Is it possible that your conversation was overheard?" Caleb, Sona Shurtarai. Sabaki had Barato a barrier. And another strange thing is, why did the rumors specifically focus on Yusuji's questionable behavior with girls? Caleb, Rias. You mean the person spreading the message wasn't trying to leak Yusuji's potential? Caleb, request to join the conversation. Request failed. They were discussing matters entirely related to him, yet he was completely ignored. Caleb looked up at the ceiling. Fine, you win this argument. Rias and Sona's fragmented discussion only made Caleb more curious. Since he couldn't join their conversation, he considered trying to get some information from the others. Compared to the slightly tense atmosphere between Rias and Sona, Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra, both queens, were getting along splendidly. They were both outcasts from major exorcist families, both reincarnated as devils, and both held a queen position, making them very close friends. Since Tsubaki Shinra had promised Caleb earlier, and seeing that Rias and Sona wouldn't reach a conclusion anytime soon, she proactively explained the situation. Simply put, someone had spread half-true, half-false rumors that had attracted a lot of attention to Caleb. Sona Shurtarai originally wanted to recruit Caleb secretly, but Rias, having heard the news, wanted to compete for him. Of course, Rias also wished that Caleb hadn't attracted so much attention. Sona Shurtarai needed powerful subordinates to fulfill her dream, and Rias desperately needed to increase her strength to deal with impending trouble. Neither side wanted to give up a pawn with such immense potential. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Caleb was about to feign ignorance and ask about the concept of pawns and the like. However, before he could ask, Rias and Sona finally reached a temporary consensus. Yusuji-kun, this booklet contains some benefits and rules of the Underworld Academy. Sona Shurtarai pulled out a palm-sized booklet from her pocket. Regardless of who intentionally spread the news, you are now a member of the Underworld Academy. Just be sure not to violate the rules inside. Caleb reached out and took it. It had a thin, red cover and wasn't very long. Centurato, he genuinely looked down on the resources offered to new students. After Caleb quickly skimmed the contents of the booklet, Sona Shurtarai asked, "How much do you know about the supernatural world?" "A tiny bit." Caleb brought his index finger and thumb close together, making the fingertip universe gesture. "Sona shitori furonet." For example, Reina and the others told me. Caleb thought for a moment and shared a few things that were practically common knowledge in the supernatural world. That's enough information for a new student. More information will naturally become available as your strength increases. Rias slowly tapped her cheek with a long finger. However, as a subordinate, you should at least know about your king's circumstances. Caleb desperately wanted to say he knew more than anyone else, but he managed to restrain himself. He stood obediently, waiting for Rias to enlighten him. Centurato Caleb took a deep breath of the sweet fragrance in the air. "Akino Senpai, please let go." Despite telling her to let go, Caleb's face was pressed firmly against her barato. Akino Himejima's pretty face flushed. He's a bit of a troublemaker, she thought, surprised that she had been fooled by his pure-looking demeanor. Not just Akino Himejima and Rias, but Sona Shurtarai and Tsubaki Shinra were also momentarily disarmed by Caleb's display of innocence. Akino Himejima, however, was the quickest to act. Caleb's fragile, easily bullied appearance was exactly what appealed to Akino Himejima's dark, mischievous side. Centurato and began listening to Rias' introduction to the supernatural world. "The place we are in is the human world. Besides this, there are the underworld and heaven. Devils, angels, humans, and dragons are the strongest races, But even within each race, they're not unified. Lying in Akino Himejema's embrace, Caleb was bored listening to Rias' overview of the world's major powers. He already knew these things, and the level was too high to have any connection to him. He just needed to listen, not take it seriously. Rias talked until her throat was dry. She looked over and saw Caleb completely absorbed in the big Centurado. Evil pieces and raiding games, hearing the promise of a reward. Caleb slightly lifted his spirits. He refused to get up from Akino Himejema's lap, looking innocently at Rias, indicating that he was listening intently. Rias sighed and continued. Due to a great war with the gods many years ago, the bloodlines of many pure-blood devils were almost extinguished. To boost devil forces, the current devil king, Beelzebub, developed the Evil Pieces system for devil reincarnation. When Rias mentioned the evil pieces, Caleb stopped fooling around and pricked up his ears, listening seriously. Evil pieces and the raiding games were elements that permeated the entire plot of High School DxD. When watching the anime, he found it interesting knowing what they were but not how they worked in detail. Caleb had initially planned to slowly investigate to see if the rules matched what he knew and how the specifics differed. He hadn't expected Rias to voluntarily give him the information. Just for this unexpected gain, the trip was worthwhile. Caleb sat upright, concentrating on Rias' narration. Not one to miss a word. The evil pieces, devil's chess pieces, are modeled after the game of chess in the real world. They were created by the current devil king Beelzebub to increase the fighting power of the devil race. In a raiding game, there is one king, one queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and 8 pawns. This makes a total of 15 pieces, excluding the king. The queen, rooks, knights, bishops, and pawns are all familiars, servants of the king. They initially start as low-class devils. If they perform exceptionally well, they can be promoted to high-class devils and receive their own set of raiding game evil pieces from a devil king. The more powerful a person's innate abilities, the more evil pieces are required to reincarnate them. Rias paused, allowing Caleb a moment to digest the information, then asked, "Is there anything you don't understand?" More than this general overview, Caleb wanted Rias to explain the more intricate details, such as the power levels and the specific abilities of the various pieces. Rias-senpai, could you elaborate on the raiding games, the different pieces, and the hierarchy of power? Rias nodded and provided a more detailed explanation. The raiding game is currently the primary means of determining a devil's social status. The raiding game provides a pathway for low-class devils to be promoted. It is a competition established to break with tradition and ensure the continuation of the race in response to the modern era. Since the war happened long ago, there are no large-scale conflicts, but the 3 factions maintain a state of mutual tension. Young high-class devils use the raiding game to conduct training that closely simulates real combat. The raiding game is a competitive match between devils, led by high-class or ultimate-class devils who act as the king and utilize their servants. However, this is not a simple fight. Many rules and restrictions are set during the match. The king's evaluation is determined by how well they exploit these rules and restrictions, as well as their effective use of the battlefield terrain. Based on performance in the match, if a devil receives a high evaluation, their status within the devil hierarchy can be raised. Even low-class reincarnated devils, serving as servants, can raise their status through exceptional performance. Promotion occurs from low-class devil to middle-class, high-class, and ultimate class. Once a reincarnated devil is promoted to high-class, they can receive evil pieces from the Devil King and begin gathering their own servants as a king. However, even if they become a king themselves, they must still return to their role as a servant to their original master when that master participates in a game. Caleb nodded. So that was how it worked. It sounded complex, but wasn't too difficult to grasp. He hadn't played Western chess, but he knew Chinese chess. The general and marshal were equivalent to the 2 kings. If one was defeated, the game was lost. The raiding game couldn't possibly follow the exact rules of chess. Aside from the core king rule, the other complicated rules of chess were irrelevant. Ultimately, The raiding game was about power. If the king was strong enough, they could win even if all their servants were defeated and the king was cornered in the enemy's territory. The king only needed to defeat all opponents single-handedly. This scenario was impossible in real chess, where all pieces have equal strength and victory or defeat depends on strategy. In the raiding game, while strategy was important, the deciding factor was always just one thing: power. After hearing about the raiding game, Caleb continued, "Ria-senpai, what is a low-class devil? And what do you mean by the more ability a person has, the more pieces they need?" Sona Shirturai intervened. "He'll explain this part. She was a high-class devil, just like Rias, and the daughter of the pure-blood high-class devil house of Citri, as well as the family's next head. If she didn't speak up, Kayla might think she was inferior to Rias, which would be detrimental to her later recruitment efforts. Rias' throat was dry from talking so much, so she didn't compete with Sona Shirturai. I will first explain the abilities of the various pieces." Sona Shirturai pointed at Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra. First is the queen piece, which possesses the abilities of the rook, knight, and bishop simultaneously. It is the strongest piece next to the king. The queen's value is equivalent to 9 pawns. The rook's value is 5 pawns, and the knight's and bishop's values are 3 pawns each. The abilities of the other pieces are: rook possesses high offense and high defense, can use castling to instantly swap positions with the king. Knight possesses high speed. Bishop specializes in using magic. Pawn possesses the ability to promote. When standing in an area designated by the king as enemy territory, they can promote into any piece other than the king. Caleb nodded thoughtfully. His hazy memories cleared up. Different evil pieces, in addition to strengthening certain abilities, also had special effects. He had genuinely forgotten about those. Raiding games were never as interesting as the powerful opponents he faced in battle. Akino-senpai and Tsubaki-senpai are queens, and President and Ria-senpai are kings. Caleb felt he should follow through with the act, so he asked the obvious question. "That's correct." Sensuredo familiar Caleb looked at them with curiosity, examining every detail. Their delicate features remained unchanged. There were no devil horns to spoil the aesthetic. After revealing their devil forms, Rias and Sona Shitori's charm only increased. The beautiful, glistening wings and tail lent them an air of mystery. Sensuredo, so, the pawn you mentioned earlier, does that mean using the evil pieces to turn me into a low-class devil and make me your familiar? Yes. Both Rias and I still have pieces available. I'm just an ordinary person who just learned how to extract magic. Why choose me? Caleb was genuinely surprised to be courted by these two immediately upon entering the supernatural world. As I said, the stronger a person is, the more pieces they require. Sona Shirturai explained, "Having 15 pieces doesn't mean you must have 15 familiars. The stronger the familiar, the more pieces are required for the reincarnation. Furthermore, a familiar that you personally cultivate will have better synergy with you." They chose not to disclose information about mutant pieces, sacred gears, Longinus, or fallen angels to Caleb. Firstly, Caleb hadn't agreed to become a familiar yet. Secondly, Caleb's power level was too low, knowing that information would be useless to him. Caleb didn't give an immediate answer. After a moment of thought, he asked again, "There must be some restrictions after becoming a familiar, right?" He didn't recall any major restrictions from the anime. A familiar seemed more like a comrade. But how could a devil's item be that simple? Regardless of anything else, why was there no concern about loyalty after the transformation? Yes, after the transformation, the king and familiar naturally feel a deep affinity for each other. The devil blood in the familiar is essentially inherited from the king. Rias brushed her crimson hair aside and smiled. Evil pieces are very precious. The bond between a king and their familiar is sometimes more trustworthy than family. The blood in the body. Caleb keenly noted the crucial detail. It sounded somewhat similar to how vampires turn others, though the control might not be as absolute. His restless thoughts calmed down. Believe the book, but not entirely. He couldn't rely solely on vague memories. The matter of becoming a familiar would have to wait. Caleb was indeed heavily attracted to Rias. Sona Shurtori was also quite desirable, and becoming their familiar would definitely lead to rapid power growth. The pure-blood devil families that had survived until now were all incredibly powerful and well-resourced. Caleb vaguely remembered that Rias' older brother was one of the current 4 great devil kings. With their full barato, even ordinary people with average talent could soar. However, his foundation lay in a special inherited ability, and his seemingly high magical talent was a false impression created by that ability. Being constantly surrounded by people vastly more powerful than him would greatly increase the chances of exposure. Furthermore, no matter whose familiar he became, he would certainly be restricted from his usual activities. That would make it difficult for his special ability to function as intended. The most critical point was that Caleb didn't know the exact extent of a king's control over their familiars. Even though he truly wanted to use this path to upgrade to a high-class devil and gain his own evil pieces and familiars if he was going to be restricted, he was better off staying low-key and developing on his own. Since the Devil King Beelzebub could manufacture evil pieces, when Caleb's power reached that level, it shouldn't be a problem to create an item with a similar effect, if not an identical one. A group of loyal familiars at his command. After weighing his options, Caleb decided not to commit immediately. Ria-senpai, President, I need some time to think. Caleb hesitated. Since both of you have invited me, I don't know who to choose. Refusal was out of the question. This was a great opportunity to build a relationship with Rias and Sona Shurtori. Not only them, but their familiars included many different types of allies. These were all potential connections that could help him advance. Everyone present was shrewd, and they instantly understood Caleb's implication. He would join the one who offered the most benefits. Haggling for a better deal was perfectly normal. Usuji-kun, a king, and their familiar are like family. I will look after you well. Rias blinked, deliberately emphasizing her reassuring tone. Sona Shurtori wasn't willing to lose, hinting persuasively, if you become my familiar, not only will I take good care of you, but Tsubaki will as well, and there are many wonderful girls in the student council. Rias glared, silently cursing Sona Shurtori for fighting underhandedly. Under pressure, she had no choice but to raise the stakes. Not only me, but Akino, as your senior, will also look after you well, just as she is doing now. Akino Himajima's cheeks turned red. Caleb was still resting in her arms. Feeling the tension in the room, Caleb was almost ready to accept Rias' offer. He looked at Sona Shurtori and Tsubaki Shinra, then back at Rias and Akino Himajima, and suggested weakly, "Can I become a familiar of both of you at the same time?" For humph, what a scumbag. For no, you can only choose one. Rias stated firmly. Don't worry, no matter who you choose, no one will bother you. Rias and Sona Shurtori were not only competitors, but also friends. Caleb pouted, muttering under his breath, why not? There's no rule that says 2 people can't share a familiar. His low voice was not low at all to the 4 devils present. His statement immediately stunned them. Indeed, while no one has ever done it, there doesn't seem to be a rule against it. Sona Shurtori seriously considered the possibilities. If Usuji becomes both of our familiars, it won't be an issue as long as we don't participate in a raiding game simultaneously. Rias was against the idea. That may be true, but does that mean I have to notify you every time I want to participate in a raiding game? That's a valid point. It might be manageable while we're still in the academy, but it would be problematic later on. Familiar bonds were lifelong and could not be changed or broken. If a familiar died, the evil piece used to reincarnate them would not be recovered. Rias interrupted Sona Shitori. Don't bring up that idea again. I absolutely will not agree to it. She was interested in Caleb, but not enough to share him. The princess of the Gremory house would not stoop to sharing a familiar with someone else. I don't agree with it either. Sona Shurtori looked at Caleb. Usuji, take your time to think it over. No matter who you choose, we will both be sincere with you. Caleb fell silent. Why does this feel like a marriage proposal? It makes me look like a terrible person. Though, he genuinely was a terrible person. Chapter 23. The investigation in the end, Caleb still didn't give a definitive answer. Rias and Sona Shirtorai were disappointed, but also slightly relieved. As long as Caleb hadn't become anyone else's familiar, they still had a chance. Before leaving the student council room, Caleb asked Sona Shirtorai to help him look into some information. The news leak and the exaggerated rumors made him suspect someone was targeting him. This was a gut feeling honed by his threat assessment template, a suspicion one might call paranoia. Sona Shirtorai readily agreed. She had already planned to find the source of the leak herself. First, she was worried that there was an internal problem within the student council. Second, she wanted to punish the person who deliberately leaked the information. If the news hadn't been leaked, Rias wouldn't have known, and Caleb would have had no choice but to agree to become her familiar. Neither she nor Rias had even considered the possibility of Caleb refusing. As direct descendants of pure-blood devil families and powerful high-class devils, countless individuals yearned to become their familiars. Their familiar selection process was highly stringent, yet Caleb met all the criteria. Weak in power but immense in potential, handsome, not fundamentally flawed in character, despite his womanizing, and young, inexperienced in the supernatural world, making him suitable for building a relationship. Yes, it was that simple. Regardless of the context, attractiveness was always a bonus. Unfortunately, a perfect opportunity had been ruined by some rat hiding in the corner. Sona Shirtorai was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Monday, the moment Caleb stepped onto the campus, he was again surrounded by countless stares. Due to the student council's intentional inaction, the rumors had intensified over the past few days, becoming even more exaggerated. The purpose was to flush out whoever was fanning the flames. Yusuji-kun, come with me for a moment. Tsubaki Shinra looped her arm through Caleb's, looking utterly inseparable. Her display of affection made countless male students' eyes turn red with jealousy. Rias, Akino Himejima, Sona Shirtorai, and Tsubaki Shinra were all high school sophomores. Their popularity was even higher than during their senior year in the anime. However, since they were only sophomores, no board individual had yet bestowed upon them the title of the school's most popular big sisters. Tsubaki Shinra had been sticking close to Caleb and openly displaying affection for the past few days. Part of this was to execute the plan to flush out the rat. Additionally, Sona Shirtorai was attempting to use a clever scheme to persuade Caleb to choose her as his king. Rias's counterattack was swift, especially after hearing that Caleb seemed to possess the ability to boost the power of his allies. She immediately sent Akino Himejima to actively win him over. Rias herself even occasionally made time to appear before Caleb. However, Rias was generally more reserved than the very forward Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima. Even so, having three of the most popular campus beauties entangled with Caleb was enough to cause an uproar. Caleb keenly noticed the difference in Tsubaki Shinra's demeanor and asked, "Tsubaki Senpai, have you made any progress? We can't be certain yet, but it must be one of these three people." Tsubaki Shinra leaned over to Caleb to whisper into his ear. The student council was the governing barato of the Underworld Academy, and nearly every student was registered. Through covert investigations over the past few days, coupled with Rias's cooperation, they had narrowed down the suspects to three individuals. Caleb felt uneasy as Tsubaki Shinra stood close behind him, and he couldn't help but shift slightly, earning a playful glare from her. "Akino can do it, but I can't? Tsubaki Senpai, it's just a bit uncomfortable." In the beginning, Tsubaki Shinra had been somewhat shy, but after her friend Akino Himejima joined the group, she gradually became bolder. Whether it was due to a strange female rivalry or her master's mission, she was becoming increasingly bold. If this continued, Caleb felt he wouldn't be far from giving in. Because of Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima, no other girl had dared to approach Caleb in the past few days. Even the Reina trio looked like they wanted to, but didn't dare. Their playful banter continued until they reached the door of the student council room. At the entrance, Tsubaki Shinra gave Caleb a teasing wink. She smiled. Akino hasn't shown you any affection yet, has she? No. Caleb's expression fell. That was a sore spot. Both of them were too high level. He could occasionally manage to make contact during their exchanges, but going any further was completely impossible. After all this time, he still didn't even know if Tsubaki Shinra or Akino Himejima had any talents. With his power level at a complete disadvantage, Caleb couldn't bravado the issue. He had just tried to reach toward Tsubaki Shinra, but as soon as he made a move, a slender finger pressed against the tip of his nose, pushing him away. Faced with Caleb's pitiful act, Tsubaki Shinra was unmoved. Yusuji-kun, I can date you, but the condition is that you become my familiar. Tsubaki Shinra wasn't opposed to Caleb, but her affection was perhaps only at the level of seeing a favorite toy. If it meant gaining Caleb as an asset, she wouldn't mind having a troublesome young companion. Tsubaki-senpai, can't things just be simple between us? Caleb pleaded, his voice full of feigned grievance. Tsubaki Shinra opened the door and entered the student council room. She turned back, giving him a mischievous smile. Seeing that Tsubaki Shinra was completely resistant to his advances, Caleb turned his head and muttered under his breath. Yusuji-kun, why are you standing at the door? Come in quickly. Sona Shitori's voice urged him from inside. And remember to close the door. Yes, Caleb replied half-heartedly. He closed the door and walked to Sona Shitori's desk. Sona Shitori handed the list of suspects to Caleb. Yusuji, these are the files of the 3 people. Do you have any recollection of them? Teisei Oida, male, 3rd year, Yukai bloodline, specializes in concealment. Mika Anbiki, female, 3rd year, beginner magician, specializes in mental magic. Tetsuya Hoda, male, 1st year, Yukai bloodline, specializes in network technology. 2 males and 1 female. Apart from Tetsuya Hoda, who was a contemporary, Caleb had never heard of the other 2. Caleb casually put down the files and said no. Since you've identified them, why not just arrest all of them? Sona Shitori glared at him, tidying up the scattered documents. The student council is not a vigilante organization. Spreading rumors falls under our jurisdiction. But if we arrest them without evidence, we will be the ones getting into trouble later. But these 3 aren't very strong, are they? Can't you just get them to confess? Can't you use your brain? Why are you always thinking of using bravado? Tsubaki Shinra couldn't help but complain. He looks like a refined, handsome boy, yet his mind is full of aggression. Chapter 24, Talent. Mirror reflection, partial, Caleb shrugged. Why use a complicated method when a simple, quick one was available? It wasn't that he didn't want to use his brain, but deduction and forensics were simply outside his wheelhouse. He could think of gentler methods, but they would be incredibly troublesome to implement. There are too few clues. I have no connection to any of these 3 people, so I can't guess who it is. Sona Shitori Furonet. Are you absolutely sure you haven't offended anyone? Positive. Caleb was certain. He hadn't even had time to fully court the targets he was interested in. Where'd he find the time to provoke others? Then why would someone target you? The suspects were identified, but the motive was missing. For a moment, Sona Shitori and Tsubaki Shinra had no good ideas. I don't know, maybe because I'm handsome, Caleb muttered, already accustomed to being targeted because of the clickbait template. If you ask me, we should just grab all of them and interrogate them one by one. Starting with the 3rd-year guy with the dyed blonde hair. Caleb instigated. Look at that shifty-eyed face. He's clearly trouble. Even if he didn't do this, he's definitely done other illegal things before. Having spent a few days with Caleb, Tsubaki Shinra had grown used to his strong prejudice against boys with blonde hair. Yusuji, his hair, is that color naturally because of his Yukai bloodline, Tsubaki Shinra explained. Hearing that he was a natural blonde, Caleb became even more animated. It's him. It must be him. He definitely hid nearby that day and overheard my conversation with Tsubaki-senpai, then got jealous of me. Sona Shitori covered her ears, annoyed. Tsubaki escorted him out. Yes, President. Centuredo. He tried every approach he knew, but Tsubaki Shinra kept her guard up, offering no opening. He wanted to hold on, but he was running out of breath, while Tsubaki Shinra's breathing rhythm hadn't changed at all. They were in the hallway, and Caleb couldn't use his hands or feet for a distraction. Moreover, he strongly suspected that if he did, Tsubaki Shinra would, in a fit of rage, use a submission hold to teach him a lesson. Don't mess around if you don't have the power. After a brief stalemate, just as Caleb was about to give up, Tsubaki Shinra stepped closer to him with a playful, charming look. She placed her hands gently on his shoulders, and the two shared a quiet, unexpected moment together. Sensuredo, she followed Caleb's lead closely, and the two quickly found their rhythm working well together. As they continued, a wonderful prompt rang out in Caleb's mind. Ding, talent detected. Mirror reflection starting copy. Sensuredo, boosting my power is a priority. Caleb lamented inwardly, but couldn't help but feel energized by the moment. Tsubaki Shinra's presence was far more powerful than Reina's and the others, with a faint, clean aura. He wasn't sure if it was because of her greater power or her reincarnation as a devil. Sensuredo, can we hang out again? Caleb didn't know why Tsubaki Shinra suddenly became so proactive. Since he had the opportunity, he certainly wanted to meet again. Tsubaki Shinra rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. You'll be late for class. Don't push your luck. Go to class quickly, and in the meantime, think hard about who might be targeting you. Tsubaki. Caleb placed his hands gently on Tsubaki Shinra's barato and smiled warmly. We've already shared a moment. Let's call each other by our first names from now on. In Japan, only people with very close relationships called each other by their first names. For a man and a woman, it meant they were either family or lovers, or their relationship was so close that it was more than lovers, like childhood friends. You already called me that. Why ask? Tsubaki Shinra said helplessly. All right, consider this your advance payment for the day. Don't overthink things. Sensuredo, watching from a student council room, couldn't take it anymore and came out to shoo them away. Back in the classroom, Caleb looked triumphant. He had successfully spent a meaningful moment with Tsubaki Shinra today. Was more progress far behind? Just as Caleb was anticipating his bright and happy future, his unique cultivation ability gave him another surprise. Copy failed obtain talent. Mirror reflection, partial, talent description, reflect 20 of damage taken back to the damage source. Only a deep spiritual exchange guarantees successful talent acquisition. Conversely, no spiritual exchange means failure. Caleb had long considered this possibility, but hadn't had a chance to test it. Unexpectedly, not only did he get a test at this time, but he also gained an unexpected reward. He failed, but he didn't fail completely. Caleb checked the time. About an hour had passed since he parted ways with Tsubaki Shinra. This meant that if no further fluid exchange occurred an hour after the initial exchange, the copy was deemed a failure. However, even upon failure, he could still obtain a partial version of the talent. Chapter 25. Afternoon tea. A partial talent was certainly inferior to a complete one, but at least it wasn't a temporary talent. Regardless, having it was better than not having it. He would use it for now, and when the time was right, the partial talent would naturally be completed. Caleb looked delightedly at his newly acquired talent, filled with excitement. Powerful individuals like Tsubaki Shinra and the girls from the anime were truly unique. The partial mirror reflection talent was more powerful than any other talent he had gained previously. Reflecting 20 of the damage taken was like wearing a minor thorn mail armor. This was only the partial version. A complete mirror reflection talent would surely return at least half the damage, if not all of it. During the break, Caleb found a few lucky students to test the ability on. The results were pleasing. Although the mirror reflection talent didn't enhance Caleb's own defense or reduce damage, it was a passive skill that could be permanently active. Furthermore, it could reflect any type of damage, whether the target was living or inanimate. The only minor drawback was that it didn't function like thorn mail, locking onto the damage source for reflection. 20 of the damage Caleb received was returned as an invisible energy counterattack. It was fast but not guaranteed to hit. The stronger the enemy's power, the lower the chance of the reflected damage connecting. Seeing the delinquent's utterly bewildered expressions, Caleb magnanimously declared that he wouldn't hold their previous rudeness against them. All they had to do was take one punch from him, and the matter would be resolved. The lucky students were furious. They were in the middle of a peaceful extortion, and Caleb not only interrupted them, but then spoke to them like that. Don't delinquents have any self-respect? Consequently, the lucky students each received a complimentary hospital stay package. 3 p.m. Caleb entered the student council room again under the envious and hateful gazes of his peers. All the way there, Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima walked arm in arm with him, one on each side. I can only look, not eat, and being stared at by a bunch of people with murderous intent. Feeling the warm presence of his barato on either side, Caleb was in a state of overwhelming happiness. When the trio arrived, Sona Shirtorai and Rias had already prepared black tea. The two of them were quietly enjoying the view outside the window, serenely sipping their tea. President Rias Senpai, good afternoon. Caleb greeted them and joined the afternoon tea party, sitting down to join them. Highborn ladies were truly a different breed. Every aspect, from their posture to their conversation, exuded refinement. Their backs were straight, their full chests rose and fell subtly, and their long legs were neatly crossed at an angle. Delicate, fair hands raised the porcelain cup with the gold rim, bringing it smoothly to their lips. Red, the steam drifted away gently, revealing a beautiful scene that looked like a painting. Even though Caleb had seen it before, he still couldn't take his eyes off it. No matter when or how many times he looked, it left him completely captivated. Noticing Caleb's captivated expression, Rias gently set down her teacup and smiled slightly. Yusuji-kun, it's been a few days. Have you decided who you'll choose? Although they were impressive, Caleb remained firm in his resolve. The proposal? He'll gladly accept the appealing part. As for the rest, get lost. Caleb gave an innocent smile, shyly scratching his head. Rias Senpai, I still haven't made up my mind. Rias rolled her eyes. He's still playing dumb. After observing him for the past few days, Caleb was certainly not a simpleton. He was as cunning as a fox. Don't even think about getting the best of both worlds, Rias said testily. However, before we use up all our evil pieces, you are welcome to join whenever you've decided. Sona Shitori nodded. They had already given Caleb enough face. If he insisted on delaying, they wouldn't force the issue. In recruiting a familiar, mutual willingness was very important. Taking on a familiar who was disloyal or inherently rebellious was worse than not taking one at all. Caleb smiled widely and remained silent. Dragging things out was perfectly fine. Cinchuredo, have you thought of a way to identify the 3 suspects? No good solution yet. Sona Shitori furonit. This issue had been bothering her all day. Furthermore, unless we find crucial evidence or the person admits it themselves, even if we confirm who did it, we can't expel them. Your student council might not have a way, but the Occult Research Club does. Rias said dismissively, there are plenty of ways to teach them a lesson and make them voluntarily withdraw from school. Sona Shirtorai wanted to say something, but she held back. Her position dictated her actions. As student council president, she couldn't support or personally engage in such actions. If she were discovered, it would be self-sabotage, and no one would heed the student council's authority again. But Rias was different. She was merely the club president of an almost defunct club. Moreover, as the next head of the Gremory family, no one would criticize her for being slightly out of line, and no one would dare to. Rias was the embodiment of having both power and influence. Caleb's eyes lit up. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better. Rias and Sona Shirtorai wouldn't keep focusing on it indefinitely. Once their initial anger passed and Caleb still hadn't given an answer, they would undoubtedly drop the issue. Without their help, finding the rat targeting him alone would be nearly impossible. That's why Caleb had suggested such a violent solution this morning. Simple and crude often meant cutting the Gordian knot. Sona Shirtorai hadn't agreed and had Tsubaki Shinra drag him away. However, it now seemed highly likely that Rias would agree to his method. Under Sona Shitori's speechless gaze, Caleb excitedly repeated his suggestion from the morning. That's not impossible. Rias chuckled softly. But, as everyone knew, everything said before but was usually irrelevant. Rhea stated that it was possible, but it would damage the reputation of the Occult Research Club and even herself. Caleb was just a junior she had only known for a few days. Why should she go to such lengths? If Caleb were her familiar, then, as his master, it would be her duty. She would send people to capture all 3 suspects and drag them to the Occult Research Club. A few spells, and the truth would immediately be revealed. Caleb's face fell. If sweet-talking didn't work, then coercion was next. But he wasn't the kind of person to yield so easily. If Rhea-senpai isn't willing to help, they'll handle it myself. Caleb was eager to test the limits of his new, immensely powerful talent. However, I hope Rhea-senpai and the president can help me clean up the mess afterward. Chapter 26, Bloodline Talento? Rhea narrowed her beautiful eyes. There were 2 third years among the suspects. In her eyes, they were insignificant, but compared to Caleb, who had only been practicing magic for a few days, she was being generous by giving him a 50% chance of winning. Caleb had talent, but he needed resources and time to convert it into actual power. Not just Rhys. The other 3 women also looked at Caleb curiously, wondering where he got his confidence. How exactly do you want us to clean up the mess for you? Sona Shirtorai asked faintly, also curious about the source of Caleb's bravado. It's simple. Just promise not to hold me responsible afterward. Caleb had long wanted to try acting like the bravado contender and stepping outside his usual comfort zone. Previously, he was restricted by a lack of strength, and when he did gain enough strength, he lacked the necessary backing, bravado him to pick fights only with minor thugs. If all else failed, Caleb had planned a sting operation, but that would take a lot of time. Now, he figured he might as well go all the way and be the bad guy. Rhys pushed back her crimson hair, delivering a firm statement in the calmest tone. No problem. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Kuo Academy has been managed by the Grimmery family for generations. Caleb blinked. All right, that's true. Since it wasn't a vital piece of information, he had forgotten until Rhys reminded him. With the matter settled, the 4 women continued to leisurely enjoy their afternoon tea. Caleb had no intention of leaving. He rested one hand near Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima, who were seated next to him, while the other picked up an exquisite pastry and popped it into his barato. Both the black tea and the pastries were premium quality. Caleb had always been fond of food, especially meat. Now that he didn't have to worry about gaining weight, he enjoyed eating even more. He originally wasn't interested in sweets, but now he suddenly found the pastries quite nice. They were fragrant, sweet, but not overly rich. Distinctly different from meat, but with their own charm. A full stomach brings new cravings. Censuredo, she pushed against Caleb with her small fists, trying to make him let go. Under the surprised gazes of the other 3, Caleb stubbornly held on to the vice president, refusing to release her. Seeing Caleb's determined posture, Tsubaki Shinra closed her eyes and resigned herself to the situation. Sona, did you tell Tsubaki to do that? No. Their practice coordination clearly showed they had worked together before. The 3 women watched the scene curiously, whispering among themselves. Akino, you need to step up. Otherwise, Yusuji will be snatched away. President, I think you could take Yusuji down immediately if you went in yourself. TSK, look at their expressions, Rhys sighed. Are they really that confident? At some point, Tsubaki Shinra had started cooperating with Caleb. Censuredo, her pretty face was covered in a deep blush, her eyes were teary, and her expression was overwhelmed with emotion. The white uniform was stained dark. This striking and flustered sight left Rhys and the other 2 momentarily speechless. Snapping back to reality, Tsubaki Shinra was so embarrassed she nearly wanted to burrow into the ground. She appeared mature and aloof, but in reality, she was incredibly shy about such things. Caleb, on the other hand, felt completely fine. Thanks to Reina and the Takamine sisters, he was completely unfazed by being watched by girls. He actually felt this was more normal than keeping things private. This was likely a side effect of too many group sessions. As soon as she regained her strength, Tsubaki Shinra immediately pulled away from Caleb's hug. The vice president glared at Caleb, her face flushed with fury. Seeing the ambiguous smiles on Akino Himejima and Rias' faces, she could only stomp her foot and hide behind Sona Shirtorai. Tsubaki. Sona Shirtorai wanted to say something, but didn't know how. I told Tsubaki to get close to Caleb, so he would choose me as his familiar. But Caleb hasn't shown any sign of choosing me. And yet, why are you almost completely devoured? Sona Shirtorai would not interfere with her familiar's private emotions. If Tsubaki Shinra genuinely liked Caleb, it would be fine. However, that shady character clearly just had selfish intentions toward her. Yusuji, you've progressed this far with Tsubaki and didn't even tell Big Sister? I'm heartbroken. Akino Himejima said she was heartbroken, but her face was full of smiles. Caleb was becoming increasingly interesting to her. As a powerful and confident queen, she found great amusement in challenging those around her. Senshirado, Tsubaki Shinra was truly a treasure. During their exchange, she had contributed another talent. Ding! Talent detected. Middle-class Devil Bloodline, starting copy. Caleb recalled the prompt he had just heard, clenching his fists in excitement. Devil Bloodline counted as a talent. If so, Senshirado hybrids who fully inherited the best abilities of their bloodlines were invariably powerful and talented individuals. Take, for example, the bold and determined young man who is currently host to a Longinus, Sacred Gear. As a human, devil, and dragon hybrid, he became one of the protagonists of this era. There is also another human, god, devil, and dragon hybrid, who is also a protagonist, born with an invincible cheat from the start. Chapter 27. The first target copy failed obtain talent. Middle-class Devil Bloodline. Partial talent description. Increases magic affinity. Enhances physical constitution accompanying the prompt. A rush of heat surged through his body, but it quickly faded. Snapping out of his daydream, Caleb tried testing his strength with a punch. He didn't feel any difference in magic affinity, and as for physical constitution, the improvement was less than what he gained from Yakina Sasaki's physical activation talent. No matter how small the increase, it was still an enhancement. Revisiting the talent description, there were no flaws in the wording. An increase, however small, was still an increase. With his strength slightly boosted, Caleb felt even more confident about his plan for tomorrow. Tetsuya Hoda. Caleb muttered the name of his first target, contemplating how to provoke him. His gut feeling told him the yellow-haired Yukai was the most likely suspect. However, to be safe, he decided to start the investigation with Tetsuya Hoda, who was also a freshman. After all, Caleb's combat experience was limited to bullying delinquents. Ignoring the envious and resentful gazes of his peers, he arrived at Tetsuya Hoda's classroom, accompanied by Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima. Tetsuya Hoda. Caleb walked to the front of the classroom and immediately spotted the face from the file. He's moderately handsome, I guess, but still a step below me. And with that level of attractiveness, he had the audacity to confess to Tsubaki-senpai. Caleb began fabricating lies out of thin air, and Tsubaki Shinra's face darkened increasingly beside him. Let me tell you, Tsubaki-senpai is mine now, so get lost. If I ever see you again, they'll drag you to the school gate and make you pay for it. Akino Himejima was stifling a laugh until Caleb's next sentence dragged her into the drama. Senshirado and Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra constantly sticking to him had already led people to secretly speculate about their relationship. Caleb's statement was a direct confirmation. The male students watched Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima, their hearts shattering. Were the two elegant seniors not paying attention? Why else would they be focused on this young performer? Akino Himejima, having been pulled into the scene, nudged Caleb from behind. Caleb endured it, continuing his loud taunting while signaling with his eyes that this was necessary for the act. If he could, he'd prefer a quick sneak attack. It was easier and wouldn't damage his image. However, Tetsuya Hoda wasn't actively engaging in romantic banter. he was on the receiving end of it. If he hadn't lacked the classic blonde hair, Caleb would have suspected him first. Provoking this type of person was relatively simple. The target had built a persona as a cold, aloof heartthrob, so Caleb slapped the label of lapdog on him instead. This not only provoked him, but also made the girls who were being deceived wake up. As expected, after snapping out of his initial shock, Tetsuya Hoda immediately jumped up, slamming his hand on the desk. He had admired Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima, but he also knew his limits. A low-tier boy like him could fool ordinary people, but trying to touch powerful devil familiars? He might as well find a nice cemetery to save everyone the trouble of burying him. You're talking nonsense. I don't even know the two seniors. You don't know them? Caleb scoffed. There's a guy at Kuo Academy who doesn't know Tsubaki Senpai and Akino Senpai? I what? I'm telling you, if you ever appear in front of me again, Caleb cut off Tetsuya Hoda's chance to retort. If you got a problem, meet me in the woods after school. Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima didn't say a word throughout the entire exchange, but to the onlookers, their silence was acceptance. The crowd slowly moved away from Tetsuya Hoda, especially the girls who had been surrounding him. They looked like they wanted to claim they didn't know him. Caleb remained standing on the podium, looking completely arrogant. Ideally, Tetsuya Hoda would lose his temper right now and come up for a fight. That way, they wouldn't even have to wait for the woods after school. Tetsuya Hoda truly wanted to rush up and punch Caleb's face, dragging that obnoxious, handsome face down to his level. However, he looked at the dark-faced Tsubaki Shinra, then at the deceptively smiling Akino Himejima. He decided to hold back for now. He also didn't plan on going to the woods after school. Who knew if Caleb's deliberate provocation was orchestrated by those two women? Students in the Underworld Academy, unlike the regular students, knew the power of the two seniors. As a human yokai hybrid, Tetsuya Hoda's attractiveness was above average, and so was his strength. He believed he could easily handle Caleb, who was just a normal human. But he held back because he was unsure of Tsubaki Shinra's and Akino Himejima's true intentions. He could only inwardly curse Caleb as a pretty boy and a paper tiger who relied on two powerful women. If not for his powerful backing, Senchuredo, Caleb had no choice but to leave. He wanted to continue fighting, but the sharp pain across his lower back wouldn't allow it. Even with beginner physique mastery fully activated, he couldn't resist Akino Himejima's precise strikes. The power gap was too wide. Caleb shook his head, lamenting his situation. Student council room. It looks like it will have to be a sneak attack after all. Caleb rubbed his lower back, wincing. Tetsuya Hoda is more patient than I thought. Then why didn't you just attack him earlier? A sneak attack can't be seen by others, unless I knock everyone else out too. Caleb rolled his eyes at Tsubaki Shinra. After today's show, Tetsuya Hoda won't have anyone surrounding him for the next few days. While Caleb was plotting his sneak attack in the student council room, the gaggle of girls around Tetsuya Hoda had indeed vanished. However, he was now surrounded by three boys. Hoda, don't be sad. You still have us. Yeah, if we'd known you were one of us too, we would have invited you earlier. A four-man group. That sound kind of cool. Tetsuya Hoda, cool my ass. But I prefer Ria Senpai over Akino Senpai. 1-1 watching Issei Hayato, Matsuda, and Motohama puff out their chests. The veins on Tetsuya Hoda's forehead bulged. If he was mistaken for a Barado of the Notorious Trio, his social life would truly be over. The Notorious Trio was famously unpopular with the girls at Kuo Academy because their unruly behavior was completely unconcealed. Tetsuya Hoda suppressed his anger and ground out a single word through gritted teeth. Get out! Chapter 28. The Woods the Creep Trio didn't mind the insults. They were cursed at every day by girls. Words like get lost or disgusting were commonplace, and they had become immune. So, they patted Tetsuya Hoda on the shoulder, continuing their stream of verbal comfort. We might not be in the same class, but we're still classmates. We'll go to the woods with you and teach that pretty boy a lesson. Exactly. Having Reina and those girls isn't enough for him. And now he's making a move on Tsubaki-senpai and Akino-senpai. Kish. The worst part is he actually succeeded. It's truly enviable. No, I mean despicable. Inevitably, the conversation drifted back to women. Truly, there were no mistaken nicknames, only those that were accurately earned. The Troublemaker trio lived up to their name. Tetsuya Hoda initially wanted to explode in anger, but he managed to restrain himself. I told them to get lost. If they won't listen, then it's not my fault. He sneered inwardly. Free tools. Might as well use them. Fine. After school, we'll go to the woods together. Tetsuya Hoda forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Since I never said I was going alone, well, teach that pretty boy a good lesson. He still didn't understand why Caleb had suddenly cornered him, slandering him with fabricated lies. Because of Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himajima's ambiguous stance, he had planned to tolerate it for a peaceful resolution. But being approached by the trio of troublemakers and comforted as one of their own made him increasingly angry the more he thought about it. Bringing 3 ordinary humans along, he figured, censuredo. They were all talk and extremely cowardly, let alone getting involved in a group brawl. The bespectacled Motohama quickly said, almost forgot. I have club activities today. Let Issei and Matsuda go with you. The shaved-head Matsuda immediately caught on and followed up. My bad, I have something important at home. I have to rush back after school. I'll leave Issei to you. Tetsuya Hoda, watching his 2 friends sprint away faster than rabbits. Issei Hayudu was completely bewildered. Just as he was about to make an excuse to slip away, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Tetsuya Hoda stared at Issei Hayudu ominously. It's settled. I'll find you after school, and we'll go teach that pretty boy a lesson together. Feeling the increasingly tight grip on his shoulder, Issei Hayudu realized that if he tried to refuse now, he'd be beaten up before the school bell rang. He twitched his mouth and nodded gravely. Good. I'll come to your classroom after school. Tetsuya Hoda released his grip, his expression sinister. If you run, they'll come find you every day afterward for a nice little chat. Issei Hayudu froze, his face becoming even heavier. Don't worry, I definitely won't run. We're all kindred spirits, and we must help each other. I hope so. Tetsuya Hoda saw right through Issei Hayuda's cautious mind. If the boy dared to run, he'd definitely take his frustration out on him. Thanks to the warning, Issei Hayudu didn't dare skip out after school. Going to the woods didn't guarantee a fight, and even if there was a fight, it didn't guarantee he'd be the one getting hurt. But if he ran, Tetsuya Hoda truly would come looking for trouble. The boy's tone and attitude earlier were not a joke. The woods. No, it should be called a small forest. Kuo Academy was built on a mountainside. Beyond the main campus, past the club activities building, was a scene resembling a dense, old forest. This area was protected by a magical barrier. To ordinary people, it looked like a small grove, and a wall stood just a few dozen meters away. Some practical training and special educational activities for the Underworld Academy were held here. Similarly, since ordinary people couldn't enter, students from the Underworld Academy often chose this location to settle conflicts. Caleb had become a prominent figure recently, and Tetsuya Hoda naturally knew a thing or two about him. The sudden awakening of his succubus bloodline, his enrollment in the Underworld Academy, and the rumor of his high magical talent were all factors. Not to mention the rumor that being close to him could boost power, a rumor that made many female yokai and witches flock to him. Combined with Caleb's pretty boy looks, they were even more eager. Even heavenly maidens of strength and beauty, like Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra, were easily entangled with him. Tetsuya Hoda immediately tracked down Issei Hayudu after school. Ignoring Issei Hayuda's expression of utter despair, he dragged him past the barrier. Issei Hayudu was startled, seeing Tetsuya Hoda seemingly walk into the wall, but before he could stop, he was suddenly pulled through. Looking at the strange scene before him, Issei Hayuda's face was filled with utter confusion. The existence of the supernatural world was a secret to ordinary people. However, there was no strict mandate against revealing it to normal people. If the impact was too great, There were specialized personnel to handle the situation. So, Tetsuya Hoda had no intention of explaining anything. Issei Hayadu was merely a tool. Whatever happened to him afterward was not his concern. Oh, Hoda! Issei Hayadu stared blankly at Tetsuya Hoda, completely at a loss. Were we? Tetsuya Hoda didn't even look at him. He shouted and initiated his Yukai transformation. Since his Yukai bloodline wasn't particularly potent, the so-called Yukai transformation merely meant his nails grew longer and sharper, his muscles bulged, and his face became uglier. In any case, Caleb, who was nearby, didn't think Tetsuya Hoda had gotten much stronger. But that ugly face did have a certain Yukai feel to it. An ugly freak is also a Yukai. With the pre-battle rituals complete, Tetsuya Hoda began to search for his target. Pretty boy, I'm here. How long are you going to hide? Ugly freak. Compared to you, everyone's a pretty boy. Caleb leaped down from the tree canopy, sneering. I thought you wouldn't show up. Turns out you have a little spine after all. Betting on the off chance that he would come, Caleb had been waiting in the designated meeting spot in the woods since school ended. Of course, Caleb wasn't alone. Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima were concealing their presence with magic, watching the scene closely. If it weren't for those two women, Tetsuya Hoda carefully sensed his surroundings, finding no one else, but still chose caution. If it weren't for Tsubaki-senpai and Akino-senpai covering for you, were you? Yes, I rely on my allies for protection. Caleb scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Issei Hayadu beside Tetsuya Hoda. It's better than relying on a man for protection. What's wrong? You couldn't manipulate people, so you started going after cute boys? Tetsuya Hoda. He realized that he couldn't out-argue Caleb. Enough small talk. How did I offend you? Why are you slandering me? First he curses, and when that fails, he starts talking sense. That's what shameless people do. Chapter 29. True Man 1v1 battle with his goal achieved, Caleb didn't continue taunting his opponent. There was no need. However, he also didn't offer any explanation. Any explanation would have to wait until he identified the rat. After observing him for so long, Tetsuya Hoda's suspicion level was low. Caleb was currently more interested in the utterly dumbfounded Issei Hayadu than the raging Tetsuya Hoda. Don't misunderstand. He had no intention of a gay relationship. Neither in the past, present, nor future did he have such plans. Perhaps due to the unexpected distraction of the moment, Caleb had yet to encounter the male protagonist from his memories. He originally just wanted to gain some practical combat experience and rule out a suspect. And now, there was an unexpected bonus. With about a year left until the main plot started, he wondered if the boosted gear, Dragon Gauntlet, was already residing within Issei Hayadu. Caleb examined the stunned Issei Hayadu up and down while placating Tetsuya Hoda. No reason. I just don't like you. Tetsuya Hoda. You don't like me? Do you have any idea how many people don't like you? You Barato with all the popular girls, you get constant love confessions, and now you've even started dating the highly popular seniors. I just wanted what was left over, and that's still not allowed? Caleb didn't know Tetsuya Hoda's inner thoughts, and he wouldn't care even if he did. Seeing Tetsuya Hoda glare at him without speaking, Caleb took the offensive. Stop with the garbage talk. Let's see what you've got. Fine. I'd like to see what ability you have. You're just a newly awakened hybrid. After all, Caleb rolled his eyes. Hearing him, an outsider would think Tetsuya Hoda was some high-class pure-blood Yukai. With magic coursing through him, his insight, I was enhanced. Caleb spotted Tetsuya Hoda's weakness and charged forward. His beginner physique mastery perfectly mobilized all his muscles, pushing his superhuman physical strength to 200. Bang! Caught off guard by Caleb's punch, Tetsuya Hoda staggered backward. He was alarmed. He hadn't expected Caleb's speed and strength to be on par with his own. Yukai were the strongest race physically, especially the Oni lineage, renowned for their incredible bodily strength. Although he only had a diluted Oni bloodline, he should still be superior to a lesser demonic hybrid. Tetsuya Hoda retaliated, unwilling to be outdone. Issei Hayadu only saw a black blur pass by before Tetsuya Hoda and Caleb were locked in a wrestling match. That's right, wrestling. Caleb hadn't learned any martial arts techniques, and neither had Tetsuya Hoda. Both relied entirely on their physical fitness and reflexes. It was a head-on clash. A punch from you. Cinchuredo. The fight between Caleb and Tetsuya Hoda grew increasingly intense. Relying on the regenerative power from his Oni bloodline, Tetsuya Hoda didn't hesitate, even hoping Caleb would trade blows. But as the fight wore on, he realized something was wrong. Being punched by Caleb felt normal, the same as the initial hit. But why did it feel like he was also taking damage whenever he hit Caleb? Caleb grinned, wiping a split lip. Mirror reflection was incredibly useful in close-quarters combat. He took advantage of Tetsuya Hoda's distraction and rapidly accelerated his attack. Tetsuya Hoda was once again at a disadvantage, struggling to keep up. He was a freshman who had just enrolled a little over a month ago. Besides his innate bloodline ability, he had no other techniques. Seeing Caleb getting more and more excited, Tetsuya Hoda decided on a final desperate move. He crossed his arms over his chest, tanked a kick from Caleb, and used the opportunity to create distance. Tetsuya Hoda bit his tongue, his mouth full of blood, and began chanting something. Caleb didn't understand the words, but knew he couldn't let his opponent continue. He charged forward quickly to interrupt, but he was a step too late. Tetsuya Hoda roared, spitting blood, Cinchuredo. Why did you have to go Hulk on me? Looking at the transformed Tetsuya Hoda, who looked like a literal black bear demon, Caleb instinctively backed up 2 steps. Based on their initial fighting power, Caleb had a slight edge over Tetsuya Hoda. But after Tetsuya Hoda's second stage transformation, Caleb was no longer a match. It was a shame he didn't have any regeneration talents or skills. Otherwise, the reflected damage from mirror reflection alone would allow him to wear down the black bear demon Tetsuya Hoda. Caleb's retreat was noticed by Tetsuya Hoda, whose bloodshot eyes narrowed. He laughed hysterically. Trying to run now? Too late. Who said I was running? Caleb sneered. This was his first real fight in the supernatural world. Even if he lost, he couldn't run. Besides, Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra were nearby. If he really couldn't win, he could always call for backup. Cinchuredo. He and Tetsuya Hoda were still in a true man 1v1 battle. Akino, are you going to step in or should I? Tsubaki Shinra said, worried, seeing Tetsuya Hoda use his second stage transformation. What's the rush? Akino Himejima pouted, signaling her friend to look closely again. That little rascal Caleb is clever. If he really couldn't handle it, he would have called for help already. Tsubaki Shinra looked closely and saw that while Caleb was retreating awkwardly, he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. He'll be fine until he runs out of magic power. Akino Himejima said she wasn't worried, but she was still paying close attention to the fight. Magic power was a general-purpose resource. Besides enhancing his inside eye, his other talents could also be strengthened with magic. Caleb had long confirmed this, but he had subconsciously ignored it since he couldn't practice magic. Talents like mental resistance and disguise were significantly more effective with the use of magic. Yuki Shinomura, for example, used magic with her disguise talent and a low-level illusion spell to perfectly cross-dress. Forget ordinary people. Even those with magic, but lacking perception or detection abilities, couldn't see through it. Under the enhancement of magic power, Caleb's beginner physique mastery was fully dedicated to agility. After transforming into a black bear demon, Tetsuya Hoda's strength and speed increased significantly, but his flexibility inevitably decreased. With the complex forest terrain and thick tree trunks for cover, as long as Caleb focused on evasion, Tetsuya Hoda truly couldn't do much to him for the time being. Chapter 30. Surrender and Lose Half Boom. Tree trunks snapped, and dust flew everywhere. Tetsuya Hoda smashed through several thick trees, each requiring 3 men to circle, yet he hadn't even grazed Caleb's clothes. He stopped, breathing heavily, and glared ferociously at Caleb. What kind of man dodges like a flea? Come at me head on, just like before. Caleb looked at Tetsuya Hoda with contempt, as if viewing an idiot. Just because your brain is fried doesn't mean everyone else is like you. Caleb was happy to stall. Tetsuya Hoda's second stage transformation couldn't last long. If it could, he wouldn't have been beaten to the point of existential doubt before using the ability. How much longer can you maintain that state? Caleb asked, recovering his stamina and magic power. If you can last another 10 minutes, he'll surrender. Tetsuya Hoda's already ugly face contorted further. He could tell Caleb was also using a temporary method to evade attacks. Caleb might be able to last 10 minutes, but he couldn't. 5 minutes would be pushing it. Seeing Tetsuya Hoda's pained expression, Caleb felt a wave of relief. If Tetsuya Hoda had attacked again without speaking, he would have seriously considered calling for backup. In reality, Caleb's current magic power couldn't sustain his movements for 10 minutes either, maybe 7 or 8 minutes at best. And he would be utterly drained afterward. Surrender and lose half. Caleb continued to stall. If you concede now, we'll drop this whole thing. Tetsuya Hoda might not be the brightest, but he wasn't completely stupid. He knew Caleb was stalling, but he genuinely didn't want to continue the fight. Because he genuinely couldn't touch Caleb, Tetsuya Hoda suppressed his anger. You were the one who started this. How can you have the gall to suggest just dropping it? What? Are you expecting me to apologize? Caleb raised an eyebrow. Stabilized. It seemed his opponent was truly running on empty. Tetsuya Hoda clenched his fist, truly wanting to risk it all. But in the end, he held back because the skill's duration was almost up. The two stood there glaring at each other for a moment. Tetsuya Hoda then collapsed onto the ground, appearing weakened, and slowly reverted to his human form. TSK. Such a short duration. Pathetic display. Caleb prodded Tetsuya Hoda's leg with his foot, confirming the opponent wasn't faking and was truly incapacitated. Only then did he fully relax. Tetsuya Hoda wanted to retort, but the side effects were too severe. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Once the skill wore off, he was virtually a cripple, and Caleb defeating him would be no different from stepping on an ant. This was why he took the easy way out. That was exciting. It's definitely different from bullying delinquents. Caleb exhaled a deep breath, full of emotion. It wasn't a pretty victory, but he won, and it was a true 1v1 victory. As for dealing with the other two third years, let's be honest, he'll plan that later once I've developed a bit more. Ignoring Tetsuya Hoda, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, Caleb walked up to the completely dazed Issei Haidu. Huodukun. I'm here. Issei Haidu jumped, finally snapping out of his daze. Caleb pouted, just in time, any later, and he would have resorted to more drastic measures to snap him out of it. I know what happened today was a huge shock to you. Caleb patted his barato, adopting the expression of a kindly mentor, and smiled. I still have some things to deal with. If you have any questions, you can come find me tomorrow. Oh, don't worry. They'll keep it a secret. Issei Haidu covered his mouth, looking serious, guaranteeing his silence. Actually, it's fine if you tell people, Caleb scratched his head, because no one else will believe you. Issei Haidu. Of course, keeping this matter private is best. Caleb glanced briefly at Issei Haidu's arm, considering the situation. If the boosted gear hasn't fully integrated yet, he decided to be honest. Caleb wanted a Longinus, sacred gear, too. Issei Haidu had no idea what Caleb was thinking. Right now, he just wanted to go home and calm down. Since Yasuji-kun is busy, he'll leave now. My mom is waiting for me to eat dinner. Oh, sure, Caleb said. Do you need me to walk you out? No need. Seeing the blood on Caleb's clothes, Issei Haidu shook his head vigorously. Caleb waved, turning back to Tetsuya Hoda. The Longinus could wait. First, he needed to resolve the current issue. Just as Caleb was grabbing Tetsuya Hoda's ankle and dragging him out like a sack of trash, Issei Haidu returned. Caleb. Yusuke, I don't know how to get out. Issei Haidu looked utterly miserable, terrified that Tetsuya Hoda would claim they were working together. If he hadn't been completely lost, he wouldn't have come back. Caleb patted his shoulder in understanding. Then you can come out with me. He was taking Tetsuya Hoda to the Occult Research Club for further interrogation anyway. Issei Hayudu cautiously glanced at the extremely weak Tetsuya Hoda. Seeing no reaction from the opponent, he nodded quickly, like a frantic chicken. By the way, why did you show up here with Tetsuya Hoda today? Since he had nothing else to do, Caleb started chatting with Issei Hayudu. Issei Hayudu froze, beads of cold sweat running down his face. If Caleb knew he was there to help Tetsuya Hoda, he would likely not be leaving the woods on his own 2 feet. Caleb was dragging Tetsuya Hoda with his right hand, leaving his left hand perfectly free. Well, after stammering for a long time, Issei Hayudu couldn't come up with a good excuse and finally just told the truth. Caleb was completely unconcerned that Issei Hayudu was Tetsuya Hoda's accomplice. Issei Hayudu's involvement would have made no difference to the outcome of the fight. I'm going to the club now, Hayudu-kun. You know the rest of the way, right? Yes. Issei Hayudu quickly said, looking at the club building in front of him. He had wanted to leave the moment they exited the magical barrier and entered the campus, afraid that Caleb would hold him accountable for siding with Tetsuya Hoda. After seeing Issei Hayudu off, Caleb allowed Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima to reveal themselves. Tsubaki Shinra looked confused. Caleb, why didn't you let us show ourselves to that person? Wouldn't it have been much easier if we helped you carry him? Akino Himejima was also curious. You could get treated sooner. Caleb waved his hand, casually saying, minor injury, no big deal. If you had been seen and it got out, it would cause trouble later. Tetsuya Hoda deliberately bringing an ordinary person was probably part of his plan. Tetsuya Hoda couldn't speak, but hearing Caleb's words, he still managed a weak groan. His scheme had been completely seen through, and his previous concerns were correct. This pretty boy was backed by women. If he hadn't brought Issei Hayudu, he likely wouldn't have even gotten the chance for a 1v1 fight today. Chapter 31. The reason Akino Himejima's intuition was sharp. She felt things weren't that simple. Is that really all there is to it? Caleb stated emphatically, that's exactly all there is to it. As for the Longinus, the former male protagonist, and all that, the world line wasn't immutable. Since he had arrived in this world, Caleb never planned on meekly accepting fate. Regardless of what happened later, keeping the girls away from Issei Hayudu for now only had advantages. First, it minimized changes to the plot, allowing his precognition ability to remain effective for a while longer. Second, it made it easier to scheme for the boosted gear. The precognition wasn't really the priority. The second point was where Caleb's true interest lay. He had considered approaching Issei Hayudu directly, but that would be too obviously calculated, and he didn't have a good excuse. If someone deliberately investigated, they would easily discover his hidden agenda. He never expected Tetsuya Hoda to provide such a perfect opportunity. To show his gratitude, if Tetsuya Hoda cooperated fully, Caleb would spare him the trouble. Under the cover of magic, Tetsuya Hoda was successfully transported to the Occult Research Club activity room. TSK. Didn't you say the club was almost defunct? This doesn't look like it at all. This was Caleb's Barato in the Occult Research Club's activity room. The space was larger than a classroom, entirely covered in red carpet and illuminated by a dazzling crystal chandelier. There were leather sofas, solid wood coffee tables. Even the furniture looked too expensive for ordinary people. In short, it looked nothing like a failing club. It was several classes above the student council room. Akino Himejima smiled without commenting. Since the academy belonged to the Gremory family, the future head's clubroom had to be the best. Tsubaki Shinra, however, offered a brief explanation. The original Occult Research Club wasn't here. Rather than saying Rias and Akino took over a failing club, they simply used the name and re-established their own club. Considering the composition of the Occult Research Club's members, Caleb fully agreed with Tsubaki Shinra. Rias was the club president, and all the members were her familiars. This place was set up entirely for meetings and handling requests. You Suji-kun, do you plan to interrogate him yourself, or wait for the president? Akino Himejima gave a friendly smile. Of course, I can also help you interrogate him. Akino-senpai, your expression is rather dangerous. Caleb put away his curiosity and stopped looking around. Akino Himejima looked surprised. Oh my, I'm just showing a normal expression. Caleb, I'll handle it myself. I want trouble, Akino-senpai. Handing Tetsuya Hoda over to that girl would likely result in a miscarriage of justice. Akino Himejima tilted her head, maintaining an innocent look. Ignoring the girl's playful act, Caleb squatted down and poked Tetsuya Hoda. Hey, can you talk now? Tetsuya Hoda, mad face, so I guess not. Caleb scratched his head. Did he need to send a guy to the infirmary first? Seriously, why did you have to exhaust yourself like that? Tetsuya Hoda's most severe injuries came from the side effects of his transformation, followed by the damage from being dragged around by Caleb, and finally, the injuries from their 1v1 battle. Since neither of them knew fighting techniques, the direct blows looked terrifying but mainly hit muscle and fat, resulting mostly in swelling and bruises. There's a saying, to learn how to attack, you must first learn how to take a hit. Caleb agreed. With mirror reflection, he definitely wouldn't lose out. Tetsuya Hoda didn't understand this and didn't want to get beaten, so he ended up gravely injuring himself. Facing Caleb's teasing, Tetsuya Hoda was on the verge of tears. He hadn't wanted this, but had truly lost his temper earlier. If he had known Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra were watching the whole time, he would have stuck to the 1v1 fight and avoided the second stage transformation. Because regardless of whether he transformed or not, the final result was the same. Just as Caleb was getting a headache, Akino Himejima spoke with a smile. I know a little healing magic. Caleb, and? Use it already. Why don't you? I wonder who said they wouldn't trouble me just now. Caleb, this playful woman not only enjoys teasing people, but she also holds grudges. Under the circumstances, Caleb had to concede. He apologized obediently. Akino-senpai, I was wrong. Akino Himejima's smile grew even more delightful. She waved her hand, sprinkling a patch of green light over Tetsuya Hoda. I'm not an expert in healing magic, but restoring him enough to speak is no problem. That's all I need. Caleb squatted down in front of Tetsuya Hoda again. Hey, stop playing dead. You heard everything, right? Start confessing. Tetsuya Hoda, still not talking? Do you want a beating? Why don't you ask me a question first? Tetsuya Hoda said, feeling wronged and angry. You haven't asked anything, so what am I supposed to confess? Caleb scoffed. TSK, looks like it really wasn't you. He hadn't been genuinely playing dumb. He was trying to pressure Tetsuya Hoda. If Tetsuya Hoda had been the one targeting him, his reaction would have been completely different. Caleb had always thought the guy looked too simple-minded to pull off such a sophisticated, behind-the-scenes move. He still had to go through the motions. Name, Tetsuya Hoda. Age, 16. Gender, Tetsuya Hoda. Caleb glanced at him and repeated, gender. Bro, I'm calling you bro, stop messing with me. Can you just ask what you want to know? Tetsuya Hoda was on the verge of a breakdown. He couldn't fathom how he had provoked Caleb. You know what you did? Caleb's eyes widened, bluffing. The victim came to us and asked for our help to get revenge. Tetsuya Hoda. Is it about selling pictures? Caleb's eyes brightened, but he remained calm. No. Then, is it about the drugs? Also no. It couldn't be about me stealing your belongings. Could it? After laughing until Tetsuya Hoda started to doubt his life choices, Caleb looked up at Tsubaki Shinra. Tsubaki-senpai, I told you these people aren't clean. We were right to grab him and interrogate him. Tsubaki Shinra shook her head helplessly. Not everyone is as foolish as he is. True, Caleb agreed profoundly. At that moment, Tetsuya Hoda finally realized what was happening. What do you mean? You tricked me? Caleb gave him a look of pity. We'll talk about the things you just mentioned in detail back at the student council. Now let me ask you about. Caleb briefly explained the cause of the rumors to Tetsuya Hoda. The answer was as expected. It had nothing to do with him. Why did you suspect me? Tetsuya Hoda, furious about his undeserved troubles, couldn't help but ask. The rumors first appeared on the school forum, but the original post was deleted and untraceable. Tsubaki Shinra pushed up her glasses. According to our investigation, The account you used was involved in spreading the rumors, and you also had the technical ability to prevent others from tracing the source back to you. Chapter 32. Tracing the source. After Tsubaki Shinra's explanation, Tetsuya Hoda recalled something that had happened a while ago. "Tsubaki-senpai, it really wasn't me," Tetsuya Hoda insisted. "Around the time the rumor started, someone contacted me and asked me to write a program." A cold glint flashed in Caleb's eyes. "What kind of program?" "It was a script. Its main functions were IP proxying, automatic account creation, auto-replying, and automated posting." Tetsuya Hoda honestly confessed everything. He never imagined that his pride, his network skills, would be exploited by someone else and cause him so much misery. "Do you know who contacted you?" Tetsuya Hoda shook his head. "No, the person contacted me through email." "Just one email? And you agreed to write a program for someone?" "No, the person first sent a deposit. After I emailed the program to them, they paid the final balance." "Do you still have the transaction records?" Tetsuya Hoda looked troubled. Of course he had the transaction records, but he really didn't want to show them to anyone. "What?" Caleb threatened. "You're in this state, and you're still thinking of hiding something?" Tetsuya Hoda gritted his teeth, deciding to risk it all. He had already confessed to most of his misdeeds anyway. "I can provide the transaction records and the email correspondence with that person. I can even help you investigate," Tetsuya Hoda said gravely. "But I have one condition." "Tell us." "The things I just talked about. You have to pretend you never heard them." Caleb subtly glanced at Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra. He wasn't interested in punishing the wicked. When he was being tormented by the cruel bait trap, no one helped him. The three exchanged glances. Tsubaki Shinra said, "Now that we know, the student council cannot ignore it." Tetsuya Hoda shut his barato, his face crestfallen. "However, I can guarantee that your actions won't be publicized." Tetsuya Hoda's expression improved slightly. "Will I be expelled?" Tsubaki Shinra glanced at him. "Since you're asking, what you did must be quite serious." Tetsuya Hoda winced. Vice President Cinchuredo Tetsuya Hoda was very discreet and even used his supernatural powers, so the victim still had no idea who had wronged her. Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima looked at Tetsuya Hoda with disgust, nearly losing control and attacking him. As women, they deeply resented what he had done. Not only them, but Caleb also resented it. He wondered if the girl had a barato. Caleb specifically asked for the girl's name. After confirming she wasn't a character he remembered or someone he knew, he suppressed his rising anger at Tetsuya Hoda. "Scumbag." Caleb spat. "We'll deal with this later. We'll find the victim and decide what to do based on her wishes. Now, hand over the transaction and email records you mentioned. Otherwise, this whole story will spread throughout Kuo Academy tomorrow." Tetsuya Hoda tried to negotiate, but Akino Himejima's expression turned cold, and a golden bolt of lightning flickered in her palm. "Do you want to test me?" Feeling Akino Himejima's undisguised killing intent, Tetsuya Hoda trembled and quickly spat out his transaction account and email address, afraid that any delay would result in a golden lightning strike. After some technical maneuvering, Caleb successfully obtained the email and remittance accounts, which likely belonged to the person behind the plot. "Tsubaki-senpai, can we use these two accounts to lock down that person's true identity?" "We should be able to," Tsubaki Shinra said, after considering it. Given how sudden the whole thing was, it's unlikely, and they wouldn't have had the time to intentionally fabricate both accounts. "Even if they're fabricated, I can still help you find that person." Tetsuya Hoda volunteered, hoping to mitigate his punishment. Caleb glanced at him, but didn't reply. Regardless of whether he used Tetsuya Hoda's help, the things he had done meant he couldn't possibly remain at Kuo Academy. "We'll take him away. Once we confirm the identity of the account holder tomorrow, we'll take the next step. I'm coming with you. I need to go to the infirmary for treatment." Caleb followed Tsubaki Shinra out. Besides needing the infirmary, he wanted to spend more time with her to deepen their relationship, hoping to quickly gain the complete mirror reflection talent and the middle-class devil bloodline. On the way, Caleb rubbed his chin, deep in thought. There were still 2 people on the suspect list. If the accounts checked out to be one of them, the target would be confirmed. But what if it wasn't someone on the list? He hoped that wouldn't happen, as it would make things much more complicated. After a quick treatment at the infirmary, Caleb returned to the Occult Research Club. His fight with Tetsuya Hoda had shown him that his strength wasn't as high as had imagined. He was used to bullying delinquents, which had given him a false sense of security. He almost lost to a classmate, let alone the third-year Yukai had planned on confronting. Besides acquiring talents and increasing his magic power, practical combat experience and technique also needed to be prioritized. If Caleb had better technique or more experience today, Tetsuya Hoda wouldn't have even had the chance to use his second-stage transformation. Walking into the activity room, Caleb immediately spotted a young girl with white hair. Having spent so much time with a striking female Barato like Rias and Akino Himejima, the sudden sight of a small, quiet child caught his attention. "Yusuji, you're here just in time." Rias' eyes lit up. "I was just about to send Akino to the infirmary to look for you." "Why look for me?" "To check on you, of course." Rias pulled Caleb into a hug. "You're now one of my familiar candidates. As your master, how could I not care?" Caleb accepted the Barato warmly and decided not to struggle. If he received this kind of treatment just as a candidate, he felt he could rest completely at ease with her if he truly became her familiar. Caleb vaguely remembered this being a characteristic of the Gremory family. Their intensely affectionate nature led them to deeply cherish their familiars. Rias' older brother, the current Satan Lucifer, had his wife, the Queen-class Graphia, as his first familiar. Caleb reinforced his resolve, working hard for a while before finally escaping Rias' overwhelming presence. He was genuinely concerned he might impulsively agree to become Rias' familiar if he stayed any longer. Chapter 33. Rank classification. After a brief playful moment, Caleb proactively brought up his fight with Tetsuya Hoda. Rias listened attentively, her expression thoughtful. "From what you described, Tetsuya Hoda must have used a bloodline ability called Berserk Mode." Rias pulled Caleb into a hug again, delighted. "As expected of the man I favor. After only a few days of training, you were able to directly defeat a low-tier Yukai who activated his Berserk Mode." Caleb blushed slightly. While he did defeat Tetsuya Hoda, calling it directly was a bit of an exaggeration. If Tetsuya Hoda had been determined to run away, Caleb wouldn't have been able to catch him. Flexibility and speed are not the same concept, and the speed of a Berserk Tetsuya Hoda far exceeded Caleb's. "Rias Senpai, call me President. Everyone here calls me that." It wasn't a big deal, so Caleb readily agreed. "President, you just said I won by beating someone above my rank. Wasn't Tetsuya Hoda a freshman like me?" Seeing Caleb call her president, Rias felt as if she had already successfully made him her familiar. In a great mood, she patiently explained the detailed power hierarchy of the supernatural world to Caleb. "No, the time of enrollment has nothing to do with power level." Rias explained, "It's like how the term low-class devil doesn't necessarily refer to a power level. Aren't low-class devils middle-class devils, ranked by strength?" Caleb was even more confused. "Not entirely. All pure-blood devils are considered low-class devils upon birth." Rias pointed to herself. "Someone like me and Sona, blood descendants of the 72 pillars of the demon lords, are considered high-class devils from birth. But can you say we have the strength of high-class devils from birth?" Caleb shook his head, starting to understand. "Then how exactly are the ranks determined? Leaving aside the names low, middle, and high-class devil, as those are unique devil titles similar to old human noble titles." Rias pulled Caleb down to sit beside her and spoke seriously. "The power classification for all other races is much more detailed and precise. Ordinary people who step onto the path of cultivation and master magic power can be classified as rank D." With Rias' detailed explanation, Caleb finally gained a clear understanding of his current strength. Peak rank D, but not yet rank C. To reach rank C, one needed to master at least one magic spell or skill. Regardless of the rank, attribute, or function, mastering it qualified one as rank C. Of course, beginner magic power extraction didn't count, successfully mastering and using it was the absolute minimum to enter rank D. Similarly, individuals like Yukina Sasaki, who possessed special talents but couldn't master magic power, wouldn't even be considered rank D. For example, a person without special talents who mastered magic power could easily defeat one who had talents but lacked magic power. The magic user only needed a low-level illusion spell to render the talent user helpless. However, the distinction between rank D and rank C was rather arbitrary, simply because there were too many individuals at this level, and there was no qualitative leap in power. More importantly, most other races automatically possess rank B strength upon reaching adulthood. Rank B, typical low-class devils, lower-ranking fallen angels, and two-winged angels belong to this rank. Ordinary humans need to cultivate magic power to permeate their entire bodies to reach this level, such as famous enlightened monks or church bishops. It's also worth noting that not everyone in this world cultivates magic power. There are also practitioners of aura, cursed power, spiritual power, a variety of different energies. Though they sound different, they all originate from absorbing special energy from the ether, but with different focuses, naturally leading to different methods of use, and thus different names. This latter part was Caleb's own speculation based on his vague memories. Rias only explained enough to give him a basic understanding, so he wouldn't be completely flustered when encountering enemies. The higher ranks are more straightforward. Rank A, exemplified by human rank A warriors, middle-ranking sorcerers, middle-class devils, mid-ranking fallen angels, and four-winged angels. Rank S naturally includes high-class devils, high-ranking fallen angels, six-winged angels, high-ranking sorcerers, and church rank S warriors. Rias didn't go beyond this, leaving out the power equivalent of ultimate class devils or the demon lords. Rias didn't say, and Caleb didn't ask. It wasn't too late to consider those ranks after he reached rank S. Tetsuya Hoda had mastered the innate Berserk mode skill, which qualified him as rank C, which is why Rias said Caleb defeated an opponent above his rank. Why doesn't the Student Council's file contain these power rankings? And why didn't it have the information that Tetsuya Hoda could use Berserk mode? Caleb was a novice without common knowledge of the supernatural world, so he asked directly without embarrassment. Rias smiled slightly. Of course, it's impossible to have that level of detail. If the statistics were that precise, who would want to enroll at Kuo Academy? Because of the Great War many years ago, this is now a barely peaceful time, but friction between the races has never stopped. Rias continued. To confirm a person's rank, they need to be completely honest, which is very difficult. For example, Tetsuya Hoda would never expose a trump card like the Berserk ability during testing. Collecting such sensitive intelligence not only invites resentment from the students, but also cannot guarantee accuracy. Caleb nodded knowingly. Indeed, no wonder the file President gave me was so general. President, do you have any idea what the strength of the third year's Daisuke Oida and Mika Yasuhiki might be? Rias, of course, knew. She had paid attention to the other two on the list. Are you planning to go try your luck with those two as well? Rias looked at Caleb with interest. Third-year students are at least rank C. Anyone who couldn't reach that level would have been expelled long ago. It's only rank C. They'll be rank C2 once I learn a magic spell. Caleb rubbed his cheek and shamelessly asked, President, look, how about you teach me a couple? Magic isn't as easy to learn as you think, even the simplest low-level spells. As Rias spoke, magic power gathered in her hand, and a ball of orange-red flame appeared, hovering obediently in the air. For example, the fireball spell. To cast it instantly, without chanting, and with precise control, an ordinary person would need at least a month. Caleb curiously watched the small fire orb in Rias' hand, tempted to reach out and touch it. The scorching air warned him against acting rashly. Resisting the urge to court disaster, Caleb asked, an ordinary person needs a month. How long did it take you, President? Rias smiled confidently. Not bad. I mastered it in 3 days. That's amazing, President. You have incredible talent for magic. Rias was quite pleased with Caleb's compliment. She was, after all, only 17, a young woman in the bloom of youth, full of confidence and energy. The traits of maturity, calmness, and strength were forced upon her as the next head of the Gremory family. They were necessary traits to project. Only in front of her familiars could Rias truly return to being a 17-year-old beautiful girl. Chapter 34. Centuriato Rias snapped back to her senses, reverting to her mature older sister demeanor. You don't need to rush with magic. The difference between rank C and rank D is actually minimal. She looked at Caleb and advised, compared to magic, focusing on improving your combat skills will lead to faster power gains. Compared to races like Yukai or Pure Blood Devils, Caleb's physique wasn't exceptionally strong, but he still held an advantage in most situations. Even hybrids, like Yuki Shinomura, didn't have the same physical strength as Caleb. Beginner physique mastery not only allowed perfect muscle control, but also targeted muscle strengthening. I considered studying karate or other fighting techniques, Caleb replied. But I checked out a few dojos, and they weren't satisfactory. The progress is too slow, and it takes too much time. Commercial dojos for karate, judo, etc. teach from the basics, focusing on tournament moves. Learning the true essence for real-world combat requires a significant time investment. Of course, it also costs a lot of money. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts, it has always been that way. Besides tuition fees, nutritional supplements after physical training also represent a large expense. There's another simple and direct way to quickly improve your combat skills, Rias said mysteriously. I just don't know if you can keep up. What is it? Right now, there's someone here who excels at close combat. Rias looked at the white-haired girl and smiled. If you spar with her often, your close combat skills will definitely improve quickly. Caleb rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Taking hits while receiving instruction would indeed be like getting double experience. However, Kaneko Tasugair, had the characteristic of immense strength. He wondered if he could withstand it. President, the person you're talking about isn't that little girl, is it? Caleb wanted to minimize trouble and maintain his persona as a supernatural novice. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask why there's a young girl in the club. Rias beckoned the white-haired girl. Kaneko, come over here. This is Caleb Usugi, our future comrade whom I mentioned last time. Kaneko Tuju nodded faintly at Caleb. Hello. Hello. The plain white-haired girl was less remarkable than the white cat ears on her head. They looked fine on screen, but seeing them in person made Caleb intensely want to reach out and admire them up close. As if sensing the desire in Caleb's eyes, Kaneko Tuju took 2 steps back and looked at him warily. Caleb, this is Kaneko Tuju, my familiar. Her rating is Rook Castle. Rias ignored Kaneko Tuju's resistance and pulled her over. With Caleb in her left arm and Kaneko Tuju in her right, she pulled them both into a warm hug. You're family now, so don't be strangers. Rias smiled proudly as she held her new family close. Centuriato, even through the crowd, and with another person competing for space, she quickly covered his face. A wave of surprise went through Rias. A strange sensation flashed over her, and her cheeks flushed pink. She quickly stepped back, successfully breaking away. Centuriato, just call me by my name. Caleb said. Kaneko, can I call you that? Rias felt a bit flustered from the close proximity with a male and her own reaction. She tried to keep a straight face, not wanting Caleb and Kaneko Tuju to laugh at her. Okay, Caleb. Rias quietly shifted closer to Kaneko Tuju. But Kaneko's real name is Chiron. Kaneko is just a nickname. Ah, Caleb nodded. He knew not only that her name was Chiron, but also that she had a sister named Kuroka. He also knew that she changed her name from Chiron to Kaneko Tuju because of her sister. Kaneko is... The white-haired young girl tugged on Rias' sleeve, stopping her from continuing the story. Rias looked at the bowed head of Kaneko Tuju, feeling both pain and helplessness. Even after so long, she still hadn't moved past the incident involving her sister. That incident wasn't your fault, and Caleb isn't the type of person who... Kaneko Tuju still held Rias' sleeve tightly, head down and silent. All right, I won't say any more. Rias had to stop, reaching out to stroke her silver-white hair. Only then did Kaneko Tuju release her sleeve. Rias gave Caleb an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Koneko." "It's fine," Caleb interrupted. "Who doesn't have a secret they don't want others to know?" "Oh, so you have one too?" Rias caught the key detail and was immediately interested. Caleb shrugged. Who knows? He had too many secrets. His transmigration, his hidden abilities, and knowledge of the future plot. If he actually told her, Rias might not even believe him. Humph. Rias narrowed her eyes, her confident gaze becoming even more intense. "I want to make you my familiar even more now." Caleb rolled his eyes at her. "Why do you have to copy Akino-senpai? One trickster is enough." "Oh, I'm telling Akino that you called her a sadist." Slip of the tongue, dear President. Please don't tell Akino-senpai." Caleb flinched. The atmosphere had been too relaxed, and he accidentally said what was on his mind. It was a good thing Akino Himejima was out, or he'd be in for a rough time. Rias couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Now to business. Kaneko, you're responsible for guiding Caleb in close combat for the next few days." Kaneko Tuju had heard the general gist of the situation before and readily accepted without asking further questions. "Caleb, don't underestimate Kaneko." Rias turned to instruct Caleb. "Kaneko not only has the bonus of a rook rank, but is also a Nekomata. After being reincarnated by the devil chess pieces, Kaneko Tuju became a hybrid possessing the strengths of both devil and cat yukai bloodlines. The most powerful Japanese cat yukai, the Nekomata, is also called a cat spirit Nekomata Sho. With the rank's bonus, she possesses powerful physical combat, attack, and defense capabilities. Despite her small size, she is a solid all-around warrior. Chapter 35. Little Caleb thanks to Rias' encouragement. Every afternoon after school, Caleb would first head to the Occult Research Club, and then follow Kaneko Tuju to the woods for training. It was called training, but in reality, it was Caleb being unilaterally beaten by the white-haired girl. Kaneko Tuju's close combat skills were superb, but she was a terrible teacher. She hadn't been taught by an instructor herself. Her skills were developed purely through her devil chess piece traits and practical combat experience. Furthermore, the white-haired girl was naturally taciturn, leaning toward the Kaderi, emotionless, archetype. She could only teach by example, not by lecture. However, the white-haired girl was a very responsible teacher. Not only did she teach seriously, but she was also incredibly patient. If Caleb didn't understand a move after one attempt, Kaneko Tuju would just spar with him a few more times, coaching him until he mastered it. If he got injured or exhausted, a healing spell was cast, and the combat training immediately resumed. In this way, Caleb was both suffering and making progress. Getting beaten hurt, but his growth was visible. With his perfect muscle control, his fighting talent was naturally gifted. In just a few days, at equalized strength and speed, he could already parry Kaneko Tuju's attacks. Occasionally, he could even attempt a counterattack, though he hadn't successfully landed one yet. Caleb didn't slack off during the 2 weekend days either, training with Kaneko Tuju at school, as if on a retreat. To facilitate Caleb's training, Kaneko Tuju had been excused from assignments recently, with her workload distributed among the others. She only needed to focus on instructing Caleb. Monday, Tsubaki Shinra and Sona Shirtorai sent a message. The investigation results were ready. "Little Caleb, let's pause your training today." Rias called out to Caleb, who was about to dash off to the woods after greeting them. "President, can we please use a different name?" Caleb complained weakly. Over the past few days, his relationship with Rias had warmed, and at some point, she had started affectionately calling him Little Caleb. It was probably because he was younger, looked delicate, and wasn't as tall as Rias. Rias was 172 centimeters, 58, and Caleb was only 170 centimeters, 57. Before his ability awakened, he was even shorter. Though he had made great progress, Rias was still taller. Caleb had only just secured his place among the others, and now he had to endure a new round of playful teasing. What could Caleb do? He wasn't Rias familiar yet, but Rios treated him with the same focus any prospective teammate would receive. More importantly, he couldn't beat any of these women in a fight. He could only complain verbally while his body obediently accepted the nickname. Kaneko Tiju, who was a few months younger than Caleb, also took advantage of her status as his master and pompously called him Little Caleb. The most effective way to foster friendship is definitely physical contact. Though not the kind you find in affection, being repeatedly hit by Kaneko Tiju's little fists every day rapidly warmed their relationship. Especially since Caleb was intentionally friendly, offering care, gentle conversation, and his attractive features. Kaneko Tiju, the pseudo-emotionless girl, saw her respect for him soar. Aside from the issue of her older sister Kuroka, she told Caleb everything she knew, including the origin of the name Kaneko Tiju. Kaneko Tiju's original name was Chiron. That's right, just 2 syllables. After becoming Rios familiar, Rios gave her the name Kaneko Tiju. The surname Tiju, castle, was given for the rook, castle piece. The nickname Kaneko, little cat, was simpler because she was a cat yokai. Since it seemed too informal, Rios claimed it was an endearment, and Kaneko Tiju mostly used the name Chiron Tiju outside the club. Rios ignored Caleb's complaint and smiled. We've confirmed the identity of the person targeting you. Really? Hearing the news, Caleb forgot his protest and quickly ran to Rios' side. Who is it? Is it that blonde yokai? You actually remember that? I thought you'd forgotten about it these past few days while training so intensely with Kaneko. Caleb, he had almost forgotten, but it was absolutely not because he was distracted. He was simply dedicated to his training. Rios didn't keep him in suspense. She slowly said, "It is indeed Taisei Oida. I'm surprised your first instinct was right. I knew it was that guy," Caleb said indignantly. Blonde hair, monkey features, you can tell he's trouble just by looking at him. If you had listened to me earlier, we wouldn't have let that blonde yokai gloat for so long. You just guessed right by chance. If Tetsuya Hoda hadn't provided the accounts and transaction records, we wouldn't have any proof against him. Caleb argued back. It wasn't a guess. I had evidence. What evidence? Look at that blonde hair. The moment I saw the photo, I was 100% sure it was him. Blonde hair, blonde hair. Rios' ears were practically ringing. It all came back to intuition. What kind of evidence was that? She rolled her eyes at Caleb, not wanting to argue. Rios noticed Caleb had a strong bias against blonde hair. Yuto Kiba had visited the club several times these past few days. Caleb's attitude towards him was noticeably different from his attitude toward Kaneko Tiju. Not outright hostile, but certainly not friendly. Rios had reason to suspect this was purely because Yuto Kiba had spiky blonde hair. Caleb didn't know Rios' thoughts, or he would loudly protest his innocence. He genuinely disliked Yuto Kiba, but it was mostly because he suspected the guy was too cool and popular. As for the hair color, if he just changed it, Caleb could try to build a better relationship with him. No choice. Dealing with the frustration of the investigation is probably the only way to get rid of this stress. If possible, Caleb wished he could encounter a female Yuto Kiba, not a male one, as it would avoid the rivalry issue and gain another potential friend. The revised text focuses on the school club, the combat training, the nickname dynamic, and the main plot point of identifying the antagonist, Taisei Oida, without any of the explicit or harmful themes. Chapter 36. A sudden departure ignoring Caleb's incessant chatter. Rios lifted her foot and headed toward the student council room. "President, wait for me." Caleb quickly followed. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra had been waiting for a long time. Once the pair arrived at the student council room, they immediately got to the point. "President, I told you it had to be that blonde yokai." Caleb started his rambling again, but no one paid attention. It's confirmed that the third-year Taisei Oida was the mastermind behind this. The accounts and transaction records all match. Sona Shirtorai handed Rios several documents, clearly the evidence from the investigation. Could Mika Yasuhiki have used a mental spell to control Taisei Oida? Rios quickly scanned the documents, proposing the last remaining possibility. The two had contact recently, and Taisei Oida's motive is still unclear. Probably not. Mika Yasuhiki's strength is insufficient to control Taisei Oida, Sona Shirtorai mused. Most likely, Taisei Oida already has rank B, perhaps even rank A strength. Rias nodded in contemplation. If that was the case, it made sense how the information had leaked. Tsubaki Shinra was only rank A in strength. If Taisei Oida had reached rank B or even rank A, his naturally proficient stealth abilities would have significantly increased. When a prepared enemy exploits an unguarded moment, it was perfectly normal for Tsubaki Shinra's casually placed barrier to have failed. Caleb had initially planned to personally teach Taisei Oida a lesson, but after hearing the conversation, he instantly backed down. The deceptive ploy was truly dishonorable. One moment, he was a regular delinquent. The next, he was a powerful blonde yokai. It didn't follow any known pattern. Caleb thought of another unfortunate soul and asked, "President, what about Tetsuya Hoda? Was he expelled?" "No. We contacted the victimized girl, and she stated she would not press charges." Sona Shirtorai maintained a flat tone as much as possible, but Caleb still sensed her helplessness. The girl developed an unusual attachment to Tetsuya Hoda and seems to have developed an unusual obsession. She wants Tetsuya Hoda to be her Barato, but he can't stop her from seeing other people. Caleb was stunned. Ah, well, if Tetsuya Hoda genuinely liked the girl, this might be worse than outright expulsion. If he didn't, they deserve each other. May they live happily ever after. He wished the two a long and happy life together and hoped they wouldn't inflict themselves on anyone else. As expected of the supernatural world, it always finds a way to surprise Caleb with its harsh realities. Regarding Taisei Oida, his current actions would warrant suspension at most, not expulsion, Sona Shirtorai said to Caleb. During our investigation, we found that Taisei Oida had planned a next step. After ruining your reputation, he intended to take your life. Little Caleb, are you truly unaware of Taisei Oida's reason for targeting you? Ayaz gaz sharpend, imiting a dangereux. This doesn't seem like simple jealousy. Caleb spread his hands helplessly. What could he do? Being handsome just made him a target. President, I really don't know. Caleb frowned. To be honest, this isn't the first time I've been targeted like this, but it's the first time I've clearly known someone wants me dead. Rias believed Caleb, which meant the problem lay with Taisei Oida. Sona, what are you planning to do? Sona shitori adustet hergudas. Rias, Kuo Town is your jurisdiction. The implication was that the student council would not interfere, and Rias was free to handle it as she wished. Sona Shirtorai was the visible administrator, but anyone with a bit of background knew that the area surrounding Kuo Academy was Gremory territory. Rias' red hair swirled, and she declared resolutely, "Fine. I will meet with him personally." Her personality was dominant. She never acted passively. Since Taisei Oida intended to harm Caleb, she would eliminate him beforehand. It feels so good to have powerful backing. Caleb seriously considered just giving up and becoming a familiar. Becoming Rias' familiar would eliminate external threats and allow him to deepen his relationship with the beautiful girls. Sona Shirtorai glanced at the excited Caleb and sighed internally. The potential familiar she had been eyeing was likely lost. The Gremory family's abundant affection truly gave them a natural advantage in cultivating relationships. People say sincerity beats manipulation, but Rias had both sincerity and manipulation. Who could resist that? Back at the Occult Research Club, Rias instructed Kaneko Tuju to continue training Caleb and to keep him under close supervision 24 hours a day. This would continue until she had dealt with Taisei Oida. It was called training, but it was actually protection. 3 days later, Caleb was informed that the matter had been resolved. Taisei Oida disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed at Kuo Academy. Just like that, the most dangerous enemy so far was eliminated without Caleb even meeting the blonde yukai's face. Caleb sighed in admiration at Rias' elegant appearance. He then decided to spend even more time with her in the future. The crisis was averted, but Caleb still trained with Kaneko Tuju every day and ran to the Occult Research Club whenever he had free time. He was not a Barato, but he was treated like one. This discouraged the many girls who admired Caleb, leaving them to only watch from afar, too hesitant to approach him. Not only could they not compete with Rias in strength, but they also couldn't match her beauty and grace. They felt inadequate and secretly resentful. The most resentful among them were Reina Hamasaki and her two friends, Tuko Sakuramachi. Reina Hamasaki's group had grown deeply attached to him and couldn't accept other men, leaving them consumed by longing. But Caleb was always dismissive, not nearly as enthusiastic as before. Tuko Sakuramachi, on the other hand, had been stood up for almost 2 weeks and had become a bitter woman. She thought constantly of Caleb, and despite her usual charm, she couldn't muster the interest in pursuing other men. Caleb's relationship with Rias and the others was at a critical stage, making rapid progress. The two incomplete talents provided by Tsubaki Shinra emphasized that quality trumped quantity. Successfully securing any one of them would instantly boost Caleb's power by 3 ranks. Naturally, he didn't have time to mess around with Reina Hamasaki's group. No time, just no time. Caleb was an ordinary person before, so investigating him was easy. If Rias wanted to, she could find out about his entire family history. As for his complicated relationships with other girls, she, of course, already knew. The small forest. Caleb was sent flying, barely stopping after breaking 2 trees. Kaneko, you promised to use the same strength as me? The white-haired girl turned her head, hands clasped behind her back, and whistled innocently. Caleb, Kaneko Tuju stared at the sky, her expression saying, "Wasn't me, I don't know anything. Forget it, I quit. This is pointless." Caleb pouted. The white-haired young girl disregarded the rules. Seeing she couldn't win fairly, she resorted to overwhelming strength. Chapter 37. Petite the Occult Research Club. Rias sat in a chair, a game of chess laid out before her. Though no one was opposite her, the board showed an endgame after a fierce battle. President. Caleb still hasn't made his decision. Akino Himejima stood by her side, asking curiously, "Do you plan to keep investing in him?" "Akino, it's not Caleb, it's little Caleb." Rias' smile didn't fade as she picked up the white rook piece. "I've done everything I can. The rest is up to him." "Are you that optimistic about him, President?" Rias simply smiled at Akino Himejima's question, offering no verbal reply. Akino Himejima liked Caleb, but it was purely the thrill of the chase. She was simply drawn to his appearance and temperament. He had everything she found appealing. Rias was different. The more time she spent with him, the deeper her affection grew. Part of it was her inherently warm-hearted nature, but the main reason was that she recognized Caleb as someone who deeply valued emotion. Regardless of his potential, if he became her familiar, Caleb would never betray her trust. Checkmate. Rias placed the piece, ending the endgame before her. She stood up and walked toward the shower room to clean up. Akino, regardless of little Caleb's potential or whether his special physique is real, Rias said. Just from Kaneko's reports over the past few days, Cinchuredo, it lingered briefly on her pale feet before reluctantly departing. He want little Caleb. His ambition might be even greater than we imagine. In the hazy, white steam, Rias closed her eyes and let out a soft laugh. Sona can't keep up with him. The reason he hasn't agreed is because he's afraid the familiar status will limit his development. It must be said that Rias was very accurate in judging people, and her intuition was even sharper. Akino-senpai, good afternoon. Caleb looked around and asked, curiously, "Is the president not here today?" The Occult Research Club was practically Rias' home. Aside from class time, Caleb could usually find her here at any hour. The president is in the shower. Akino Himejima bent over to pick up clothes from the floor. As for you, why are you back so early today? Oh my. Cinchuredo, his gaze was fixed on the black fabric in Akino Himejima's hands. Does the president need custom sizing for this? Akino Himejima held the fabric up against herself to check the fit. No need. This size is quite normal. Kaneko Tuju. She looked on quietly, which she couldn't say was non-existent, only that you could see her feed over it. she silently retreated to a corner to sulk. Akino Himajima's face froze. She had accidentally attacked a friendly target. Kaneko, it's okay. You're only 16, younger than me and the president. You still have plenty of room to grow. Caleb nodded in agreement. That's right, and being small is nice too. Someone with a gentle, delicate presence can be endearing in their own way. Kaneko Tuju, small, small. The white-haired girl repeated the word continuously, her frustration growing deeper. Akino Himejima glared at Caleb. You caused this mess. You fix it. Caleb threw his hands up. Is it my fault? He wanted to help her with her training so she could grow stronger, but every effort he made backfired. One wrong step, and he'd be sent flying. Why are you and Kaneko back so early today? Akino Himejima changed the subject and asked again. Let me tell you, Kaneko is a sore loser. She cheated. When Caleb started talking about this, he became energized, pouring out his grievances with a look of injustice. After being beaten for so many days, Cinchuredo. But not that he was such a genius at close combat. She looked curiously at the white-haired girl. Kaneko, you can't beat little Caleb anymore? Caleb scratched his cheek. Having been called it so often, the nickname Little Caleb no longer felt so strange. And if he looked at it differently, both he and Kaneko Tuju were first years, both 16, so they were both little. Yep, makes sense. Kaneko Tuju reluctantly turned around, glaring at Akino Himejima. Yes, little Caleb has excellent talent. With the same physical ability, he can already fight me to a draw. Caleb pouted. If you hadn't cheated, I would have won today. Although it was practical training, Kaneko Tuju certainly wasn't going to seriously harm him. Given her overwhelming strength advantage, she could completely overpower him without causing real injury. The training effectiveness was definitely not compromised. Akino Himejima looked genuinely surprised this time. It's only been 1 week. Caleb put his hands on his hips, looking proud. The beginner physique mastery talent was the greatest contributor to his rapid improvement in practical combat skills. Essentially, any move Kaneko Tuju used once, Caleb could replicate. For more complex moves, he just needed a few more beatings and had mostly master it. Of course, Caleb's own extremely strong combat instinct was also critical. He could effortlessly seize every fleeting opportunity. How to respond to an attack was something he barely needed to think about. Tetsuya Hoda, as a hybrid Yukai, had far more practical experience than Caleb, yet he was constantly at a disadvantage during their 1v1 battle. Besides the mirror reflection talent, Caleb also had the trait of growing stronger with every fight. Looking at Caleb's smug expression, Akino Himejima couldn't help but smile. He was indeed a little cute. Akino-senpai, Kaneko has nothing left to teach me. Shouldn't it be time to find a new teacher? Having been beaten down by Kaneko Tuju's sheer brute bravado, Caleb was considering asking Rias about learning magic. If possible, the kind where Rias would tutor him directly. Chapter 38, Magic Genius. Mastering a single magic spell, even the lowest level fireball or water arrow spell, was what Caleb needed to truly feel like a supernatural practitioner. It was the same principle as the leap from rank D to rank C. It didn't make him much stronger, but it was a crucial threshold. Crucially, magic is cool. Always swinging his fist didn't fit his pretty boy image. Akino Himejima thought for a moment. Yes, since you've mostly mastered close combat fighting, you can indeed start focusing on magic. Besides, you can also start utilizing your magic talent sooner. Caleb nodded enthusiastically, Cinchuredo. They can provide unexpected advantages in battle. Caleb glanced at Akino Himejima, surprised that she could actually store something there. Witnessing the sight firsthand, he was momentarily stunned. Why the long face? Take it. Akino Himejima gently tapped Caleb's head with the corner of the book. Cinchuredo, it was difficult for ordinary people to learn even one low-level spell. Even magic apprentices with formal lineage learned spells one by one from their masters. The spells in this book were accumulated by the Gremory family over many years. If it were truly ordinary, Akino Himejima wouldn't carry it so close to her. Even at her rank A strength, there were still spells in it that she hadn't fully grasped. Magic greatly depends on talent and affinity. Akino Himejema's specialty was lightning magic, but she couldn't afford to ignore other types, as some spells were truly useful. For example, spatial magic, and spatial magic. Whether it was for long-distance teleportation circles, instant movement in battle, or the essential storage space for logistical support, it all relied on spatial magic. Useful as it was, spatial magic was also one of the most difficult types of magic. Caleb opened the spellbook. The fragrance intensified. He rubbed his nose, maintaining his composure. He had already handled a real thing, so this small temptation wasn't enough to make him lose his cool. Caleb gathered himself and carefully studied the book's contents. The first page contained low-level attack spells of different attributes: Fireball, Water Arrow, Lightning Bolt, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, and so on. Following those were slightly more difficult spells like Transformation, Swamp, and Charm. The further he read, the harder the spells became. Correspondingly, their power and applicability were also greater. In addition to the printed learning methods, each spell had handwritten notes, likely the insights and thoughts left by the book's previous owner, Akino Himejima, while she was learning magic. Some spells even had little tips written alongside them. Caleb was initially confused, but Akino Himejima's notes helped him at least grasp the outlines. While Caleb was immersed in his studies, Rias finished showering and got dressed. She glanced briefly at Caleb and began putting on her uniform. Unfortunately, Cinchuredo, thank you. I'd like to keep reading this book for a while. The book is yours. Rias replied, not Akino Himejima. Magic knowledge was Gremory family property. Only she could decide its fate. In fact, if Rias hadn't had a special attitude toward Caleb, Akino Himejima would never have given him the book. Knowledge shouldn't be easily shared. This was true in every world. Magic knowledge was an intangible fortune, especially this spellbook with Akino Himejima's notes. If it were leaked, it would definitely cause chaos. For a magic apprentice, this book was a highway to becoming a middle-class sorcerer. Caleb was overjoyed. Thank you, President. He suspected the book was extraordinary, but didn't know its value far exceeded his imagination. Countless magic apprentices would dream of such an opportunity. Caleb carefully tucked the spellbook away and asked curiously, President, what did you get here? I've been here the whole time. I just went for a shower. After exchanging pleasantries, Caleb got up to leave. With the skill book in hand, he didn't want to wait another second. Imagining the scene of lightning in his left hand and fire in his right, forcing his enemies to flee in terror, Caleb confidently began learning his first spell. 3 hours later, feeling the emptiness in his magic power, Caleb's dreams were shattered. He realized his talent for magic was quite ordinary. His supposed magic genius was only because he had directly acquired the magic power extraction skill. After 3 hours, and exhausting his internal magic power, he had only successfully cast the spell once. The single successful cast was completely uncontrolled, nearly setting his own eyebrows on fire. Comparing his results with Akino Himejima's notes, Caleb roughly understood his true magic talent. It wasn't strong, but it was acceptable, better than the worst, worse than the best. If he practiced seriously for a few decades, he might have a chance at becoming a high-class sorcerer. If he hadn't had any expectations before, Caleb could have accepted this result. But being repeatedly called a genius made him believe he was one. And now, being told the truth that his genius was an illusion, it was tough. Especially compared to his talent for close combat, Caleb felt even worse. Maybe the fire attribute just doesn't suit me. After his magic power recovered, Caleb continued to experiment, unwilling to give up. Water, earth, wind. The results were roughly the same for every element. He had the best affinity for the spirit attribute and the lowest for the earth attribute. The good affinity for the spirit attribute wasn't due to exceptional talent. It was because Caleb had absorbed his previous host's soul, making his spiritual power naturally strong. It was confirmed. His talents were fully invested in the muscle-bound idiot route, not the elegant, glamorous, special effects-laden mage route. After a night of careful thought alongside the Takamine sisters, Caleb successfully convinced himself if his talents weren't aligned, he would change his approach. Instead of learning magic with diminishing returns, he would focus on forming close relationships with girls. Even if he didn't draw a magic-related talent and become a true magic genius, he could still acquire skills directly and quickly master magic. Strength is temporary. Coolness is forever. He was determined to be a noble and elegant sorcerer. However, Caleb didn't plan to abandon close combat. He could keep it as his ace in the hole. The fight with Tetsuya Hoda made him understand the importance of having a trump card. One crucial skill could potentially change the entire course of a battle. Chapter 39, The Decision, Part 1. The next day, Caleb instinctively arrived at the Occult Research Club. Once there, he didn't see Kiniko Tuju and only then realized that the combat training sessions were over. Akino Himejima was on duty today. Rias had taken the white-haired girl out to handle a request. Little Caleb, did you encounter any problems with your magic today? Caleb shook his head. No, you gotta be kidding me. I couldn't learn it all, so where would the problems come from? Akino Himejima smiled. That's impressive. Tell me, Senshiredo Akino Himejima rested her chin on her hand, pondering. You are so sensitive to magic power. Why is it so difficult for you to learn spells? The so-called difficulty was relative to naturally gifted people like them. Caleb's magic ability was still marginally above the passing grade. Caleb looked innocent. I don't know. Don't ask me, I just don't know. He never claimed to be a magic genius. They all guessed it themselves. This couldn't be hidden anyway. If he couldn't learn it, he couldn't learn it. Akino Himejima placed her hand on Caleb's forehead, sensing the magic power within him. The rate of magic power growth is indeed fast. You'll be able to attempt middle-class magic power extraction soon. Akino Himejima was puzzled, as she hadn't encountered this situation before. The magic power growth is definitely genius level, so why is spell mastery so difficult? In reality, it was because Caleb's magic extraction method was different from others. While others needed to spend time sitting in meditation, he could absorb external magic power naturally as long as his mind was relaxed, whether he was sleeping or daydreaming. It was essentially a semi-automatic skill. He extracted 3 times the magic power in one day compared to others. Of course, this excluded those who were completely focused on cultivation. Caleb wasn't absorbing magic faster than others. Due to his unique circumstances, he was essentially logging 3 times the training hours. After a moment of deliberation, Akino Himejima didn't dwell on it. It was a vast world full of oddities. Perhaps Caleb's physique was great for absorbing magic power, but quite ordinary when it came to controlling it. Little Caleb, have you considered reincarnating as a devil? Akino Himejima's eyes gleamed as she brought up the topic again. With Rias away, it was a good opportunity. If Caleb strongly objected, she could always claim she was acting on her own initiative. After reincarnating as a devil, your magical control will greatly improve because devils are naturally more suited to using magic than humans. Caleb's heart stirred, but he quickly thought of something else. Akino-senpai, why haven't I seen Kiniko use magic? Akino Himejima's gaze drifted, and she stammered guiltily, oh my. Although that's what I said, not every devil is naturally good at magic, right? She wasn't entirely lying. Reincarnating as a devil would definitely improve physical fitness and strengthen magic control. However, the most important factor was still individual aptitude. Kiniko Tuju was a typical example, completely unsuited for using magic. The few spells she mastered were for enhancing her physical abilities. At the end of the day, she was still a pure brawler. Caleb didn't bother to expose Akino Himejima, deciding to give his superior some face. However, the devil bloodline was indeed a good thing, and the sooner he got it, the better. Akino-senpai, you mentioned last time that low-class devils can be promoted to high-class devils and then have their own familiars. Caleb asked, beside becoming someone else's familiar and ranking up through the rating game, do ordinary devils have other ways to advance? Yes, but they are much harder than the rating game and often involve life-threatening risks. Akino Himejima looked at Caleb, speaking seriously. I advise you strongly not to entertain such ideas. After the Great War of the Three Factions, the devil population drastically decreased, but only relative to the past. The total population was still huge. Not all devils could become someone else's familiar and slowly climb the ranks. If that were the case, the power structure of the underworld would be composed entirely of a hierarchy of evil pieces. Caleb shrugged. Good medicine is bitter, and honest advice is unpleasant. He decided to meekly accept Akino Himejima's warning and abandon any unrealistic thoughts. Senpai, one last question. Caleb had also been pondering the issue of familiars for the past few days. Rias had done so much for him. He wasn't heartless. It was time for him to reciprocate. Familiar. How strong is the king's binding authority over a familiar? Akino Himejima straightened up, becoming more serious than ever before. What do you mean? No specific meaning. I just need a truthful answer. Staring into Akino Himejima's cold eyes, Caleb's expression was equally serious. Akino Himejima frowned. Combining Caleb's previous question, she seemed to understand what Rias had said last time. Caleb's ambition was indeed great, perhaps even hubris. She watched Caleb silently for a moment, then sighed softly. Since you put it that way, I'll be honest with you. I hope you don't disappoint me later. Censuredo, under normal circumstances, a familiar would not refuse their king's requests. This was a major reason why many familiars and kings became couples. If a conflict arose between a familiar and their king, the king's only means of punishment was to prohibit the familiar from participating in raiding games, thereby cutting off their path to further advancement. Sometimes, a familiar's aptitude was so great, coupled with the augmentation of the evil pieces, that their strength grew rapidly, leading them to develop different, more dangerous ideas. There have even been cases of a familiar turning against their own king. For such familiars, the underworld would issue a warrant for their arrest, and upon capture, the penalty was instant execution, with no alternative. If there was any true restriction, this was the biggest one after becoming a familiar: absolute loyalty to one's king at all times. Of course, this was a rule imposed by the underworld, not a side effect of the pieces themselves. Without such a rule, recruiting familiars would require even greater caution. Caleb did not doubt the truth of Akino Himejima's words. Everything she said aligned with his vague memories, especially when she mentioned the bravado of a king. Caleb finally recalled the incident Kaneko Tuju was so reluctant to talk about. The white-haired young girl's sister, the cat Yukai Barado, had Barado her master after becoming a familiar and then fled. This incident led to prejudice against Kaneko Tuju among devils, who feared she, too, would betray her master. She was almost executed, but Rias intervened and took her as a familiar. Chapter 40. The Decision, Part 2. The matter of Kuroka slaying her master likely had a hidden background, but Caleb simply couldn't recall it. Furthermore, this world was ultimately not an exact replica of the original high school DxD. Trusting a book entirely is worse than having no book at all. Caleb dared not rely solely on his memories to judge the situation. With Akino Himejima's detailed explanation, he finally felt confident in his decision. Akino-senpai, I am willing to become the president's familiar. After careful consideration, Caleb decided to accept Rias' invitation. Currently, this was the most beneficial option for him. Any future risks or crises would not be problems as long as his strength increased fast enough. However, I have two conditions. Akino Himejima was delighted to hear Caleb agree. The scoundrel might be a jerk, but he wasn't a complete jerk. Sincerity could still be exchanged for sincerity. What are your conditions? Akino Himejima's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Do you want to hang out with your older sister? Caleb's eyes brightened. Is it too late for me to say I have 3 conditions now? Akino Himejima rolled her eyes at him. Too late. That's a real shame. Putting away his regretful expression, Caleb became serious. My requests are simple. Censuredo, stating his preference up front, was the best choice. Otherwise, if he went dating others later, it would only lead to awkwardness and unpleasantness. Akino Himejima felt slightly uneasy, but was more curious about the reason behind Caleb's insistence on quantity. Despite her curiosity, she didn't probe further. As the saying goes, everyone has secrets. What is the second condition? It's not really a condition, but I don't want to use a pawn piece. Caleb didn't possess a Longinus inside him, so it was unlikely he would use all 8 pawn pieces. If Rias got other familiars later and they were both pawns, he wouldn't mind either way, though he had a mild personal preference regarding their future Barado. Caleb also hoped Rias' future team members would share similar qualities. However, his voice didn't carry much weight yet, and bringing it up now would only add to the group's frustration. I can agree to both of those conditions. Rias wouldn't interfere with a familiar's private life anyway. However, this did cast a shadow over whether their personal relationship with Caleb would continue to progress. A scumbag might be fun, but if it came to a lifelong commitment, they would need to think carefully. As for the second condition, after discovering Caleb's close combat talent, they had already planned to use the remaining rook piece on him. Akino Himejima clapped her hands together. Then it's settled. He'll contact the president now, and well proceed with the ritual. Caleb shrugged. Whatever makes Akino Himejima happy. He didn't care if it was sooner or later. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't back out. Akino Himejima pulled out a flyer with a magic circle drawn on it and infused it with magic power. As the flyer burned, a red and black magic circle unfolded in the air. Akino Himejima closed her eyes and concentrated, contacting Rias through the magic circle. It seemed to be some form of mental communication magic. Caleb didn't see Akino Himejima speak. She just stood there quietly, her expression serious. A moment later, the magic circle dissipated, and Akino Himejima let out a soft breath, visibly relaxing. Okay, the president and Kaneko will return once they finish their task. Great, Akino-senpai. Since I've agreed to become the president's familiar. Caleb stared at her face, saying seriously, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Akino Himejima was momentarily stunned. Following Caleb's gaze, she finally remembered what he was referring to. When she and Tsubaki Shinra were tasked with recruiting Caleb, their relationship rapidly warmed. They had grown close, holding hands and spending time together. Senshirado, Akino Himejima's expression changed rapidly. She had never been that close to anyone romantically, but she couldn't admit it now. She felt that if she conceded, her image as the composed, confident older sister would collapse. She would also gain a reputation for not keeping her promises. And, predictably, Caleb would use this to needle her constantly. Akino-senpai, Akino-senpai. Caleb said, smiling playfully. Say something. Why aren't you talking? Did I hit the nail on the head? Akino Himejima gnashed her teeth, secretly annoyed. That annoying little rascal. He just said he was going to go spend time with other girls. Senshirado, do you? Is it me who doesn't want to be seen? Well, maybe a little. But it's mostly you who doesn't want to be seen, right? His goal achieved, Caleb stopped provoking Akino Himejima. He stepped forward and gently held her by the barado as they continued walking together. Senshirado, pulling Akino Himejima down onto the sofa with him. He helped her out of her uniform jacket, draping it over the arm of the sofa. They settled in together to talk about the upcoming day. She stood before the mirror, examining her outfit with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. A faint shimmer surrounded her fingertips as something unexpected stirred within. Ding! Detected talent. Lightning initiating copy. Senshirado. Akino Himejima stepped back, her pale hands held up firmly against Caleb's barado. I didn't say you could go this far. Caleb paused and nodded, stepping away respectfully. He gave her space and waited patiently for her to feel comfortable again. Senshirado, and her arms embraced his neck. After a long, exhausted sigh, she rested completely on the sofa, too tired to move. Caleb sat up, wiping his hands on Akino Himejima's shirt. Akino-senpai, you should rest now. Censurado, 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 censurado. Caleb stood close to Akino Himejima, trying to stay composed. President, and Kaneko, good afternoon. Kaneko Tuju, TCH. After scoffing, she turned her head away, blushing. Although she didn't want to look at him, Kaneko Tuju couldn't help but glance back occasionally. Everyone's attention was on Caleb, so the white-haired, cat-eared girl's sneaky glances went unnoticed. Caleb let out a dry laugh and looked at the red-haired demon princess, who had her fist held to her chin, her eyes darting nervously. President, maybe you two could turn away for a bit? Rias, Censurado. Completely bewildered, little Caleb was proudly posing. He was dizzy and disoriented. On the other side, Akino Himejima slowly stepped back, keeping a calm expression as she greeted Rias and Kaneko Tuju. The excessive surprise had interrupted her concentration, replaced by furious embarrassment. Especially after hearing Caleb's rude comment, the embarrassment was so overwhelming that she accidentally pushed Caleb away from her. Rias and Kaneko Tuju looked at Caleb, stumbling backward. He's such a little troublemaker, and he doesn't learn his lesson. Well, Censurado, after composing herself and sealing the image of the terrifying little Caleb deep in her memory, Rias and Kaneko Tuju looked at Akino Himejima, whose face was beet red as she scrambled to put on her clothes. Akino, Rias couldn't help but remind her. Your clothes are on backward. Akino Himejima's barato froze. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and buried her face in her arms in one fluid motion. I can't face anyone. The white-haired girl accidentally burst into laughter. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing the usually powerful, calm, and manipulative Akino Himejima in such a state of distress was simply too funny. Rias almost lost her composure, too, but then she noticed the mournful glare from Akino Himejima, who was hidden in her arms. It's all right, Akino. Kaneko didn't mean it. Akino Himejima, is that comfort or stabbing me? The resentment swelled, threatening to coalesce into a demonic mask. Rias keenly sensed the danger and quickly changed the subject. Little Caleb, stop playing dead and get up. Oh, Caleb responded listlessly. Just a little more. Really, just a little bit. Censurado ugly? And I can't get dressed like this. Caleb muttered under his breath, glancing at the situation with frustration. Seeing Rias' gaze turn increasingly unfriendly, he reluctantly picked up his clothes and put them on, though his face was sour. Caleb didn't mind Rias taking his belongings, as long as the conflict was resolved. But Rias clearly didn't mean it that way. He didn't want to personally test what her magical abilities might actually do. And your clothes? Before Rias could finish, Caleb had picked up his uniform shirt and put it on. This time, there was no mischievous moment to cause trouble. But he had been in such a rush earlier that had torn several buttons, leaving his shirt hanging loosely, a clear sign of the aftermath. Chapter 42. The contract compared to Akino Himejima, who was too embarrassed to show her face. Caleb looked completely disheveled and careless. Censurado, the awkwardness fell entirely on Rias and the others. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment before Akino Himejima finally composed herself. Still feeling embarrassed, she maintained her head down, with drawn posture. Her smooth, silky black ponytail swayed gently behind her, and her beautiful, Censurado okay? Akino Himejima smiled gently. Her tone was sweet, but to Caleb it was indistinguishable from the whisper of a devil. Given that Akino Himejima had reincarnated as Rias' familiar, she indeed had devil blood. Caleb forced a smile, backed up a few steps, and wisely surrendered. If he continued to tease her, he doubted he would leave the clubroom standing today. Only after confirming Caleb was facing the wall in the corner did Akino Himejima slowly stand up. She gathered herself quietly, and a sudden surge of shame and annoyance washed over her. President, I'm going to the shower first. Could you please bring me some fresh clothes? Feeling the dampness on her skin, Akino Himejima turned and walked toward the bathroom. Rias, Akino Himejima, and Kaneko Tuju all kept several sets of spare clothes and uniforms in the Occult Research Club. The club room was currently their base, or rather, their home. Rias had invited Yuto Kiba as well, but he had refused. Although Rias was disappointed, she respected Yuto Kiba's personal will. After delivering the fresh clothes to the bathroom, Rias returned to the room. Looking at Caleb, who was facing the wall, she smiled warmly. The growing friendship between the two was unexpected, but not entirely a bad thing. Although Akino Himejima looked annoyed, Rias, having grown up with her, could tell she was actually open to the idea. If Akino Himejima had felt nothing for Caleb, she would have objected the moment Rias proposed a recruitment plan. And today's incident looked like a sudden accident. She couldn't have intentionally notified me beforehand, just so I could observe the situation firsthand. Centuredo. He now had a certain charming energy. His appearance and temperament might have changed, but the fact that he couldn't defeat Rias remained. So, the charming Caleb obediently returned to the sofa. He was obedient, but his restless energy was not. After all this time, it was still lingering. After he sat down, Centuredo, little Caleb, Akino, said you agreed. Is that true? Rias believed Akino Himejima wouldn't joke about this, but she still felt it was better to ask in person. Yes. Caleb nodded with a troubled expression. Let's just get straight to the point. He wanted to complete the reincarnation quickly so he could hurry home and have the Takamine sisters console the angry little Caleb. As for the almost success, Caleb actually wasn't that bothered. Winning over Akino Himejima was only a matter of time. Rias couldn't possibly show up at such a perfect moment every time. Centuredo, I might feel a little better. How about this? Rias smiled apologetically. You go to the bathroom and check on Akino to continue what you were discussing or find another way to resolve this. She hadn't had any practical experience, but her theoretical knowledge was decent. President, if you wanted to leave here on a stretcher, just say so. Caleb rolled his eyes at her. Why didn't you just stay quiet? If you come back a few seconds later, or just stayed quiet, nothing would have happened. Nothing would have happened? No, everything would have happened. Rias felt innocent, too. She hadn't done it on purpose. After teleporting back, the first thing that greeted her eyes was an unexpected scene with a man and a woman. She was only a 17-year-old, pure-blooded high-class devil. She had never witnessed a situation like that before. Her reflexive action was simply to vocalize a warning. Caleb was distressed, very distressed, especially with Rias standing so close to him. Her noble and imposing presence was hard to ignore. How could little Caleb remain composed under such pressure? President, do you want to proceed with the reincarnation now? Caleb cut to the chase. If not, I'll head back today, and you can notify me when you're ready. A familiar's reincarnation required no special preparation, only an evil piece. To avoid further complications, Rias immediately agreed to perform the reincarnation for Caleb now. Akino Himejima had already told her about Caleb's conditions when she contacted her earlier. Rias took out an evil piece, the same rank as Kaneko Tuju's, a rook. She spread her wings, revealing her true devil form. Magic power boiled, and as a pentagram magic circle appeared at Caleb's feet, the dark evil piece in her hand slowly integrated into Caleb's body. When the last trace of the piece completely vanished into Caleb's chest, Rias showed a delighted smile. Little Caleb from now on, just as Rias was about to offer a celebratory hug, the magic circle, which had been glowing red, suddenly dimmed. At the same time, a tiny black glow slowly condensed in front of Caleb's chest. A few seconds later, the black glow solidified into a physical object. A single, dark, rook-shaped chess piece reappeared. Clang, the piece clattered onto the coffee table. The crisp sound rang clearly in Rias' ears. Chapter 43. Defiled Caleb looked at Rias, then at the chess piece on the coffee table, his expression bewildered. What's going on? Did Rias make a mistake and use an ordinary chess piece instead of an evil piece? Rias blinked her ruby-like eyes, equally confused. She picked up the chess piece from the coffee table and carefully examined it twice. No mistake, it was the rook-class evil piece. It had clearly merged into Caleb's body and the reincarnation had begun. Why did it suddenly fail at the last moment? Rias had seen failed reincarnations before, but what happened to Caleb was completely different. If the piece was insufficient for the conversion and required a higher dose, the magic circle would usually remain active, and she would receive a prompt. Then, a different set of corrective measures would be applied. Rias had never heard of or seen a case where an evil piece was completely expelled from the Barado. Caleb thought Rias had gotten a fake, low-quality product. Rias thought it wasn't her fault. It had to be Caleb's. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. The white-haired girl enjoyed her frozen treat quietly while the tense moment continued. Centuredo, now possessing a metallic sheen. To rule out insufficient dosage, Rias used 8 pawn pieces this time. Was the black and red magic circle lit up again? A moment later, looking at the 8 chess pieces scattered on the coffee table, Rias was going crazy. After a moment of concentration, she put away the pawn pieces and took out the only mutated piece. Caleb also sensed something was wrong now. One fake piece was possible, but all 8 pawn pieces couldn't be fake. Looking at the inky black mutated piece in Rias' hand, he gritted his teeth and presented himself as the next target once more. But the magic circle lasted longer than when she used the 8 pawn pieces. Caleb clearly felt his strength and magic power rising, but this feeling gradually faded as time passed. Clang looking at the piece that fell onto the coffee table, Rias' face was calm. It was the expected result. Having come this far, she simply decided to use all the remaining pieces in her hand. If it worked, she would make Caleb work himself to death. Excluding the 3 already used, Caleb would occupy 12 out of the 15 familiar slots. He should have to do the work of 12 people. Caleb shivered involuntarily, seeing the predatory look in Rias' eyes. Forced by the red-haired Crimson Princess' unwavering resolve, he could only continue to cooperate. A much larger magic circle than before lit up, enveloping Caleb entirely. Rias' red hair flew wildly, her magic power at full throttle as the 12 pieces flew one after another toward Caleb's chest. Clang X12 Rias stared at the evil pieces scattered across the coffee table, her eyes void of dreams. She considered herself experienced, but this was a first. He could absorb them all, but then he wouldn't keep a single one. Looking at the pile of pieces, Rias felt cheated on. The crucial thing was that she had willingly given them to Caleb to work with. An illusion? It's all an illusion. It will pass. Rias chanted internally, hoping the pieces wouldn't truly take on Caleb's form. Caleb rubbed his torso. After being kicked by Akino Himejima, he had been struck repeatedly by the evil pieces. Although the attacks didn't hurt much, seeing his Barado repeatedly struck made him instinctively check for injuries. There wasn't a mark, and even the faint footprint left by Akino Himejima was almost gone. But Caleb didn't feel stronger. Instead, he felt completely drained. Even his usual confidence was now fading. Clearly, the familiar reincarnation wasn't a failure so much as it was an absolute impossibility. President, I'm heading back now. Caleb planned to sneak away before Akino Himejima came out. The reincarnation had failed, which meant Akino Himejima's efforts were for nothing. If he didn't leave now, would he wait for her to come out and kick him again? But they kicked with considerable bravado. Rias looked down at the pieces in her hand, waved him off, and told Caleb to scram. She didn't want to see Caleb or speak to him right now. The more Rias looked at her evil pieces, the more uneasy she felt. They feel truly tainted. Caleb was unaware of the changes to the evil pieces and simply assumed Rias was in a bad mood because the reincarnation failed. Leaving the clubroom, Caleb tidied his clothes while contemplating the reason for the failed reincarnation. Logically, the conversion should have been smooth. He was just an ordinary person with a slightly unique soul at most. Evil pieces could reincarnate dragons and yokai. Why couldn't they handle him? He thought for about 10 seconds and came up completely empty. Accept it and move on. Rias should be the one struggling with the reasons. Centuredo Caleb changed direction and headed straight for the student council room. I have to try. If Rias went to Sona Shirtorai to discuss the matter, he would lose his chance. Sabaki-senpai, are you free right now? Tsubaki Shinra looked up, her expression serious. Is something the matter? Caleb smiled sincerely and nodded obediently. After a moment of hesitation, Tsubaki Shinra stood up and walked toward Caleb while the student council members watched quietly. The two went into the single room next door. As soon as they entered, Tsubaki Shinra scoffed. Yusuji Kohai, what brings you to me? Caleb was momentarily stunned, wondering when he had offended the vice president. Tsubaki Senpai, why are you calling me Yusuji again? We agreed on first names. He moved closer to Tsubaki Shinra, attempting to lean in affectionately. Tsubaki Shinra turned her head, pulling away from him, but didn't push him away. Hee, I wouldn't dare call you by your first name. What if Akino misunderstood? Sarcasm, laced with jealousy, was thick in the air. Caleb immediately understood what was happening. Since the rumor incident was resolved, he hadn't sought out Tsubaki Shinra even once. Not only did he ignore her, but he also ran to the Occult Research Club every day. Sona Shirtorai was merely disappointed that Caleb had ultimately chosen Rias. But Tsubaki Shinra was different. She had just shared a meaningful moment with him, only to find Caleb running off with someone else. How could she not be angry? Caleb grimaced. My bad. Senchurado, although she knew he was faking it, Tsubaki Shinra's anger had subsided by more than half. The training only finished today. Seeing her reaction, Caleb added, right after training, I came straight to see you, Tsubaki Senpai. Tsubaki Shinra had heard about Caleb training with Kaneko Tuju from Akino Himejima, but she didn't know exactly when it ended. Tsubaki Shinra didn't speak, but the tension in her face softened considerably. She was no longer giving Caleb the cold bravado. Caleb was inwardly delighted. He held her close and shared a tender moment with her. This time, Senchurado Caleb's actions became more intense. After a moment, he turned his attention elsewhere, still searching for what he needed. He continued his careful exploration, taking his time to study every detail, and then focusing intently on the task at hand. Tsubaki Shinra's face was flushed with exertion. After a moment of quiet concentration, Tsubaki Shinra took advantage of Caleb's distraction to turn the tables with a quick counterattack. She bravado hold of Caleb and pressed forward aggressively, pushing him back with renewed energy. Feeling the momentum shift in his favor lost, Caleb braced himself and held his ground. Senchurado, and he brought out his ace in the hole. Oh! Tsubaki Shinra lifted her head, her hazy gaze meeting Caleb's star-like eyes. Caleb smiled softly. I've agreed to become President Sona's familiar. The moment the words left his mouth, the resistance on his wrists vanished. Her pale hand still rested on Caleb's wrists. Senchurado, extending her index finger to draw a blue magic circle in the air. As the final stroke was drawn, Tsubaki Shinra's tense posture relaxed, and she let out a relieved sigh. Tsubaki Senpai, what was that just now? Caleb asked. He moved his hand to Tsubaki Shinra's lower back, helping her as she cooperated by standing on her tiptoes, murmuring, It's magic, a barrier. Caleb's face lit up, and he concentrated on the task at hand. He had been slightly troubled about what excuse to use to convince Tsubaki Shinra to fulfill their promise before notifying Sona Shirtorai. Now, not only did he not need an excuse, but the possibility of being interrupted was also eliminated. Tucking the black, sheer cloth into his pocket, Senchurado Caleb stepped closer, feeling a rush of nervous energy as Tsubaki Shinra looked up at him with a curious glance. Want to try some? She asked playfully. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled, then took a small bite. Caleb smiled, feeling satisfied. Senchurado. Caleb hesitated to push Tsubaki Shinra too hard during their sparring practice. Tsubaki Shinra was a fast learner, and pushing the drill further risked an injury. Tsubaki Senpai, let's pause for a moment. The two switched positions. Tsubaki Shinra turned away from Caleb, steadying herself against the table. Senchurado. Tsubaki Shinra let out a quiet sigh of frustration as the irritation eased slightly. After pausing for a moment and seeing Caleb make no further move, she tried to shift her position back and forth, but Caleb kept a firm hold on her, preventing her from moving. Noticing Tsubaki Shinra's urgent and restless appearance, Caleb decided to spend some time with her. He had not pushed things further. He quietly enjoyed the warm, close feeling. Caleb was getting a very comfortable moment, relaxing occasionally. After several attempts and a brief wait, Tsubaki Shinra could no longer contain her frustration and turned her head to look at Caleb. Her sharp phoenix eyes flickered with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, and her face flushed a deep pink. Her barato were pressed tightly together, paling at the edges. Caleb, too, was nearing his limit. Senchuredo, complete bloodline talent Caleb, held Tsubaki Shinra's hand for a moment. Her stiff posture gradually softened. As they stepped apart, Tsubaki Shinra let out a soft sigh and turned to lie on the conference table, wiping his barato. Senchuredo. Tsubaki Shinra buried her flushed face in her arms, letting out a soft sigh. Her voice carried a note of yearning. All right, true to her middle-class devil constitution, even as a reincarnated devil, her adaptability far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Because her five senses were so heightened, Senchuredo, if Caleb hadn't been holding her up, she probably would have fallen straight to the floor. She was exhausted and pale and could no longer stay upright, so she slumped down onto the cold tabletop. The weight of the moment was too much to bear. Senchuredo, middle-class devil bloodline talent description. Comprehensively enhances physical fitness, increases magic affinity, increases magic power, and increases combat effectiveness at night. After releasing his immense vital energy, Caleb collapsed weakly onto Tsubaki Shinra, completely drained from the effort. Continuing to hide in the garden and recovering, Caleb finally completed the ritual. Because the devil bloodline talent was successfully acquired, his fatigued barato recovered slightly. He propped himself up and gently turned the weary Tsubaki Shinra over. It's over now. The sudden movement caused Tsubaki Shinra to tense up, and she instinctively pulled back. She had been so caught up in the moment, she almost didn't want it to end. But if things continued at this pace, she knew she'd have to stop. Caleb gave her barato a firm, friendly squeeze, smiling, Tsubaki Senpai, Senchuredo, even her way of addressing him had changed. She had originally wanted to call him Little Caleb, like Akino Himejima, but the thought of her friend having used it first made her uncomfortable. After some thought, she decided to call him Akira directly. Caleb didn't mind. It sounded better than Little Caleb anyway. Tsubaki Senpai, when did you notify the president? He still used Tsubaki Shinra's name, adding Senpai for a sense of familiarity. Caleb didn't want to call her vice president, but using it too often in daily life would make it feel less special, so he stopped. Tsubaki Shinra stepped back from Caleb's hold. When I first cast a magic barrier, she said it as a matter of fact. I informed the president of the good news and asked her to come over once she finished her duties. What if the president walked in on us? Caleb was startled and asked, so what if she saw? Tsubaki Shinra took small steps, carefully tidying the battlefield. The president is a girl too. What does it matter if she saw? Caleb was dumbfounded. Aren't you embarrassed? Tsubaki Shinra thought for a moment and said, not really. The president and I grew up together. I wouldn't have been closely involved with you without her tacit approval. Caleb felt something was wrong, but he couldn't quite articulate it. With the help of magic, Tsubaki Shinra quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Her first experience in a place like this was certainly memorable. After a silent sigh, Senchuredo, the energy naturally nourished her barato and enhanced her magic power. The increase was slight, but it was definitely there. She was hazy and skeptical at the time, but after feeling the constant warmth flowing through her core, she was finally certain. At the same time, Caleb merely assumed she was unfamiliar with the experience, since it was new to her. He was pleased about the outcome and chose not to ask further questions. He wanted to guide Tsubaki Shinra and influence her perspective according to his own views. Regarding future concerns, Caleb had initially been worried about potential complications. But after all this time, none of the women in his care, including Reina Hamasaki and the Takamine sisters, showed any changes despite his daily efforts. Gradually, he also forgot about it. This world was strange and magic existed. There were plenty of other paths to consider. Sensuredo. She could also actively accelerate the absorption process, but this required some special magic manipulation techniques, which she would need to look up. Like a hidden aspect of his unique ability, Caleb would never know about this unless Tsubaki Shinra told him. After all, he was unaware of it entirely. Sensuredo making Caleb feel somewhat strange being barely covered. He picked up his uniform, which was badly damaged and clearly living on borrowed time, and loosely put it on. It seemed necessary to stock up on more clothing. Not only did Rias and the others experience clothes destruction, but he also seemed unable to escape it. Rias and her group were worn down after their intense fights, while Caleb prepared before his upcoming battle. Everything was ready. All that was missing was Sona Shirtorai. Caleb leaned back lazily in his chair, gazing out at the orange-red sunset. Is it that late already? Caleb glanced at the clock, lost in his endeavors. He hadn't noticed that the club activity time had already ended. Akira, the president should be here soon. Please wait a little longer. Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry to go home. Caleb waved his hand, assuring Tsubaki Shinra not to worry. He had already finished his work and was content to wait quietly. Sensuredo, just as Caleb was getting bored and about to call Tsubaki Shinra over to review their study materials together, a flash of blue light signaled the disappearance of the magic barrier, and Sona Shitori's slender figure appeared in the room. There's a door, but none of them use it. Is using teleportation magic so great? Caleb's eyes were lifeless as he mumbled a complaint. He wasn't jealous. He was just feeling injustice for the door. Landing softly on the floor, Sona Shirtorai wrinkled her nose and frowned. What does that smell? Did you two eat dried squid in here? Tsubaki Shinra's face flushed, and she quickly opened the door and windows for ventilation. Having been inside the room for so long, she had almost forgotten about the smell. Moreover, because the magic barrier had completely sealed the room, the scent had barely dissipated. A cool evening breeze rushed in, instantly clearing the lingering strange smell. President, good afternoon. Caleb was in a great mood. Just moments ago, he had gained another new talent, successfully taking a big step toward becoming a magical genius. Copy failed acquired talent. Lightning, incomplete talent description. Greatly increases affinity to the lightning element. Greatly increases the power of lightning-based magic. This was the talent detected on Akino Himejima earlier. Due to Rias's timely arrival, Caleb had failed to copy it fully. After an hour without further contact with Akino Himejima, the incomplete lightning talent had voluntarily appeared in Caleb's possession. Yusuji, Akira-kun, good afternoon. Remembering the reincarnation was imminent, Sona Shirtorai corrected herself and called Caleb by his first name. Caleb smiled broadly, readily accepting the change. He found Akira more pleasant to hear than Yusuji. As for pet names like Akira or Little Caleb, they were acceptable after prolonged use. Caleb stood up, adjusted his expression, and said seriously, President, shall we start now? Yes. Sona Shirtorai pulled a row of evil pieces from her pocket. Which rank do you want? Choose one yourself. Sona Shirtorai seemed less enthusiastic than Rias, but she actually valued Caleb just as much. Their personalities were simply different, resulting in different expressions. Caleb scratched his head. He estimated there was a 99% chance of failure. But what if, after some deliberation, he chose the rook piece? Sona Shirtorai also had only one remaining rook piece. The other rook slot was occupied by a tall, beautiful girl with indigo, medium-length hair named Tsubasa Yura. Tsubasa Yura was also a first-year student at Kuo Academy, and Caleb had seen her a few times. However, her attitude was quite reserved, so Caleb hadn't interacted with her much. As a rook rank, Tsubasa Yura was also proficient in close combat. Akira-kun, Are you sure you want the rook rank? Sona Shurturai adjusted her glasses, explaining, with your magical talent, the bishop rank is actually better suited for you. If the rook rank was specialized in close combat, the bishop rank was specialized in magic, offering a significant boost to magic power. President, didn't President Reyes tell you? Caleb asked in surprise. My talent in close combat is actually stronger than my magic talent. Sona Shurturai pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Reyes did mention it, but I thought she was joking. Sona Shurturai was almost certain Caleb would choose Reyes, so she subconsciously dismissed Reyes' words as boasting. Furthermore, based on his appearance and physique, Caleb seemed destined to be a magic user. Sona Shurturai didn't know why Caleb suddenly changed his mind, but it was likely due to her vice president's efforts. After all this time, she noticed the familiar scent around them. Cinchuredo, she subtly took 2 steps back. In that case, let's begin. Caleb nodded, indicating he was ready at any time. Akira-kun, don't resist. Sona Shurturai revealed her true devil form, and the familiar magic circle appeared at Caleb's feet. Buzz. A moment later, Caleb looked innocently at the black chess piece that fell onto the table. Sona Shurturai and Tsubaki Shinra looked at each other in confusion, staring at the evil piece on the table with question marks floating above their heads. Grabbing the piece to examine it, Sona Shurturai ignored the strange odor on Caleb and actively moved closer, carefully inspecting his belongings. Caleb responded by checking her as well. A faint change in color briefly appeared across Sona Shurturai's pale face, but due to the angle and the cover of her glasses, neither Tsubaki Shinra nor Caleb noticed. Cinchuredo, just as Caleb was about to reach out, Sona Shurturai abruptly pulled away. Caleb hadn't expected the president, who looked so delicate, to be so composed. Brushing off his hesitation, Caleb straightened his clothes and politely suggested, President, Cinchuredo, but since the pieces were still usable and even seemed to have better quality, she didn't think too much of it. Regarding this issue, I will check the family archives when I return to the underworld for the break. The reincarnation failed. Looking at Caleb's pale face, Sona Shurturai offered comfort. Cinchuredo, Caleb felt a tiny bit of his vitality drain away. 1 or 2 times would have been fine, but Reyes and Sona Shurturai kept subjecting him to 10+ attempts each. Tsubaki walked Akira out. Seeing Caleb's frail back, Sona Shurturai was worried and arranged for Tsubaki Shinra to personally walk him out. Successful reincarnation strengthens the body and power. Failure leads to side effects. This was a perfectly normal conclusion, which Reyes and Sona Shurturai both reached. After all, the unprecedented phenomenon on Caleb's body had occurred, so it was only natural for him to become weak after failure. The walk back was uneventful, except that Tsubaki Shinra felt a little embarrassed by the stares of passers-by. The visible marks on her skin were too obvious, and there were noticeable stains on her clothing that had dried during the walk. At the entrance of the Takamine residence, Sayuri Takamine received Caleb from Tsubaki Shinra. Thank you, miss. Tsubaki Shinra. Akira's senpai. Tsubaki Shinra's expression was cold, the picture of a mysterious goddess. If she hadn't been giving off a strange smell and looking a bit disheveled, Sayuri Takamine might have believed her. Looking at Tsubaki Shinra, Sayuri Takamine saw a reflection of her past self. She loved Caleb and cherished their happy times together, yet she carried on with a straight face, sternly reprimanding the playful Ayam Takamine every day. Chapter 47. I thought you liked it. Sayuri Takamine gave Caleb a knowing look and said, It was no trouble, Tsubaki. Would you like to come in and rest for a bit? No need. Tsubaki, it might be better to come in and take care of things. Sayuri Takamine smiled slightly, glancing downward. Otherwise, the trip ahead will be quite difficult. Tsubaki Shinra's face flushed, and she shifted her stance slightly. At this point, Caleb couldn't help but speak up. Tsubaki-senpai, I wanted to ask you earlier, why didn't you use magic to clean up inside? As well, Tsubaki Shinra glared fiercely at Caleb. Not only did you figure it out, but you have the audacity to bring it up? Caleb immediately backed down. He was, after all, the culprit. He leaned softly against Sayuri Takamine and changed his question. I meant to say, why didn't you use magic to block the sight of others? Tsubaki Shiha. Right, why didn't I use magic? She didn't know the spell for blocking sight, but even a spell for reducing presence would have worked. Tsubaki Shinra turned her head away, refusing to answer the question. Was she supposed to admit she was so overwhelmed with emotion that her mind wasn't clear and she hadn't thought of it? Tsubaki-senpai? Caleb asked curiously. Tsubaki Shinra. Caleb. Tsubaki-senpai? Tsubaki Shinra angrily spun around. Why are you calling me? Why didn't you remind me on the way? Caleb blinked innocently. He had only learned magic a few days ago and had only thought of the idea halfway through the trip. Seeing Tsubaki Shinra's composed demeanor, he had assumed she liked that sort of thing. I thought you liked it. Tsubaki Shinra could no longer maintain her Ice Queen facade. Mortified, she walked up and clapped her hand over Caleb's mouth, silencing his tendency to say whatever came to mind. MMPH. Caleb struggled without success, finally shaking his head vigorously to indicate he wouldn't say another word. Tsubaki Shinra pulled back and glanced at the bewildered Sayuri Takamine. I'm leaving now. You deal with the rest. Her black devil wings spread. Her clean hand drew a dark red magic circle in the air. Tsubaki Shinra turned and stepped into it. The dark red magic circle flashed with a dazzling red light, then dissolved. Tsubaki Shinra's figure vanished with it. Once she realized she could use magic, she immediately used a fixed-point teleportation spell to go home. Caleb pouted. She ran fast. He had wanted to try and keep Tsubaki Shinra a little longer to see if he could acquire the complete mirror reflection talent. Little Caleb, call me master. Caleb gave Sayuri Takamine a light pat, dissatisfied. First, help me inside. I'll explain everything when Ayame gets back. Sayuri Takamine withdrew her surprised gaze and obediently said, Master. Senshirado, she withdrew her hand, bringing the finger to her barato thoughtfully. Little Caleb nodded, indicating it was absolutely ready, but Caleb's energy hadn't recovered yet. Go make dinner first. Having read widely on the subject, Caleb was skilled in the art of self-control. Sayuri Takamine couldn't get what she wanted on her own terms. She could only receive it when he decided. Of course, he could choose not to, but he had to maintain the ability to follow through. Otherwise, he couldn't correct her behavior. Though he was fatigued, he was still alert and capable. If necessary, Senshirado to Sayuri Takamine, this was the cruelest punishment. Her barato were tightly pressed together. Just as Sayuri Takamine was about to answer, she paused. I understand. Looking at Sayuri Takamine, Caleb expressionlessly withdrew his hand. Sayuri Takamine, extremely excited, rushed over. She lowered her head toward Caleb's hand and helped tidy up the mess. It wasn't the most effective method, but Caleb hesitated to say anything. Looking at Sayuri Takamine's eagerness, he ultimately decided not to comment. Senshirado, primary physical mastery, eyes of insight, mental resistance, mirror reflection, incomplete, middle-class devil bloodline, lightning, incomplete skills, primary magic extraction, primary martial arts. The personal panel remained as concise as ever. To view detailed talent or skill descriptions, he just needed to concentrate on the ability he wanted to examine. Among his talents, middle-class devil bloodline had become complete. His skills now included primary unarmed martial arts. The martial art capable of defeating Kaneko Tuju under the same physical condition was recognized by the system as a skill he had mastered. And it was only a primary skill. As for the low-level magic he could barely cast, none of it was displayed. The devil bloodline effect was simple and brutal, but its effect wasn't instantaneous. The devil blood seemed to be slowly merging into Caleb's body, bringing about earth-shattering changes every second. All attributes related to his body sight, hearing, smell, speed, strength, regeneration were increasing. When this enhancement ceased, the middle-class devil bloodline would be fully integrated into Caleb's body. Not only his physical attributes, but his magic power had also increased significantly. Do devils naturally have more magic power than humans? So the bloodline fusion also increased my magic power? Closing his eyes to feel the drastic changes within his body, a question flashed through Caleb's mind. But why did my magic power increase instantly, while my physical fitness is increasing slowly? Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing. The immediate priority was to replenish his energy. Putting aside his confusion, Caleb called toward the kitchen, "Urine, make extra dinner." The increase in physical attributes required energy. Magic power could temporarily serve as a substitute, but the primary source had to come from his body. Since awakening his ability, his appetite had been growing, but it was still within an acceptable range. Tonight, however, was different. Both the bloodline transformation and the need to compensate for the vitality absorbed by the evil pieces required a massive intake of energy. Gazing at Caleb's flat stomach, the Takamine sisters couldn't fathom where all that food had gone. Caleb's meal volume in one sitting could sustain an ordinary person for half a month. The massive amount of food was quickly converted into energy through magical catalysis. His empty body was satisfied, and the urge to eat ceased. "Urine, no need to make more." Caleb put down his bowl and chopsticks. "I'm full." Takamine looked at Caleb like he was a monster. "If you don't get full soon, we'll have to order delivery. We have to go to the supermarket again tomorrow. All the groceries in the house are gone." Sayuri Takamine sighed, shaking her sore arms. Glancing at the messy dining table, Caleb waved his hand. "Those are minor issues. Now that I'm full, let's start cleaning up together." Takamine dodged Caleb's hand, giggling. "No way. You smell all greasy from the food." "Oh, how dare you disagree with the team leader? Your task is to help clean the area today." Sure, boss. Full and energized, with his energy greatly increased, Caleb was in high spirits. He invited the Takamine sisters to join him for some outdoor activities. "Wait, I still have to finish cleaning the table." Censuredo, laughing as Caleb closed his eyes awkwardly. Takamine crouched down to adjust her position. With her helpful assistance, Sayuri Takamine was able to steady her footing. However, she still wobbled and had trouble standing firm. Shifting slowly a few times, Censuredo, I suddenly started eating more recently, didn't I? Caleb had long wanted to tell the Takamine sisters about the supernatural world. If possible, he wanted them to also gain special powers. Today was the perfect opportunity to explain it, using the Tsubaki Shinra incident. A few minutes later, Censuredo, little Yuri Takamine confronted her sister sternly, warning, "If you don't get out now, there will be consequences." Unable to achieve her goal, Sayuri Takamine was very reluctant, but under Takamine's firm authority, she still got up and moved aside. The purple ponytail. The pink twin-tail beauty appeared in place of the previous one. Caleb didn't need to move. He just lay there, looking at the Takamine sisters, whose mouths were slightly open in surprise. Caleb didn't say much more. In short, you just need to know that this world has magic and supernatural beings like devils and yokai exist. After the bath, the group gathered on the second floor. Since Caleb had been staying with the Takamine family, he had moved into Kasumi Takamine's master bedroom. The three of them shared the same room almost every night. As for what would happen when Kasumi Takamine returned, of course, they would welcome her back immediately. A family should always be together. Since the two Takamine sisters couldn't handle the challenges on their own, it was only natural to ask their mother for guidance. Furthermore, Kasumi Takamine was in the prime of her life and had more than once tried to win Caleb's affection with her charm. Back then, because of his situation, Caleb could only pretend to be oblivious, offering little more than polite conversation. Now, he would repay her kindness tenfold. 9:17 p.m. Censuredo. Anyone with a sense of smell could detect the strange scent on him every day when he returned. Sometimes, you didn't even need to smell it. When he took off his clothes, There were unusual marks scattered across his skin. This is magic. Caleb circulated his magic power, and a ball of golden lightning appeared in his hand. Thanks to the lightning talent, he had finally gained a foothold in lightning-based magic. The Takamine sisters watched the jumping electric arc with wonder, especially Ayame Takamine, who looked like she wanted to touch it. Sayuri Takamine, being more introverted and having seen the more elaborate magic circle in the afternoon, remained calm. Caleb didn't stop Ayame Takamine. This was just a ball of lightning element, not even a proper lightning spell. Touching it would at most cause a few seconds of numbness. Ayame Takamine reached out to touch the golden electric arc in Caleb's palm. The next moment, her whole barato trembled, and her eyes glazed over. Master, can this magic be released from other points? Caleb, only you. You can turn anything into an imaginative idea. Ayame Takamine giggled, Senchuredo, but he had never considered that lightning magic could be used in such a way. When little Caleb, enchanted with the lightning element, channeled the spell into Ayame Takamine, Caleb felt like he had opened a new door. With just a simple surge of energy, Ayame Takamine was overwhelmed, stunned by the power coursing through her, revealing a strange face. Enjoying the intense practice and training, Caleb felt like he had opened a new world. If the lightning element worked, then what about the fire element, ice element, water element? Should I try them all? Taking a different perspective, if Ayame Takamine could master one of these elemental powers. Ahem, Caleb thought he should let Tsubaki Shinra try it first next time. After all, the requirement was quite high. In a state of intense concentration, few people could control magic elements with just the right amount of power. A little less power, Senchuredo. But he couldn't constantly enchant little Caleb with lightning. The Takamine sisters' bodies couldn't handle it, for one. Furthermore, his magic power and mental energy wouldn't allow Caleb to continue this indefinitely. After giving them one more shot of essence each, the time was 11 p.m. Once the Takamine sisters were asleep, Caleb carefully pulled out his arm and went downstairs to the living room. He took out his phone and dialed Reina Hamasaki's number. After a brief ring, Reina Hamasaki's sleepy voice answered. Who is it calling so late? Reina Masaki Kempland. You might not be sleeping, but others are. Caleb cleared his throat. It's me. Gather the Sasaki group at your place right now. Actually, forget it. You all come to my place. Huh. Most of her sleepiness vanished. Reina Hamasaki looked at the caller ID and asked suspiciously, It's the middle of the night. Senchuredo, Senchuredo, Senchuredo. The Barato Rias used the evil pieces on Caleb. He felt his strength fade, his spirit fatigue, and his magic power diminish considerably. After his subsequent close encounter with Tsubaki Shinra, he felt much better, essentially no longer feeling drained. At the time, Caleb hadn't thought much of it, assuming that acquiring the Devil Bloodline had reinforced his body, mind, and magic power all at once. However, he later realized that the Devil Bloodline's effect was a gradual process and required a massive energy supplement. In fact, the Devil Bloodline hadn't fully integrated even now. Subsequently, to avoid exposure, Caleb let Sona Shurtarai seal the evil pieces into him more than 10 times. This time, likely worn down by the repeated process, his Barato rejected the seal even more strongly, which resulted in him becoming weaker. Caleb suspected that if he underwent reincarnation again, the evil pieces wouldn't even have a chance to merge. If the evil pieces were likened to a virus, that rejection was the immune system. After 2 viral invasions, the immune system had recorded the situation and would immediately isolate the virus upon first detection next time. Returning home, after a massive food supplement, the Devil Bloodline began to take effect. Caleb felt his Barato and magic power improving rapidly. But the mental fatigue hadn't lessened at all. It wasn't until he took a refreshing soak in the hot springs that his vitality and spirit gradually began to recover. After the second skirmish in the upper chamber, Caleb was fully restored. With the enhanced perception granted by the Devil Bloodline, he finally grasped the key The Takamine sisters were drained and could not continue the campaign, and he was eager to put his theory to the test. That's why he called the four girls Reina Hamasaki, Yakaina Sasaki, Ruri Kuramizaka, and Yuki Shinomura over for a late-night gathering. As for being rejected, Caleb thought there was a 99 chance it wouldn't happen. To be conservative, 90 chance of not being rejected. If his judgment was correct, the Hamasaki group would definitely come. At 1 a.m., a knock sounded at the Takamine residence door. Caleb's face showed excitement. His enhanced hearing clearly distinguished four sets of footsteps. Reina Hamasaki, Yakaina Sasaki, Ruri Kuramizaka, and Yuki Shinomura had all come. Amidst the four girls' resentful or curious gazes, Caleb led them into the living room. Yusuji, why isn't the light on? Yakaina Sasaki frowned. She didn't like dark environments. Not on. Caleb quickly realized that due to the Devil Bloodline's night vision, any sliver of light made it indistinguishable from daytime for him. Of course, this didn't mean a devil couldn't tell the difference between day and night. It was just that Caleb had just acquired the ability and hadn't fully adapted yet. I forgot. You guys turn it on. Caleb reached out and put his arm around Reina Hamasaki. You told him, right? Let's start now. Reina Hamasaki twisted her hips, huffing angrily. I told them, but aren't you going to explain yourself? Caleb deliberately put on a look of ignorance. Explain what? I felt like doing it, so I called you over. Cinchuredo, didn't I tell you? I was learning some knowledge about the other world. Caleb smiled at Reina Hamasaki. Now I've learned quite a bit, so I have time for you. What did you learn? A lot. Besides general knowledge, I learned close combat and magic. He added, I won't lie to you. The four of you together are no match for me now. Among the four girls, Yakaina Sasaki had the highest combat power, roughly on par with Tetsuya Oda's first transformation stage. When Tetsuya Oda activated his Berserker mode, he could beat all four of them easily. And Caleb could now thoroughly beat the Berserker mode Tetsuya Oda. Seriously? Yuki Shinomura was the first to disbelieve. Caleb's ability to counter her in 3 days could barely be explained by Bloodline Awakening. Now, after such a short time, his strength had made another leap? Is this scumbag actually a genius? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He only joined the Occult Research Club because of Rias. It must be. Caleb rolled his eyes at her, too tired to argue with the little blonde. He'd confront her properly later. Cinchuredo, after over a week, the sudden entry made Caleb sigh in comfort. And you were demanding an explanation? Reina Hamasaki's face was flushed, and she stayed silent, gently placing her hands on Caleb's cheeks and leaning in to bravado him. The moment stopped Caleb's words. They had been apart for over a week. Cinchuredo. For now, they couldn't and didn't want to solve the problem. Caleb was powerful and helpful, supporting their goals while also boosting their strength. Emotionally, it wasn't love, but there was certainly some fondness. Even if there hadn't been originally, daily interactions over time had fostered it. The only thing they had to be careful about was preventing Caleb from knowing this. Otherwise, Caleb would have an easier time controlling them. They were excellent at keeping secrets, and Caleb had been completely fooled until now. If he hadn't gained the Devil Bloodline today, Cinchuredo, simply put, it filled whatever was lacking. Once full, it then enhanced attributes like magic power, mental strength, and physical fitness. If the dual cultivation ability had this effect, then everything would fall into place, including why the Hamasaki group had been relentlessly pursuing him. In all likelihood, it was because Reina Hamasaki had discovered his special constitution. Caleb often used his eyes of insight and found the ability incredibly useful. Especially when combined with magic power, it gave him a sense of having fiery golden eyes. Half an hour later, Reina Hamasaki's body stiffened. Cinchuredo, who's next? Ruri Kuramizaka stepped forward confidently despite her earlier complaints. After finishing with Ruri Kuramizaka, Caleb moved on, ignoring Yuki Shinomura's longing gaze, and began training with Yakaina Sasaki in a standing drill for the third round. Yakaina Sasaki had the best physical fitness and the best compatibility with little Caleb. After a standing round, Caleb was eager to continue sparring with Yakaina Sasaki on the mats. Seeing that if she didn't speak up soon, Caleb would go back to Reina Hamasaki. Cinchuredo, all acts of discipline were carried out based on this principle. Yuki Shinomura and Caleb had been at odds for a long time. Teasing her occasionally was fine, but going too far would be ungallant. After spending some time with Yuki Shinomura, Caleb held her in his arms and began a calm conversation about their differences. Cinchuredo, as if he had an endless supply of energy. Little Caleb was simply exhausted from back-to-back battles, feeling worn out and stiff. The enchantment may have been poorly aimed and spread in the wrong direction. Caleb held Reina Hamasaki steady as he guided her through the next stage of their journey. Cinchuredo, Caleb smiled slightly, gently holding her close to keep her steady. Sensing his intention, Reina Hamasaki tilted her head at Caleb. Yasuji, what's wrong? Nothing. There's just something I want to ask you. Cinchuredo, regarding why you initially targeted me, and why you've kept bothering me so persistently. Caleb paused, leaned forward slightly twice, and then continued. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Oh, Reina Hamasaki looked away, flustered. A wave of fatigue and tension spread throughout her bravado. Before she could respond, Caleb paused again, leaving her clenching her jaw in frustration. What explanation? Reina Hamasaki looked utterly confused. We just thought you were good-looking and looked easy to push around. Women are born actors. Cinchuredo, little Caleb kept trying to get his big brother's attention. But the older brother was busy with his own work and needed Caleb to wait patiently. Come on, Yasuji, hurry up. After going through a tiring ordeal, Reina Hamasaki felt exhausted and uncomfortable. She asked with a frustrated tone, It really was just that reason? I know I'm attractive to girls, but there's no need for you to be so fixated on me. Is there? Caleb was unmoved, saying calmly, I've been busy with Ria Senpai for the past week, and you're all so desperate. Why didn't you go find other men? Even though he spent all his time at the Occult Research Club, Caleb hadn't forgotten to monitor the Hamasaki group. If he found they were being targeted by other men, he would definitely intervene. But if they actively pursued other men, Caleb wouldn't waste any more energy on them. Being inherently indulgent was different from being harshly conditioned into something against their will. The latter, if stopped in time or if they hadn't met a dangerous person, were merely girls who were a little expressive. If men could be expressive, why couldn't women? But if it was the former, Caleb couldn't keep them tied to him forever. He could prevent it once, twice, but not for a lifetime. Rather than being betrayed, it was better to move on and trust others. He could stay connected with them on his own terms, calling them over when the mood struck. Cough, cough. Forget it. Cinchuredo, enduring, it makes me feel angrier the more I think about it. Giving it makes me feel more wronged. Reina Hamasaki said huffily, fine. Tomorrow he'll call Yakaina and the others for a group get-together. Caleb was expressionless. If you do that, don't bother looking for me again. You. A pang of sadness hit Reina Hamasaki. She had only said it out of anger. Yet Caleb was so heartless. Feeling incredibly wronged, she couldn't utter a complete sentence, her small mouth opening and closing uselessly. Looking at the teary-eyed blonde beauty, Caleb felt a flicker of pity. He knew Reina Hamasaki was only speaking out of anger, but this was non-negotiable. It was his firm stance. Moreover, Caleb couldn't back down now. If he did, all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Under the cold moonlight, Reina Hamasaki remained silent, pressing her bravado together, desperately holding back the tears about to slide out of her eyes. Caleb turned his head, refusing to look at the girl's stubborn and wronged expression. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist comforting her. After a tense standoff, Ruri Kuramizaka couldn't stand it anymore. Reina, just tell Yasuji. Ruri Kuramizaka leaned against Caleb's side, holding onto his arm. Yasuji has already entered the supernatural world. His strength surpasses ours. Even if we don't tell him, others will eventually. Reina Hamasaki turned her head away sullenly, refusing to speak. If you want to say it, you say it. I want. At this point, Yakaina Sasaki also walked over. While holding on to Caleb's other arm, she leaned close to Reina Hamasaki in a friendly gesture. Her meaning was clear. She wanted Reina Hamasaki to be honest. 2 votes in favor, 1 against. As for Yuki Shinomura, she was just a small follower. Senshiredo, during our assessment in the supernatural world, Reina's eyes are special. She found out you could. Listening to Ruri Kuramizaka's explanation, Caleb slowly began to shift his stance. He was not good with words and couldn't console the girls verbally. He could only offer practical bravado to comfort the heartbroken Reina Hamasaki. With the combined efforts of Yakaina Sasaki and Caleb, Reina Hamasaki soon opened up about her feelings. Caleb had originally planned to apply steady pressure so that Reina Hamasaki would finally let her guard down, admit the truth, and ask for help. Senshiredo, Ruri Kuramizaka continued to stay close to Caleb as she spilled the whole story, her eyes glazed over. Listening to her account, Caleb's heart settled, and then his spirit soared. The situation with the 4 girls was exactly the same as his speculation, involving a special shared cultivation technique. As the name implies, allows the merging of both energies, the union of yin and yang, to achieve a state of cultivation. Gathering yang to supplement yin, gathering yin to supplement yang. In a constant cycle, it continuously increases the strength of both parties without causing harm. Senshiredo, in terms of strength, the party with lower strength benefits more. Conversely, the stronger the party, the smaller the effect. This was also why Caleb's magic power surged after his time with Tsubaki Shinra. Tsubaki Shinra was A rank, and Caleb had just begun to glimpse the threshold of B rank. After the Devil Bloodline fully integrated overnight, he was now firmly B rank. Caleb finally understood why the 5-pointed star specifically marked on his panel only explained how to acquire talents and skills. Compared to a function that could be understood by the name, if there hadn't been a special explanation, he might never have figured out the mechanism for acquiring talents and skills. Completely certain of the truth about his ability, Caleb was incredibly excited. He felt a powerful surge of energy within him. Reina Hamasaki felt an unexpected reaction and exclaimed in surprise at the strange sensation. Senshiredo, 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 her emerald eyes glazed over. Her long legs straightened and then curled, and finally, she went limp, falling backward completely. If Yakaina Sasaki hadn't been supporting her, she would have fallen right off Caleb. During the earlier scuffle, Senshiredo, the consequence of her reckless demand was that her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Her pale neck straightened, and her form twitched nonstop as if electrocuted. Caleb reached toward her, and the lightning element gathered. He easily subdued Yakaina Sasaki. Senshiredo, was that magic just now? Yakaina Sasaki sensed the flow of magic power in her valley, but she was a close combat type and wasn't entirely sure. Feeling the faint energy, her Barato instinctively gathered magic power to resist. Are you all right? Can you handle this? The strain on little Caleb suddenly became much harder to bear. Caleb winced. One realization opened the door to many more. Besides natural elements, the method of reinforcing the Barato with magic power could also be applied here. The intense constriction, the battle was fierce and intense, and the overwhelming pressure was too much. The battle-hardened Caleb only lasted 3 minutes. With a decisive move, Caleb pinned Yakaina Sasaki down. Their clash echoed in the silent night as Caleb pressed the attack. Senshiredo, she stood very close to Caleb, looking up with a calm expression. She felt comfortable and didn't want to think about anything else, simply hoping Caleb would stay by her side. Ruri Kuramizaka gently stepped past Yakaina Sasaki. I'd like to talk to him next. Ruri has been talking so much her throat is dry. Caleb naturally wouldn't neglect his meritorious servant. He immediately used the enchantment skill on her. With repeated use, he gradually grasped some tricks. With minimum output, Senshiredo pink hearts glowed brightly in her beautiful red pupils. Caleb moved closer to her, his hands gently resting on the girl's delicate shoulders. Every time he connected with her, Ruri Kuramizaka's cheerful laughter would grow brighter, and her warm smile would shine even more. While turning gently together, Ruri Kuramizaka smiled warmly at Caleb. "Yusuji, shall we share a moment together?" The silver-haired beauty looked at him expectantly, and Caleb responded with equal affection. Ruri Kuramizaka felt a deep sense of happiness, leaning gently against Caleb's barato. "That meant a lot to me. Yusuji, Senchuredo. When Reina and Yakaina had already soared to heaven. You're curious why we don't look for other men, right?" Ruri Kuramizaka pouted, saying in a mix of shyness and annoyance, "I don't know what's going on, but after spending time with you, I changed how I view things. It was okay at first, but as time went on, the less interested I became in other men." The three of them were attractive and well-presented. While not as popular as Rias, they were quite admired. Both before and after getting involved with Caleb, there were boys trying to pursue romantic relationships with them. Previously, when they encountered a decent young man, they would occasionally chat, purely to pass the boring time. But now they had no interest. Whenever they thought about romance, all they could see was Caleb. Facing other men, they felt nothing at all. Senchuredo, he just needed to ask the other girls who had trained with him if his special ability also had this effect. The last doubt in Caleb's mind vanished. Facing the numerous, familiar heroines, he could now fully commit and demonstrate his strength. Chapter 52. Senchuredo. Ruri Kuramizaka trembled nonstop, falling back limp against Caleb in a daze. Feeling the slight increase in magic power within him, Caleb picked up Yuki Shinomura and continued his cultivation. The four girls in the Hamasaki group were roughly C rank to D rank. For Caleb, who had merged with the Devil Bloodline, the improvement wasn't huge, but it was much more effective than the Takamine sisters. Caleb deliberately revealed the existence of the supernatural world because he wanted the Takamine sisters to also begin cultivating magic power. This idea was now even stronger, not only for better shared training, but also for their safety, regardless of their talents. As long as they could cultivate, with Caleb's help, they would at least be able to defend themselves against ordinary attackers. The partnered cultivation replenished vitality and spirit. Senchuredo, Rias, and Sona Shurtorai were not idle either. After failing to convert Caleb into a peerage member, Rias made some arrangements, appointing Himejima Aquino to temporarily take over, and immediately rushed back to the demon world. If she couldn't find the answer in the family's ancient texts, she would ask her older brother, one of the current 4 great Satans. If there was still no solution, she would look into other ways to sign a peerage contract. Playing with the evil piece carrying Caleb's aura, Rias' eyes flashed with determination. Sona Shurtorai listened attentively to Tsubaki Shinra's report. Senchuredo, this was also inextricably linked to the personal abilities and knowledge of Sona Shurtorai and Tsubaki Shinra. Similar abilities have existed before. Sona Shurtorai closed the thick parchment book. But this kind, with absolutely no side effects, is certainly worth investing in. It's not entirely without side effects, is it? Tsubaki Shinra gave a wry smile, her beautiful face showing a slight worry. Although my strength has increased, there's this strange sense of being bound to something. The stronger one's power, the more sensitive one is to changes within oneself. Caleb, having just acquired the middle-class devil bloodline, Senchuredo. As long as magic power and spirit remain, the body can be resurrected even if annihilated. Of course, there is still a price, and it requires considerable strength. Tsubaki Shinra nodded. Indeed, besides being tied to Caleb forever, there are no other downsides. Yes, and when Caleb's strength surpasses yours, you'll benefit even more. Sona Shitori pondered. This kind of constitution, where both parties increase their strength simultaneously without any damage, seems unprecedented in history. Could the failure to convert him into a peerage member also be related to Caleb's constitution? Tsubaki Shinra asked. Sona Shurtorai shook her head. She wasn't sure either. Logically, the two shouldn't conflict, but the fact remained that Caleb's peerage conversion had failed. Tsubaki Shinra furrowed her brows, whispering, "It might not be a complete failure." "What do you mean?" "Well, I took Caleb home. I thought I smelled an aura of a kindred spirit on him." Tsubaki Shinra's expression was uncertain. The sensation was too faint. "It's possible I was mistaken. An aura of a kindred spirit? What specifically?" Sona Shirtorai looked curiously at Tsubaki Shinra. "Think carefully. It was the scent of a devil, and it was of the same origin as mine, belonging to the Citri family bloodline." Sona Shirtorai took out the evil piece infused with Caleb's aura and let out a soft chuckle. It seems it wasn't a total failure. Caleb's middle-class devil bloodline came from Tsubaki Shinra, naturally sharing the same origin as hers. Through a happy coincidence, Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra mistakenly believed this was a result of the failed peerage conversion. But in that case, will the rating game acknowledge Caleb's participation? Sona Shirtorai waved her hand dismissively. There are many ways to convert a peerage member, and many are much more stable than the evil pieces. Since the birth of devils, peerage conversions have been ongoing. The evil pieces were a method born of the modern era, which is why they are widespread. It doesn't mean it's the only way to convert a peerage member. Strictly speaking, a peerage member is a servant, and the one holding the king piece is the master. The only reason those converted by evil pieces are officially called peerage members is that they lack a strict contract, and it sounds better. Yes, that's right. Even if you were mistaken, we could try again using other methods. Sona Shirtorai thought for a moment, then added, "However, we'll need to report then, and probably submit one of the evil pieces." Sona Shitori's older sister is also one of the current 4 Great Satans, which gives her this leverage. For anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. If everyone did this, the evil pieces would have no reason to exist. Despite their different lines of thought, Rias and Sona Shirtorai, the 2 friends had simultaneously arrived at the same solution. After sending a sick leave text from the 4 girls' phones, Caleb began cleaning up the messy living room. Before that, he needed to move the 4 unconscious girls and get them comfortable. When the Takamine sisters woke up, Caleb had just finished tending to the 4 girls. "Ayame, Yurine, take the day off today and help me look after them," Caleb said as he carried the exhausted Yakaina Sasaki toward the bedroom. "Yakaina, I'd like you to help guide them when you have a chance. I want Ayame and Yurine to learn magic too." Yakaina Sasaki lazily glanced at the Takamine sisters and leaned close to Caleb. "Guidance is fine, but we can't guarantee they'll learn anything. Stop teasing. If you start a fire, you'll be responsible for putting it out." Instinctively touching her slightly bloated lower abdomen, Yakaina Sasaki stiffened. Then she obediently leaned closer to Caleb. She couldn't afford to be difficult. Not only was her stomach full, but her head was pounding. Trying to handle any extra strain now would only make things worse for herself. After settling Yakaina Sasaki in the room, he brought in Reina Hamasaki, Ruri Kuramizaka, and Yuki Shinamura, respectively. Similarly, Caleb instructed them to guide the Takamine sisters on how to begin their magic training once they had recovered a little. The 3 girls nodded in agreement, and then quickly fell into a deep sleep. "And Master, who are they?" Looking at the 4 girls resting under the covers, Sayuri Takamine was slightly annoyed. "Did you sneak out and stay out all night after we fell asleep last night?" "They are my classmates. Centuredo, your guardian will never neglect you too," Caleb said, intending to offer comfort, but the words came out sounding like a firm promise. Because of his steady guidance, the Takamine sisters felt secure and didn't sense anything was wrong. I am Takamine, especially, didn't care at all about Caleb's personal life. Centuredo, the 4 girls in the Hamasaki group were roughly between C rank and D rank. For Caleb, who had merged with the Devil bloodline, the improvement was minor, but it was still more effective than the Takamine sisters. Caleb deliberately exposed the existence of the supernatural world because he wanted the Takamine sisters to start cultivating magic power as well. This idea was even stronger now, not only for their shared growth and training, but also for their safety. Regardless of their talent, as long as they could cultivate with Caleb's help, they would at least be able to defend themselves against common threats. The shared cultivation technique replenished vitality and spirit. The Devil Bloodline and primary physical mastery greatly enhanced Caleb's stamina. With the assistance of the enchantment skill, his ability to protect, and Barato, all four girls Centuredo, and since Caleb hadn't brought it up, she had kept silent. Yes, you can ask them for the details once they wake up. Caleb turned toward the bathroom. He'll leave the living room to you. He'll shower quickly and head to school. He added, by the way, if your aptitude is good enough, you might be able to transfer to Kuo Academy. The Takamine sisters had complained to Kasumi Takamine for a long time about not being able to attend the same school as Caleb. As expected, hearing Caleb's words, the sisters' enthusiasm for learning magic noticeably increased. Centuredo, he was already fairly certain Ruri Kuramizaka was telling the truth. The training of the Takamine sisters had been too quick and easy. It felt like he hadn't exerted much effort, and it had succeeded. He originally thought they would be more resistant, but it seemed the side effect of his ability was also a major factor. Looking at it from another angle, what benefit would Ruri Kuramizaka gain from concocting such a reason to deceive him? Caleb couldn't think of any benefit they would gain. His predetermined role in the system made him an easy target for predators, but it also provided him with many conveniences. Not having to worry about his partner's cheating, Caleb's stress was immediately cut in half. I wonder if President Sona and Ria Senpai have communicated yet. Caleb ignored the numerous stares around him and mumbled as he walked towards the student council office. The rumor storm had passed, but a lot of people were still paying attention to Caleb, especially students from the other world. The girls wanted to verify if the rumors about Caleb being able to increase strength were true, while the boys were envious and cautious at the same time. The disappearance of third-year Oidatese had caused some whispers. Whether Rias and Sona Shurtarai had intended it or not, things had been very quiet around Caleb recently. Reaching the student council office, Caleb didn't see Sona Shurtarai or Tsubaki Shinra. Centuredo Kaneko Tuju sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I want fried eggs and miso soup. Caleb shot her an exasperated look. There's nothing to eat. The lazy kitten, still sleeping at this hour, wanted warm fried eggs and miso soup. He had finished all the food at home last night, and he had bought his breakfast from convenience store this morning. Wu, seeing there was nothing to eat, Kaneko Tuju seemed to be on the verge of lying back down to sleep. Caleb rubbed her soft cat head fiercely and quickly asked, "Where are the president and Akino Senpai?" The president seems to have returned to the demon world last night. Akino Senpai, I don't know, returned to the demon world. Caleb quietly stepped back, feeling slightly relieved. It seemed his deception wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. Centuredo, the biggest benefit from targeting his previously set goals would be the acquisition of new talents. If not, the risk would still be manageable. Caleb's current strength was at least B rank, considering a low-class devil generally had B rank power. Since he hadn't sparred with anyone of the same or higher rank, he tentatively placed himself at the start of B rank. It was unlikely that he would encounter A rank or stronger opponents while targeting a few ordinary heroines. First, he'll go see Sakura Miyajima at the Kendo Club, then Natsuha Shinomiya at the Karate Club. Caleb walked, refining the plan he had recently established in his mind. Soon, Caleb reached the back of the Kendo Club's training hall. Just as he was about to turn to the front entrance, he heard rustling sounds from the bushes. Wow, incredible. Move aside, it's my turn. Don't push, I haven't finished looking yet. Hey, you two, I haven't even had a look yet. Caleb's ears twitched. He felt one of the voices sounded familiar. He slowed his steps and quietly circled the hedge, coming up behind the three men arguing in hushed tones. It's those three. Looking at the finger-sized hole in the low wall, Caleb stroked his chin, watching the three mischievous friends with interest. They were still jostling each other playfully, each trying to get a better view of the bustling scene ahead. They were completely unaware of the person watching them from behind. The three friends became excited, and their movements and voices unconsciously grew louder, especially Issei Hyodo, who hadn't gotten a turn and was on the verge of physically intervening. Thump! In the midst of the struggle, someone hit the wall, attracting the attention of the Kendo Club members. Senchurado realized something was wrong and immediately shoved Issei Hyodo behind them. Issei Hyodo, who had been waiting for his turn, tumbled to the ground, still trying to figure out what was happening. By the time he climbed up, he was already surrounded by the furious girls. As soon as Matsuda and Motohama shouted, Caleb quietly hid. Seeing the two preparing to slip away, he narrowed his eyes. A small lightning bolt shot directly towards their knees. Caleb's impression of these two was far worse than the innocent girl-obsessed Issei Hyodo. These two always got the benefits, and when trouble arose, Issei Hyodo took the blame. Although they would later apologize to Issei Hyodo and explain what had happened, Caleb still disliked people like them. Matsuda and Motohama, hiding in the bushes, felt a tingling sensation in their knees. Their entire barato instantly lost control, and they fell straight to the ground. Plop! Plop! The Kendo Club members surrounding Issei Hyodo turned their heads. They have accomplices. I knew it was the three of them. Oomph, sisters beat them hard. The appearance of Matsuda and Motohama immediately drew most of the girls' attention. Compared to the clueless Issei Hyodo, the Kendo Club members hated these two who had almost escaped even more. Taking advantage of the distraction, Caleb quickly approached Issei Hyodo and pulled the bewildered boy away from the scene of the crime. The girls only saw a dark shadow flash past, a gust of wind sweeping by, and Issei Hyodo was gone. With one less person to share the punishment, Matsuda and Motohama endured even more vicious beatings. Caleb didn't care what happened to Matsuda and Motohama. They wouldn't die, and it would serve as a good lesson. Looking at the bruised and swollen Issei Hyodo, Caleb smiled slightly, instinctively glancing at Issei Hyodo's arm. Hyodo, long time no see. Issei Hyodo hadn't fully recovered his senses, and the scenery around him had changed. Hearing Caleb's voice, his confusion gradually turned into panic. Ooh, Yusuji, long time no see. Issei Hyodo instinctively shuffled backward, increasing the distance between himself and Caleb. Caleb's eyes narrowed. This was not favorable for his future plans. He had been so preoccupied with his special technique that he almost forgot about the cheat device here. If possible, Caleb wanted to claim the boosted gear for himself. Even if that was not feasible, building a good relationship with Issei Hyodo wouldn't hurt. Issei Hyodo was quite loyal to his friends. Matsuda and Motohama had screwed him over countless times, but he never held a grudge. Adjusting his mindset, Caleb put on a harmless expression, asking curiously, Hyodo, why were the Kendo Club members beating you up? Chapter 54, Unexpected Turns. Because Issei Hyodo stammered for a long time, unable to bring himself to say that he was beaten up after being caught doing something embarrassing. Caleb silently sighed. This poor guy couldn't even lie. Senchurado, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, exactly. He didn't even consider who was closest to the scene. He couldn't see through such an obvious lie. Speechless for a moment, Caleb decided this was fine. Simple-minded people are easy to deceive. Cough, cough. He misspoke. Easy to befriend. Do you know those two guys? Caleb casually changed the topic and continued the conversation. Caleb's words reminded Issei Hyodo of the earlier events. They had all been sneaking around together. Yet Matsuda and Motohama not only abandoned him to escape, but even pushed him down before fleeing, giving him no chance to run. His anger at his two lousy friends completely overwhelmed his fear of Caleb. No, I don't know those shameless idiots, Issei Hyodo declared with a righteous expression, as if he had truly forgotten he was one of them. Suppressing the urge to comment, Caleb agreed. Yes, that behavior is indeed classless. If you like a girl, why not just go after her properly? Issei Hyodo looked at Caleb enviously. Yusuji, I heard you have several girlfriends. Is that true? Issei Hyodo's fear of Caleb was rooted more in the supernatural power than in Caleb himself. Ordinary people facing a power that could casually determine their life and death would naturally be panicked and afraid to some extent. Discovering that Caleb genuinely held no ill will toward him, his curiosity completely drove away his remaining fear. Caleb gave an embarrassed smile. It's just a rumor. A rumor. I don't have a girlfriend. I knew it. How could anyone possibly date several beautiful girls at the same time? Issei Hyodo patted Caleb's barato, encouraging him. Don't be discouraged. You'll definitely find one before graduation. They're just close friends of mine. Issei Hyodo's movement stiffened. Senshirado, the kind of close friends between a man and a woman. The kind that's only physical. Issei Hyodo's eyes turned red with envy. He barato Caleb's arm, crying out in grief and indignation. Kyuso, why can't I even get a girlfriend? Because the moment you see a girl, you stare openly and fixedly at her. Caleb silently complained. It's okay. I don't have a girlfriend either. Issei Hyodo became even more distraught. But you have so many close female friends, and they're all gorgeous. Not all of them. Yuki Shinomura and Tsubaki Senpai are just average. Watching Caleb's serious expression, Issei Hyodo silently let go and backed away a few steps. He was exhausted. He didn't want to get too close to this kind of winner in life. Hyodo, let's talk again sometime. Feeling that Issei Hyodo was no longer afraid of him, Caleb proactively said goodbye. He had no choice but to leave. The boosted gear would indeed choose Issei Hyodo, but he couldn't even confirm whether it was currently hosted in Issei Hyodo, not to mention finding a way to remove it, or intercepting the sacred gear before it was hosted. He didn't know how the fallen angel, who disguised herself as Yuma Amano to deceive Issei Hyodo's feelings in his memory, judged the existence of sacred gear. If it was a natural talent, Caleb would definitely seek her out for a fight. But even if it was a talent, he didn't even know where she was right now. After much thought, though reluctant, Caleb had to temporarily suppress the idea of claiming the sacred gear. Yusuji-kun, wait a moment. Seeing Caleb turn to leave, Issei Hyodo eagerly approached, stating seriously, we're friends now, right? MHM, we are. Then, could you teach me how to get a girlfriend? How to get a girlfriend? Caleb spread his hands, helplessly. It's not that I want to teach you. In fact, they all approached me. Although he had actively gone after Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima later, and was even considering Rias and Sona Shirtorai, at the beginning, they had truly come to him, tempting him with various benefits and conditions. Issei Hyodo's hopeful expression froze. His entire body turned grayscale. This answer was another cruel stab to his heart. To prevent their newly established friendship from fracturing too quickly, Caleb offered a parting consolation. Hyodo, you're quite good-looking. If you tone down your personality, getting a cute girlfriend shouldn't be too difficult. Issei Hyodo waved weakly, looking dejected. Compared to his two awful friends, Matsuda and Motohama, his appearance was indeed decent, and his physique was fine. Issei Hyodo also knew that being too forward would scare girls away, but asking him to tone down his bold nature. If he could do that, why would Caleb need to tell him? Before leaving, Caleb glanced at Issei Hyodo's arm again, feeling a twinge of regret. Utility talents and skills definitely needed to be prioritized. If he had a tracking or surveillance ability, he could always keep tabs on Issei Hyodo's situation. That way, he wouldn't be completely helpless, relying only on luck. Since he couldn't immediately gain a major advantage from the male protagonist, Caleb had to stick to his original plan and seek out the female protagonists. He returned the way he came, heading toward the Kendo Club. He had walked less than 100 meters when Caleb ran into another familiar face. Yusuji-kun, good morning. Tuko Sakurachi was carrying a stack of notebooks. Senshirado, but she seemed to have claimed him as her exclusive property. Tuko Sakurachi was furious, but as a minor spirit, she didn't dare provoke the student council. Today, she finally found her chance, spotting Caleb alone. Caleb paused. He was just trying to approach Sakura Miyajima at the Kendo Club, hoping to gain a swordsmanship talent. Why did opportunities keep actively presenting themselves? The first opportunity was too big, and he couldn't take it right now. This second one, you wouldn't be so polite. Sakurachi-san, good morning. Greeting her enthusiastically, Caleb was just as direct. It's not that I didn't look for you. It's just that you left in a hurry last time and didn't leave any contact information. Tuko Sakurachi was expressionless, saying flatly, I'm in the classroom next door to yours. Finding me shouldn't be that difficult. Then why didn't you come looking for me? There was no need to be overly polite with this powerful entity. He valued her abilities, and she valued his power and energy. I wanted to find you, but lately, a certain someone has either been next to Vice President Tsubaki or Vice President Akino of the Occult Research Club. Tuko Sakurachi scoffed, her eyes sharp. I'm just an ordinary student. I didn't even have a chance to talk to you. Caleb was speechless. He hadn't spent much time with the Hamasaki group recently, let alone this girl he had only met once. If he hadn't been so obsessed with her image, he might not even remember she existed. Sakurachi-san, I was indeed busy a while ago. I'm free today. No need to explain to me. Tuko Sakurachi gently pushed up her glasses. I only have one question. Will you come home with me after school today? Caleb smiled slightly. Absolutely no problem. Senchuredo, as you wish. Caleb bowed theatrically, like a knight fulfilling his duty. Chapter 55. Chisato Hasegawa Tuko Sakurachi rolled her eyes at Caleb and walked away, her skirt swishing slightly. Watching the girl's tall figure stride away, Caleb's heart was filled with a strange emotion. Not long ago, he would have been a little worried about being outmatched by a powerful demon, but now that his strength had greatly increased and he fully understood his special ability, a minor demon was easy pickings. Caleb even hoped she would bring more friends and relatives. Senchuredo. What? Miyajima-senpai transferred schools 2 days ago? Yes, after Miyajima-senpai left, quite a few people quit the club. The receptionist looked regretful. The president was even planning to let Miyajima-senpai take over the position next year. We never expected her to suddenly transfer. Coming to pursue Sakura Miyajima, Caleb had envisioned all sorts of scenarios: provocation or mockery from male members, dirty tricks from rivals, and he even had contingency plans for the situation where Sakura Miyajima had already been influenced against him and actively rejected his advances. He never expected her to transfer schools and leave Kuo Academy. Since the person was gone, all his previous plans were naturally scrapped. Then, what did Miyajima-senpai transfer to? The receptionist shook her head. I don't know. Miyajima-senpai's decision to transfer was very sudden. Even the president only received notification from the student council yesterday. So, Miyajima-senpai didn't even say goodbye to you? Caleb's heart stirred, and a subtle, unnameable feeling of vexation arose. It's a shame. We didn't even get to see Miyajima-senpai one last time. Ignoring the receptionist's continuous rambling, Caleb scanned the Kendo Club. He didn't see anyone familiar or suspicious, but he felt that Sakura Miyajima's transfer was utterly bizarre. If the problem wasn't in the Kendo Club, then it had to be at Sakura Miyajima's home, or the place she transferred to. Caleb offered a few perfunctory words to the Kendo Club receptionist and left. The Kendo Club members didn't know where Sakura Miyajima had transferred, and her classmates probably wouldn't know either. I wonder if the student council has any clues. On his way back to the classroom, Caleb constantly pondered, sending a line message to Tsubaki Shinra, asking her to check on Sakura Miyajima's information. Not long after, Tsubaki Shinra replied. To Caleb's disappointment, the student council also didn't know where Sakura Miyajima had transferred. Sakura Miyajima is just an ordinary student. We only received the teacher's notification and were responsible for relaying the news of her transfer. We are not responsible for other matters. Also, why are you so concerned about Sakura Miyajima's transfer? Tsubaki Shinra's original message. Many teachers at Kuo Academy are also ordinary humans, and they are responsible for most matters concerning ordinary students. It seemed that to find out where Sakura Miyajima had transferred, you would have to ask a teacher. Caleb made up a random excuse, sent a line reply to placate Tsubaki Shinra, and began to consider which teacher to approach. Japan has an oddly intense focus on personal privacy. Sakura Miyajima was a second-year student, and they had no interaction. Approaching her homeroom teacher would most likely yield no useful information. Should I secretly try to get the student roster? Caleb thought this idea wouldn't work either. Besides being time-consuming and exhausting, if there was a powerful, non-human faculty member in the staff room, he might be caught red-handed. Indeed, directly having Tsubaki Shinra investigate using the student council's authority would be the easiest. But I don't want Tsubaki Shinra and the others to know about this. He had already revealed enough. If he continued to rely on their power for his targets, Caleb estimated that Tsubaki Shinra and the others would start to get suspicious after only a few attempts. It wasn't that Caleb was overly suspicious. It was because these women were simply too smart. Both Rias and Sona Shirtorai were characters with both wisdom and strength. As future leaders of ancient, pure-blooded devil families, they couldn't possibly maintain their positions with just good looks. Hey, did you hear? What? What? The school nurse in the infirmary has been replaced. It's a really attractive woman now. Seriously? How did I not know? Seriously. I fell yesterday and saw her with my own eyes when I went to the infirmary for medication. Didn't you just ask if I had heard? Forget the details. Do you want to go check it out together after class? That sounds like a plan. Caleb was currently agonizing over how to investigate Sakura Miyajima's transfer when the excited discussion of the boys in his class reached his ears. The discussion wasn't very loud. Not every boy had the courage of the mischievous trio. But Caleb had acquired the middle-class devil bloodline, and his five senses were greatly enhanced. He could hear them clearly, even if they were just in the hallway. The school nurse in the infirmary has also been replaced? Could it be related to Sakura Miyajima's transfer? Caleb felt this was increasingly possible. He decisively got up and headed toward the infirmary. Hey, Yusuji, class is about to start. Where are you going? Caleb didn't look back. I'm going to the infirmary. If the teacher comes, tell them I'm not feeling well and am resting in the infirmary for class period. TCH, that's nice. No class again. The boy who called out to Caleb was filled with envy and jealousy. I suspect Yusuji heard what we just said. It's not because he's not feeling well. The other boys were equally envious but also helpless. Even you can't do anything about it. Who told him he's really sickly and weak? Before being forced by the Hamasaki trio, and before his ability awakened, Caleb's health was indeed not great. Also, to avoid danger, he often took sick leave and lay down in the infirmary. Over time, he developed a reputation for being sickly and weak. Although he had gained some muscle mass recently, he was still far from being burly and strong. Knock, knock. Please come in. Hearing the pleasant female voice from inside the infirmary, Caleb confirmed that the school nurse had been replaced. Since he frequented the infirmary, he was semi-familiar with the former nurse. The 40-something, middle-aged woman, still quite attractive, had even been friendly with him a few times. At that time, Caleb wasn't even in the mood to pursue beautiful girls. He just wanted to prioritize his safety, let alone an older woman and a mediocre one at that. After his ability awakened, he never returned to the infirmary, keeping his distance from the older woman. He never expected that upon his return, the older woman would be gone, having suddenly left Kuo Academy, just like Sakura Miyajima. The new teacher was also female, which at least ruled out the possibility of any future troublesome incidents at Kuo Academy. However, thinking that this might be related to Sakura Miyajima's transfer, Caleb remained highly vigilant. Caleb took a deep breath and slowly opened the infirmary door. A graceful back came into view. A cascade of smooth, black hair fell down, flowing past her slender frame, all the way to the bend of her knees. What long hair! Recovering from his astonishment, Caleb skillfully feigned a look of discomfort. To make it more convincing, he secretly pressed his fingernail into his leg, the sting bringing a fine sheen of sweat to his forehead. Teacher, I feel dizzy. Chisato Hasegawa turned around. Do you have any other symptoms besides a headache? Caleb blinked and steadied himself. The new school nurse was remarkably kind and polished in her manner, with what could be described as a magnificent appearance. Her figure was completely on par with Rias. Her loose white coat was open, revealing a green knit dress underneath. The fabric was fitted high at the barato, cinched around her slender barato, and then flared out, supported by her stylish cinturado, which was partially obscured by the frame. Her already exquisite and magnificent appearance was enhanced by a touch of elegant charm. Staring at that delicate face, Caleb felt an increasing sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 56. The 10 Principal Gods Student. Seeing Caleb fail to respond, Chisato Hasegawa furrowed her beautiful brows. If you really feel too unwell, go lie down on the bed first. Caleb snapped out of his thoughts and apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, teacher. You're so beautiful. I got lost staring for a moment. Thank you for the compliment. Chisato Hasegawa took a light step. She neither blushed at Caleb's compliment nor teased him in return, maintaining a completely composed demeanor. Coming up to Caleb, she leaned slightly forward, placing a jade-like hand on his forehead. She then stepped back, her calm expression unchanged. A pleasant, faint fragrance wafted over. Caleb instinctively started to step back, but instantly reacted, stopping his movement in time. He gazed at the charming face, so close to his, feeling the cool, delicate hand, and his heart hammered rapidly without his consent. Something is wrong. This woman is wrong. This feeling of tension and unease was something Caleb was experiencing for the Barado. Rias and Akino Himejima were equally striking in their appearance. She possessed equally stunning looks, but the mature woman standing before him strongly caught his attention. From her face to her presence, her demeanor, and her attire, every move she made stirred his admiration. Although she was a rare beauty, and the exact type that most appealed to Caleb's heart, he wasn't exactly inexperienced with forming connections. Could this really be love? Love at first sight? Caleb shook his head, casting aside the impractical idea. Where would love at first sight come from? At most, it was infatuation at first sight. As for love, Caleb hadn't figured it out in his previous life, and he had no intention of studying it in this world. Rather than admitting it was love, he would rather admit it was the work of possessiveness and strong desire. No febe. No big issue. You should lie down and rest for a bit. While Caleb was lost in thought, Chisato Hasegawa completed her simple diagnosis. She turned back to her desk and continued working on the documents in her hand. I'm right here. If you need anything or feel uncomfortable anywhere, just let me know. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Caleb replied. Instead of lying down on the bed, he watched the school nurse working diligently at her desk. He kept his original reason for the visit in mind. In fact, the array of strange feelings only strengthened his desire to confirm the identity of the new school nurse. Caleb stared at her, the sense of familiarity growing stronger, yet he couldn't place her. It was as if a hazy film stood in the way, and once pierced, everything would become clear. What is it? Is there anything else? Chisato Hasegawa's voice was soft, but her speaking style was distinctly bold and direct. The combination of a bold tone and a gentle voice didn't sound strange. Instead, it highlighted her confident charm. Caleb steadied himself and kept his focus steady. Before figuring out her identity, he couldn't act rashly. Nothing. I was just wondering why Aiko-sensei isn't here today. Chisato Hasegawa glanced at Caleb and said flatly, Yamamura-sensei resigned. I'm here to take over her job. I'm a school nurse from now on. Caleb feigned surprise. Why so suddenly? I haven't even had a chance to thank her for treating me last time. Thank her for treating you? Chisato Hasegawa turned her chair and crossed her legs as she spoke with Caleb. Caleb quickly looked up at the ceiling, deciding it was best not to stare. Noticing Caleb's reaction, Chisato Hasegawa tucked a long strand of hair behind her ear, her voice calm. Cinturado, Caleb tried his best not to look at the school nurse in front of him, diligently steering the conversation in the direction he wanted. Then I hope you will guide me, teacher. I'm often unwell and frequently come to the infirmary. Cinturado. Chisato Hasegawa uncrossed and recrossed her black stockinged legs. She hadn't expected to encounter such an interesting student the moment she arrived at the school. She had placed a seal on herself, preventing the use of supernatural powers unless absolutely necessary, but that didn't mean her strength was gone. Due to the significant power gap, after a simple initial interaction, she had easily seen through Caleb's strength. A person with devil bloodline, whose power was approaching A rank and specialized in close-quarters combat, claiming to be inherently sickly and weak. Only her deep reserves of composure prevented Chisato Hasegawa from bursting out laughing. She turned her chair, facing away from Caleb, afraid she might accidentally laugh. "Well then, student, you should hurry and lie down." Seeing the school nurse turn away, Caleb breathed a sigh of relief. He felt completely uneasy under her gaze. Those emerald eyes seemed capable of easily seeing through all secrets. "By the way, my name is Yu Suji Seishu. May I ask your name, teacher?" The groundwork was laid, and Caleb began to carefully probe. Name, age, residence, relatives, friends, and so on. If he asked about each detail, he was sure he could solve the mystery of that strange familiarity. "Chisato Hasegawa. Just call me Hasegawa-sensei." "Okay, Hasegawa-sensei." Caleb readily agreed. "Hasegawa-sensei, you look so young." Caleb's voice grew softer and softer until he fell completely silent. "Chisato Hasegawa. Hasegawa-sensei." The school nurse. The woman in front of him gradually seemed familiar, as if she reminded him of someone from his memory. Staring blankly at Chisato Hasegawa's back, Caleb felt unsettled. He had thought he needed to probe further, but a mere name had awakened the sleeping memory. In his mind, the hazy film was abruptly pierced. Caught off guard, Caleb was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Silence descended upon the infirmary. Chisato Hasegawa turned her head, looking strangely at Caleb. Why did he suddenly stop talking? There's that look again, that look of familiarity mixed with strangeness and surprise. She had noticed it when Caleb was previously staring at her, thinking it was a misunderstanding. Now it was clear it wasn't. She silently filed the name Yu Suji Seishu away, planning to investigate him when she had time. After a moment of daze, Caleb managed to force a smile. "Hasegawa-sensei, no, Freya." Chisato Hasegawa's face changed. Her exquisite features lost their previous composure. She abruptly stood up, staring intently at Caleb for a moment, then sat back down. "What are you saying?" "What do you mean, Freya?" "Nothing." A slip of the tongue. Caleb's tense body relaxed. He almost thought he was going to die, as expected of one of the 10 principal gods. Even with the seal, the palpable pressure and aura are terrifying. Chisato Hasegawa gave Caleb a deep look. "Rest well." Censuredo, Caleb couldn't help but lament internally. He had thought the ultimate supernatural power and top-tier combatants only came from the DxD world, but he hadn't expected the inclusion of the testament of Sister New Devil as well. Besides that, it was because Caleb was constantly wondering if the new school nurse was related to Sakura Miyajima's transfer. When he felt the persistent familiarity, he kept trying to recall various anime stories. If he hadn't been prejudiced by his initial thoughts, Caleb would never have failed to recognize Chisato Hasegawa. On the contrary, he likely would have recognized her instantly. The sense of disorientation after discovering the truth made him unable to resist, leading him to expose her secret to her face. Chapter 57. Forbidden romance based on Caleb's understanding of Chisato Hasegawa. Revealing her identity likely wouldn't be life-threatening, but it would certainly raise her guard. If he wanted to get closer to her or pursue her later, the difficulty would increase significantly. Chisato Hasegawa's appearance once again reshaped his understanding of this chaotic world. At the same time, his mindset, which had unconsciously grown arrogant due to his increase in strength, returned to a cautious stability. While ordinary threats no longer posed a danger, to pursue a true goddess like Chisato Hasegawa, his current level of strength was utterly insufficient. After confirming Chisato Hasegawa's identity, Caleb ruled out any connection between her and Sakura Miyajima's transfer. "That's a small gain, I guess." Staring at the diligently working Chisato Hasegawa, Caleb couldn't help but let his mind wander. I wonder where Mio Naruse, the daughter of the former demon lord, is now. Speaking of which, are the devil worlds of the two different stories the same here? Rias' brother and Sona Shitori's sister are both among the current four great Satans. If Mio Neris's father was also one of the four great Satans, would they know each other? No. Wait. Cinchuredo. So he wasn't very clear about the various political factions of the two worlds. Now that they were mixed, Caleb was even more bewildered. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then his body relaxed. He decided to just give up on the speculation. His random guesses were useless. If he truly wanted to know, he might as well ask Rias directly. If he were brave enough, he could also ask Chisato Hasegawa, one of the 10 principal gods right now. Rias might not have access to all information, but that would never be the case for Chisato Hasegawa. Based on both power and status, Chisato Hasegawa was at the very top. There was nothing she couldn't access, only what she chose to ignore. However, Caleb ultimately decided not to ask. Even if he got an answer, it wouldn't help his current situation at all. Rather than being curious about those powerful figures, he needed to seize the time and accelerate his own development. He was only B rank. There were still A rank, S rank, and the Satan class, Demon Lord class. Beyond the Satan class, there were many stronger tiers. Caleb didn't know the specific rankings, but he remembered that later on, the Satan class barely qualified as elite mooks. Dingling, dingling. The dismissal bell rang, snapping Caleb out of his trance. Seeing that Chisato Hasegawa genuinely had no intention of questioning him further, a weight was temporarily lifted from his mind. Caleb got off the bed and walked over to Chisato Hasegawa. Cinchuredo Caleb nodded, pausing briefly before turning to leave. Before going, he politely reminded her, "Hasegawa-sensei, please try to be mindful of your posture next time." Chisato Hasegawa was startled for a moment, then quietly adjusted her position. She hadn't been in her ordinary human guise for very long, and some details were easy to overlook. Fortunately, only Caleb, who had skipped class, had been in the room. In order to maintain a professional image, she had been sitting or standing properly whenever other students came in. Strangely, Chisato Hasegawa wasn't angry at Caleb's behavior. She only felt a slight sense of vexation. Caleb could have told her earlier, but he waited until he was leaving to say anything after observing the situation on his own terms. One interesting young man. Looking at Caleb's retreating back, Chisato Hasegawa's lips curved slightly, revealing an expression of genuine curiosity. She had completely sealed her power and quietly come to the human world. No one knew this fact but herself. Yet, Caleb had uttered her true identity, and his eyes held a strange mix of longing, passion, and familiarity. Cinchuredo, he figured he should at least try asking the teacher responsible for Sakura Miyajima. Knock, knock. Komein. Excuse me, is Sato-sensei here? Sato-sensei, a student is looking for you. Soon, a girl in black business attire and glasses came up to Caleb. But after being amazed by Chisato Hasegawa, she registered as merely average in Caleb's eyes. Yumi Sato looked at the handsome, clean-cut young man in front of her. Imzato, what can I help you with? After observing her closely and confirming that this girl with glasses was simply a regular teacher, Caleb spoke. Sato-sensei, do you know where Sakura Miyajima-senpai transferred to? Oh, it's this again. Yumi Sato muttered softly. I thought today things might finally go my way. Caleb raised an eyebrow, ignoring the rest of Yumi Sato's comment. Again? Who else has asked you about this, Sato-sensei? Oops, did you hear that? Yumi Sato's face flushed. I was just joking. I'm not interested in your personal questions, teacher, and I want spread rumors. Caleb waved his hand, interrupting her explanation. So, can you answer my question now? Such an insensitive and rude handsome young man. Yumi Sato was a little annoyed and couldn't help but start muttering again. Caleb rolled his eyes impatiently. He wasn't sure if Yumi Sato genuinely had a habit of talking to herself, or if she was doing it on purpose. Ahem. All right. Yumi Sato stopped her soft complaints, sighed, and said, because Miyajima-san transferred so quickly, she didn't get a chance to say goodbye to anyone. Several people who are close to her have come to me to ask the same question. Specifically, who were they? Most of them were her friends, classmates, or Kendo club members. Yumi Sato glanced at Caleb and snorted lightly. And a small number were admirers like you. Sakura Miyajima was quite popular at Kuo Academy. While not as popular as Rias or Akino Himejima, the title of Genius Kendo Beauty still attracted a lot of attention. Caleb didn't bother to deny the misunderstanding that he was an admirer of Sakura Miyajima. The things he intended to do were not much different from pursuing her anyway. I see. Then, Sato-sensei, do you know where she transferred to? Of course I know. Without waiting for Caleb to press further, Yumi Sato added, but I can't tell you. The school has regulations. If you really want to know, you'll have to go to the Miyajima residence yourself to ask. Then, can you please tell me Miyajima-san's home address, Sato-sensei? Caleb blinked. He had always been more inclined to go to her home than to find out which school she transferred to. The decision to transfer was not Sakura Miyajima's alone. Her parents were the key. Moreover, Caleb also wanted to meet Sakura Miyajima's mother. Yumi Sato looked at Caleb strangely. You're an admirer of Miyajima-san, and you don't even know where she lives? Huh. Is Miyajima-san's home address easy to find out? The Miyajima family runs a kendo dojo. It's quite famous and has many students. You only need to ask around a bit to find out. Facing Yumi Sato's suspicious gaze, Caleb shrugged. Since that's the case, Sato-sensei, just tell me directly. ITLL, save me the trouble of asking others. After considering it, Yumi Sato decided it wasn't a secret worth keeping and told Caleb the location and name of the Miyajima family's dojo. Thank you, Sato-sensei. Caleb waved happily. Sometimes being a little more direct was good. If he had known it would be this easy, why would he have thought so much? Well, at least it's not too late. Oh, by the way, taking 2 steps, Caleb turned back, staring at Yumi Sato with a bright smile. If you genuinely want a forbidden romance, I can help you with that. You know, Chapter 58. Impatient Tuko Sakurachi. The afternoon dismissal bell had just rung when Caleb saw Tuko Sakurachi at the classroom door. Caleb walked up to the expressionless girl wearing glasses and teased, Sakurachi-san, and not going to run away. You don't need to watch me like a suspect, Tuko Sakurachi said, pushing up her glasses as she held onto Caleb's arm. Where should we go? Your place or mine? With the curious stares from the surrounding students, especially the boys, Caleb subtly tried to pull his arm away. He failed to pull it out, and Tuko Sakurachi looked slightly uncomfortable. The surrounding gazes became even more peculiar. The boys gnashed their teeth in hatred, their eyes fixed on him with an intense look. Sigh, I just want to quietly develop and not attract too much attention. After an internal sigh, sensing someone staying close beside him, Caleb said, Let's head out. Tuko Sakurachi nodded obediently. Senshiredo, didn't they say Vice President Tsubaki and Himejima-senpai are dating him? I also heard the 2 of them were fighting over him. You're all wrong. The ones truly dating him are the Hamasaki trio from Class A. I heard all 3 skipped class today, and Yusuji helped them ask for leave. Wow, are their legs too weak to attend class today? Hee. Why don't you go up and ask? No way, you go. Compared to the girls' curious and shy discussions, the boys were simply indignant. Oomph. So what if he's a little good-looking? It's no big deal. Yeah. We haven't seen Vice President Tsubaki or Himejima-senpai in days. He must have been dumped. But he just got dumped and already has another cute girl with him. Hey, whose side are you on? I'm just telling the truth. Brothers, we have a traitor here. Beat him up. Oh, Enwu. Caleb silently prayed for the boy who was dragged away, then quickened his pace. After leaving the school grounds, the attention on Caleb and Tuko Sakurachi diminished significantly. Although their appearances still attracted some glances, most people looked away after a moment. However, a few malevolent gazes, full of hostility, constantly followed behind the 2, making Caleb feel like he had a thorn in his back. Sakurachi-san, should you take care of the people behind us, or should I? Caleb stopped when they passed a less populated section of the road, intending to deal with the little tails behind them. You do it. Tuko Sakurachi released Caleb's arm. She wanted to test Caleb's strength. Caleb stretched his limbs, adjusting his condition to the best possible state. He hadn't tested his strength since the increase. He wouldn't let a willing target go. Centuriato, stopping in front of the two smokers, Caleb lifted his chin. "Hey, why are you following us? What's it to you? Is this road yours? You can walk here, but we can't?" The taller youth, looking like a common thug, gave the seemingly shorter boy in front of him a disdainful glance, a vicious smile playing on his lips. He was looking for an excuse to cause trouble for this kid, then pick a fight with the high school girl beside him. He hadn't expected the kid to approach him first. The tall youth ignored Caleb and looked at Tuko Sakurachi behind him with hostility. "I hate it when people look down on me." Centuriato, fiercely kicking at Caleb's stomach. "Sigh, this is annoying. I've gained some muscle, but why haven't I gotten taller?" At 170 centimeters, he wasn't particularly short, but it was still insufficient. Any girl who was a bit taller than him stood out noticeably to him, and having to look up at people all the time also irritated him. While lamenting his height issue, Caleb seized the attacker's ankle and took him down. The tall youth's accomplice collapsed to the ground, clutching his right leg, looking at Caleb with terror. The recovering tall youth climbed up, ready to join his accomplice in beating Caleb to a pulp and then violently attacking the high school girl in front of him to vent his anger. Before he could take a step, his accomplice was already screaming and collapsing. Staring at the visibly deformed ankle, the tall youth froze like he was under a spell, standing motionless. The anger in his eyes was replaced by terror. As a common thug, he had been in many fights, and he understood the immense force required to do that. He had thought he was careless when he was easily slammed to the ground earlier. Now, Centuriato. He didn't want his shirt to get stained with blood too. Tuko Sakurachi had initially lost interest. The power gap was too large for her to gauge Caleb's depth. But when she saw Caleb remove his bloodied shirt and prepare to continue fighting, her eyes lit up with renewed curiosity. Tuko Sakurachi ran over to Caleb, proactively taking off his school uniform jacket and shirt. "I didn't expect you to be this strong, Yasuji. You look so slender." Looking at Caleb's toned upper barato, she gave him a friendly pat on the barato. Caleb was also satisfied with his current physique. Lean when dressed, Centuriato Caleb swatted her hand away with annoyance. "Even though you're a supernatural being and don't mind other men seeing, I do." Tuko Sakurachi pressed her barato together, giving Caleb a sharp look. "Even if I'm a supernatural being, I don't want any man." Compared to common troublemakers, beings of her kind generally prefer keeping to themselves around others. "Centuriato, are you going to tell me you've never done this before?" Tuko Sakurachi rolled her eyes, annoyed. How could someone with your abilities still be inexperienced? Although she didn't have any obvious supernatural features, she was highly skilled at what she did. Her first mission was ages ago. "All right, hurry up and finish this. Stop playing around. Isn't spending time with me more fun than spending time with them?" Caleb wasn't disappointed by the expected answer. Since she was experienced, he wouldn't have any issues collaborating with her. Moreover, he could use Tuko Sakurachi, the mysterious woman, to test a previous hypothesis. From the moment Caleb took off his shirt, the 5 thugs, 2 of whom weren't blonde, but Caleb knew these 2 were of a higher caliber, masking their true nature. The 5 thugs, especially the 2 who had already been taught a lesson, realized they were in over their heads. They had been fooled by Caleb's appearance. If they had seen his strong, athletic build earlier, they wouldn't have been so rash. Beyond raw physical strength, they were also skilled in using drugs and intimidation. As for giving up, the moment they saw Caleb and Tuko Sakurachi, that option had vanished from their lives. Chapter 59. I am a demon. Caleb glanced at the 2 men with venom in their eyes and turned toward the remaining 3. Tuko Sakurachi was right. 5 common-level thugs could have been a potentially fatal threat to him not long ago, but now they were just toys. As Caleb slowly approached, the blonde thug behind the utility pole was the first to lose his nerve. He immediately gave up on trying to gather information on Tuko Sakurachi and turned to run. As he ran, he secretly planned his revenge. If he couldn't deal with Caleb, he could surely deal with that seemingly provocative girl with glasses. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, the thug's legs went numb. He lost his balance and crashed violently to the ground, face first. Caleb leisurely walked behind him and placed a foot firmly on the back of the thug's head, pinning him down and stopping his attempt to rise. The thug went completely bravado. Caleb nudged him over with his foot. The thug's face was bruised and swollen. Oh, he just passed out from the pain. I almost thought I hurt him too badly. He kicked the thug to the side and walked toward the last two. The two who had just emerged from the convenience store nervously put their hands into their pockets, intently watching Caleb. You two better behave. I have no intention of harming anyone right now, but if you resist, you'll have to face the consequences. The two instinctively looked at the thug lying on the ground, and their movement to pull out their knives paused. Brother, we were just passing by. Don't worry, we won't call the police. Yes, we're leaving right now, Caleb said with a playful tone. Oh, so you guys aren't with them? Huh. After two forced laughs, one of the pale-faced thugs said, How could we be? We don't know any of those three. Caleb remained unimpressed and continued walking forward. Whether you are or not doesn't really matter. I just don't like the sight of you and want to beat you up. The two men's expressions darkened. They exchanged a look, then glanced at the tall thug who was only a step away from Tuko Sakurachi. Go! As the word dropped, the two men pulled out their flashing daggers and lunged at Caleb. Simultaneously, the tall thug lunged forward to grab Tuko Sakurachi. Caleb subtly shifted his stance, extending his right hand. His index and middle fingers clamped onto one of the daggers and sharply pulled it sideways. Clang! The two daggers collided. The immense force rattled the two men's hands, causing the daggers to fly out of their grasp. Clank, clank, Caleb released his fingers, and the two daggers fell to the ground one after the other. The two men backed away in utter terror, clutching their trembling wrists. Don't come any closer. If you do, your woman will. Bang! A flash of red light appeared in Tuko Sakurachi's eyes. The tall thug who was rushing toward her suddenly froze, then pitched forward, collapsing face down on the ground, completely motionless. His threatening words were abruptly cut short. The two remaining thugs stared in astonishment at the abruptly collapsed tall thug. Caleb raised an eyebrow. Go on, why did you stop talking? How could this happen? The two men, already cowardly beneath their bravado, stumbled backward, filled only with dread and fear. You claim you're not together, yet you cooperate remarkably well. Is this what you call mutual affinity between kindred spirits? Caleb scoffed, not wanting to waste any more time. Enemies of this level were useless to him, not even serving as practice dummies. His movements were too fast for them to see, and his strength was completely overwhelming. All five of them combined didn't possess as much strength as one of his hands. With a slight flick of his toe, a dagger flew into the air, its handle precisely landing in Caleb's hand. Choose. Do you want to save your own lives or your brother's lives? They looked at each other, then simultaneously took a few steps back, increasing the distance between them. They eyed each other warily, bodies tense, looking for an opportunity to strike. An uninformed person would never guess that just moments ago, they looked ready to die for each other. Seeing this, Caleb sneered. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in testing your brotherhood. I'm referring to that brother down there. To ensure they didn't misunderstand again, he deliberately used the dagger to point at them threateningly. The two men's faces alternated between green and white. They were terrified, but if they died, they would truly have nothing left. I don't have time to waste on you. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't make a decision, it'll make it for you. Time's up. The instant the words were finished, Caleb was already beside the two men. With a quick flick of his palm, the sharp dagger struck, ignoring the two men collapsing to the ground. Let's go. Caleb turned to Tuko Sakurachi, who frowned at the fallen figures on the ground and handed him his clothes. Do you ever face danger like this? No, this is my bravado. Tuko Sakurachi was puzzled. They didn't deserve their fate, did they? Maybe. Caleb didn't know what these 5 men had done in the past, but until the very end, the fires of vengeance and greed hadn't disappeared from their eyes. To prevent future problems and to get used to the feeling of what he had to do, he went through with it anyway. Then Caleb shook his head, interrupting her. It's fine. I have my reasons. Tuko Sakurachi opened her barato, then sighed. I'm just worried you'll lose yourself. And if you leave things here, the police will find you tomorrow. It's okay. I can handle it. Caleb put on his clothes, glancing at the 5 barato on the ground. Perhaps because of the devil bloodline, or because the act was too easy, even though he had never done it before, he felt no emotional turmoil. There was no feeling of nausea or psychological burden. Caleb looked at Tuko Sakurachi. If you've lost your enthusiasm, maybe we should call a night? No way. Tuko Sakurachi stepped closer to Caleb, gripping his arm firmly. You might be arrested tomorrow. That means I absolutely cannot let you go tonight. Caleb shrugged. I hope you're prepared for what's coming. Heh. Tuko Sakurachi sneered. Don't mistake me for Hamasaki and the others. I'm a shadow creature. Caleb grinned, not arguing. Senchuredo excluded the super luxury type of apartments. After quickly eating some food bought on the way, Caleb greeted Tuko Sakurachi and entered the bathroom. The two hadn't spent much time together and weren't even close acquaintances, so the atmosphere was slightly stiff for a moment. But one was a stranger, and the other had a special cultivation ability. Once they began their training, the initial hesitation faded quickly. Tuko Sakurachi took off her glasses. Her striking face became even more composed and focused. She turned on a shower, picked up a bath poof and shower gel. Senchuredo, her slender, pale fingers worked carefully over the small device, adjusting and fine-tuning its components. Caleb let out a thoughtful sigh, leaning back slightly and shifting his posture to give Tuko Sakurachi a better angle to work with. Little Caleb rested gently in the pale white hand, its warmth feeling like it could almost burn right through Tuko Sakurachi's small palm. Holding the remarkable creature carefully, Tuko Sakurachi felt a wave of awe-wash over her. This was the most impressive dragon she had ever seen. While not the absolute biggest, Senchuredo Tuko Sakurachi smiled warmly as she spoke with Caleb for the barato, her gentle and friendly demeanor immediately putting him at ease. This was the barato Caleb had met someone so effortlessly charming. Senchuredo. Maintaining a single-leg stance while leaning into Caleb for barato. Caleb wrapped one arm around Tuko Sakurachi's barato to help her balance and steadied her with his other hand. He stepped forward carefully. Tuko Sakurachi cooperated by turning gently to match his movement. Senchuredo. Tuko Sakurachi's whole barato convulsed and twitched as if she had been electrocuted. A stunned expression appeared on her face. Drool trickled from the corner of her barato. Caleb's bold and determined approach was completely different from her quiet demeanor moments ago, and Tuko Sakurachi suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming excitement. Walking all the way to the living room, Senchuredo Tuko Sakurachi proactively reached out and tightly hugged Caleb around the shoulders. She held on to him closely like a koala bear. Chapter 61. Senchuredo, of course. This was also related to her current power level. If she were a powerful queen, she could sustain her energy without issue for a very long time. Heading to the bathroom, Caleb drew a hot bath and comfortably soaked himself. He had wanted to relax like this for a long time, but he was reluctant to treat the women around him this way. What if I break them? Since his partner this time was Tuko Sakurachi, a powerful dark entity, Caleb had no such reservations, and the gains were more than he had anticipated. Tuko Sakurachi was likely at the peak of C rank. Her physical strength was average, with her power mainly concentrated in magic and mental domains. Caleb gained a charm talent from her, and his magical power increased substantially, nearly reaching saturation. To further increase his magic power, he would need to learn intermediate magic extraction. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts, Caleb failed to acquire the skills Tuko Sakurachi possessed. Caleb was particularly envious of the move Tuko Sakurachi used to glare the tall thug into unconsciousness. That eye strike move, regardless of its true power, it was both cool and convenient for dealing with petty troublemakers. In addition, Caleb confirmed several previously uncertain things. Talent bloodline is only categorized broadly, not specifically. Shadow Wraith falls under the Devil category. Since he already possessed the intermediate Devil bloodline, there was no prompt for the Shadow Wraith talent. The Shadow Wraith's draining ability has no effect on him. The joint cultivation ability can reclaim the life essence being absorbed. It's also possible that Tuko Sakurachi's power wasn't strong enough, and the absorption rate couldn't keep up with the increase from the pair cultivation ability. Since Rado and his body was as strong as steel, little Caleb could naturally sustain combat for a year or even longer. Talents are guaranteed to be acquired, while skills are probabilistic. Thinking it over, Caleb felt this made sense. A person with one talent is already considered a genius. Those with 2 or 3 are extremely rare. Both Tsubaki Shinra's intermediate Devil bloodline and Tuko Sakurachi's charm are essentially racial talents. They are common to people of that race and not particularly rare. Skills, however, are different. Powerful individuals possess at least a dozen skills, and potentially hundreds or thousands. Looked at from another perspective, if he could consistently acquire skills, it would be far more terrifying than acquiring talents. Essentially, a talent is a prerequisite for a skill. Some skills cannot be mastered without the corresponding talent. Talent represents potential, which still requires time to convert into actual strength. Skills, on the other hand, immediately boost combat power. If he could consistently acquire skills, acquiring talents would be redundant. The above were Caleb's summaries of his own abilities. There was one final experiment, but the conclusion was still pending. Would other women also lose interest in other men and gradually become more devoted to him after a serious relationship? The answer depends on Tuko Sakurachi's future actions. After showering, Caleb dressed and left Tuko Sakurachi's apartment. He first went home to see the Takamine sisters and Reina Hamasaki's group, and to change the trousers that had been stained with blood yesterday. In just a day, the girls had become completely familiar with each other. As soon as Caleb entered the door, 6 pairs of beautiful eyes of various colors turned toward him. Ignoring the girls' resentful looks, he asked the Takamine sisters about their progress in extracting magic power. There was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the Takamine sisters were both able to extract magic power. The bad news was that their talents were average and they didn't meet Kuo Academy's minimum entry requirements. As long as they could cultivate, entering Kuo Academy was secondary. Now that they could successfully extract magic power, they only needed a few more shared training sessions with Caleb for their strength to steadily increase. Over time, it was possible for the Takamine sisters to become high-class mages. After eating breakfast, Caleb was surrounded by Reina Hamasaki's group of 4 on their way to school. The Takamine sisters also wanted to join, but their school was in the opposite direction, so they could only watch Yakaina Sasaki and the other 3 with envy. All the way, Caleb was flanked closely by the 4 girls as they walked together. Only when they entered the school gate did Yakaina Sasaki and Reina Hamasaki finally step back. Ruri Kuramazaka and Yuki Shiranomura, who had been a step too slow, tried to take their place, but Caleb managed to escape their entanglement with difficulty. One reason was that he didn't want to be too conspicuous at school, even though there weren't many people early in the morning. The other reason was that he had something to do, and it wasn't convenient to take them along. Caleb first went to the neighboring class to ask for leave for Tuko Sakurachi, who was probably still passed out. Then he checked the Occult Research Club and the Student Council. Rias and Sona Shirtorai were still absent. Only Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra were busy in their respective domains. Caleb showed his face, establishing his presence, then turned and skipped class, leaving the school. After his long session with Tuko Sakurachi, his magic power was completely full. Until he learned or acquired intermediate magic extraction, he only needed to focus on acquiring talents. With Rias still away, Cinchuredo, before they can be defeated, he will outmaneuver them with his exclusive strategy. This way, the rivals won't gain the upper hand. Caleb gets his revenge on the competitors, and, with luck, he acquires new allies. A perfect win-win-win situation is achieved, where only the rivals and the defeated get hurt. Most importantly, with Caleb's current strength, this plan is completely risk-free. It's certainly much safer and has a higher success rate than trying to steal a Godslayer weapon. Caleb's first target for rescue was Sakura Miyajima, who had suddenly transferred schools. Sakura Miyajima's transfer was utterly bizarre, highly suggestive of a world-line convergence event. The fat guy with glasses who controls hypnosis couldn't possibly operate at Kuo Academy. If he dared to use hypnosis there, he would be immediately taken away for investigation by the student council. If it really was a world-line convergence, after finding the school Sakura Miyajima transferred to, Caleb wouldn't mind simultaneously rescuing the other anime heroines who might appear there, as well as their mothers. Following the information he received from Yumi Sato, Caleb arrived at a kendo dojo in the city center. He pushed open the large door and walked in. A beautiful young woman in a kendo uniform immediately came up to him. "Welcome. How may I help you?" "Excuse me, is Miyajima-sensei here?" Caleb showed a gentle smile and asked softly, "I'm a junior of Sakura Miyajima-senpai. I have something I'd like to ask Miyajima-sensei about." Chapter 62. Incident at the kendo dojo. The receptionist examined Caleb closely, and a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. Such a handsome young man, but his soul was probably already captivated by Miss Miyajima. He had cut class early in the morning to come all the way here to find her. "Miyajima-sensei is here, but I can't guarantee whether he'll see you." Understanding the implication in her eyes, Caleb didn't offer any explanation. Then, "Could I trouble you to inform Miyajima-sensei?" "No problem. Please wait here for a moment." "Thank you, sister. He'll treat you to dinner sometime." The receptionist's eyes lit up. "Really? You can't go back on your word?" Caleb simply smiled back at her. This receptionist, even with makeup, was only an average beauty, but because of her long-term work at the kendo dojo, Cinchuredo, he'll go inform Miyajima-sensei now. "TSK. I didn't expect to run into someone so bold and forward here." Caleb couldn't help but bravado as he watched the receptionist, whose name he didn't even know, walk away. Meanwhile, the passed-out Tuko Sakurachi woke up in the bedroom. She braced herself, looking around blankly. It took her a while to fully regain consciousness. Tuko Sakurachi placed her hand on her abdomen. After all this time, there was still such a rich amount of vital energy present. She carefully adjusted her posture, diligently using her innate demonic ability to digest the energy, trying not to waste a single bit. Caleb gained many benefits from Tuko Sakurachi, but as a demonic being, Tuko Sakurachi's gains were no less than his. The boost from the special cultivation method alone allowed Tuko Sakurachi to break through from C rank to B rank. With a vast amount of spiritual energy absorbed, more than her bravado could contain. If she could integrate it all, Tuko Sakurachi could potentially reach the peak of B rank. This wouldn't be the case for others, but this is how a spirit guardian enhances her strength. Her training session with Caleb produced a powerful synergistic effect. Moreover, Caleb's power was slightly higher than Tuko Sakurachi's, making their joint training far more beneficial for her. Tuko Sakurachi held her breath, spending a full hour converting the essence left inside her by Caleb. By the time it was fully digested, her newly acquired power was completely stabilized and had advanced a step further. Tuko Sakurachi didn't reach the B-rank peak in one go. Her ability wasn't yet capable of absorbing every drop of Caleb's essence. Furthermore, during the conversion process, besides becoming magic power, some was used to restore and enhance her physical strength. It wasn't that Tuko Sakurachi wanted this. As a spellcaster specializing in the mental domain, Cinchuredo, she would try to get Caleb to stay with her twice more, and everything would be made up for. After receiving the nourishment of magic power, Tuko Sakurachi finally didn't hurt with every step she took. Dragging her tired frame, she began to clean the utterly messy apartment. Cinchuredo, it was the Barado. She had been utterly defeated in a close match, to the point of losing consciousness. Tuko Sakurachi secretly vowed that next time, she would get her revenge. It'll go as soon as my Barado fully recovers. Unlike others who she forgot about after one exhausting session. Since waking up this time, her mind was full of Caleb. Just imagining the scene was enough to make her heart race. Tuko Sakurachi found it strange, but didn't think much of it, assuming it was because she had met such a powerful man as Caleb for the Barado, and the impact was several times that of others, so wanting more sessions was understandable. Not long after, Caleb refused her invitation. Frustrated, she had to seek out other prey. It was then that she realized the severity of the situation. Caleb and Sakura Miyajima's father, Miyajima-sensei, the instructor in charge of the students, were engaged in a one-on-one sparring match. The spectators were all students of the dojo, keenly watching the intense offense and defense within the ring. Except for the receptionist, whose name was Mayuna. She watched Caleb with a nervous expression, showing a look of regret. If she hadn't mentioned that Miss Miyajima's admirer had shown up, this fight wouldn't have happened. Everyone knew that Miyajima-sensei was overly protective of his daughter, but his reaction this time was a bit too much. Miyajima-sensei, I'm really not Sakura-senpai's boyfriend, Caleb explained while dodging. We're just classmates. I came because I have something I want to ask you. The bamboo sword offensive was fierce, and Miyajima's father kept a stern face, completely unmoved. When he initially heard Mayuna's report, he took it as a joke, but after Caleb introduced himself, he realized the seriousness of the matter. He had heard his daughter mention this boy's name many times recently, and now, after he transferred his daughter away, the boy actually dared to show up at his doorstep. Kid, I admit you have some skill. No wonder you dare to come here. After failing to break through Caleb's defense for a while, Miyajima's father was inwardly surprised, but his face darkened further. Next, I'm getting serious. Don't blame me for the advantage of the weapon. Most of my skill lies in this bamboo sword. He paused and said earnestly, judging by your stance, you must have trained in martial arts. Don't hold back either. Let's have a serious bout. This. Caleb scratched his head, slightly helpless. All right, then I'll take off my jacket first. This is my last set. He had ruined one set fooling around with Akino Himejima a few days ago, and another one was stained with blood yesterday. If this one got damaged, Cinchuredo, including Miyajima's father, couldn't help but look astonished. They had already highly estimated his strength based on his Barado, but they had still underestimated him. Not a single person present could match the raw power and overwhelming Barado behind his strikes. Cinchuredo, unlike the surprise and solemnity of the crowd, Mayuna, the receptionist, seeing this sight, completely forgot her previous worries. She watched with eager anticipation, her eyes focused intently. Go on and fight. If Caleb won, great. If he didn't, it was fine too. She would just make it up to Caleb afterward. All right, come at me. Caleb stretched twice, deciding to end the fight as quickly as possible. The Kuo Academy uniform looked good, but the cost was its restricted mobility. He was afraid he might accidentally rip his trousers. Using magic to fight was fine, but for someone like him who relied on unarmed close combat, it was a definite debuff. Miyajima's father concentrated fully. With a spirited shout, he fiercely lunged at Caleb. Caleb didn't drop his guard. Compared to the 5 thugs yesterday, Miyajima's father was already touching the threshold of B rank. If Caleb wasn't careful, he'd take a few hits. The path of martial arts can also reach A rank and S rank. Caleb had once asked Rias about this. A sword saint is what people call an A rank. An S rank would naturally be a sword god. Similarly, there are martial saints, martial gods, spear saints, spear gods, and so on. The level of a martial god can be achieved through refining the body and uniting the Jing, Qi, and Shun, essence, vitality, and spirit. The amount of special energy in the body doesn't matter much. But to advance further, one must focus on the special energy. Chapter 63. Tsubaki Miyajima, based on Rias' explanation of the martial artist system and combining it with his own understanding, Caleb referred to that special energy as chi. There are many types of special energies in this world, and the extracted abilities differ based on the cultivation path. They include, but are not limited to, magic power, cursed energy, fighting aura, spirit power, and chi. Muni Miyajima, who is currently wielding a bamboo sword so fast it left after images, had initially glimpsed the threshold of chi. The day the chi clearly manifested within his body would be the day he stepped into the Master Realm, which is equivalent to B-rank power. Facing the storm-like offensive, Caleb retreated with small, quick steps, dodging. At the same time, he activated his magic power, further enhancing his clairvoyance and beginner flesh mastery. Unarmed against a weapon was definitely a disadvantage. Caleb's physical strength hadn't yet reached the point of being invulnerable to blades. Fortunately, the opponent's weapon was just a bamboo sword, so a direct block wouldn't be a major issue. The idea of using his physical strength to overwhelm the opponent flashed through his mind and was immediately dismissed. If he won that way, Muni Miyajima wouldn't say anything, but he certainly wouldn't be convinced. This would be detrimental to building a good relationship and gathering information later. After awkwardly dodging for about 3 minutes, Caleb finally found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment the opponent was inhaling, with the old force spent and the new force not yet generated, he abruptly pushed off with his right foot, instantly closing the distance. The wooden floor let out a distressing creaking sound as Caleb appeared like a ghost in front of Muni Miyajima. He clenched his right hand into a fist, using 70% of his strength, and struck the opponent's well-trained abdomen. Muni Miyajima simply couldn't react to the speed and power unleashed by Caleb's formidable physique combined with his beginner flesh mastery. Taking a punch from Caleb to the stomach, he nearly collapsed onto his knees. Ugh! Enduring the sharp pain, Muni Miyajima tried to retreat, intending to regain the initiative by relying on the length of his weapon. Caleb couldn't help but look at him with a slight admiration. To take a punch from him head-on and still be able to fight, his previous assessment was correct. Muni Miyajima's power was close to B rank. His combat experience, however, was lacking. Overall, Muni Miyajima's strength was commendable. It was no wonder he devoted himself entirely to kendo. The moment of admiration ended, and Caleb gave him no chance to recover, using the close combat skills he had learned from countless beatings by the white-haired girl to press the attack. He still only used 70% of his strength. Using 70% of his strength wasn't Caleb holding back, but rather a principle in real combat. Unless you have the certainty of a finishing blow, you must always retain some reserve strength. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as Muni Miyajima's just now. Once a flaw is exploited, there is no opportunity to counterattack. This is why many people in combat sometimes deliberately expose a weakness. Once the opponent falls for the trap and attacks with full force, they seize that moment to counterattack without hesitation, potentially securing the victory or death blow. Neither the pre-fight ki, shout, nor the subsequent attacks suggested a wealth of real combat experience for Muni Miyajima. Although the ki can boost one's own morale, it also serves as a warning to the opponent. Experienced swordsmen often draw their sword and attack directly, or at most let out a low growl. Caleb refrained from attacking areas that could easily cause death or disability. Muni Miyajima struggled to endure for several dozen seconds. No, Muni Miyajima was brutally hit over a dozen times on his stomach and back before he finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the floor. After Caleb closed the distance, Muni Miyajima failed to land a single decent counterattack. Seeing Muni Miyajima fall to the ground, Caleb instinctively raised his foot, about to stomp on the man's head. The spectators watched the scene unfolding before them in utter bewilderment. They had imagined Muni Miyajima might lose, but the defeat was too swift and decisive. Their confusion was so profound that not a single person thought to stop Caleb's atrocity. Muni Miyajima stared at the constantly enlarging dark shadow above him, instinctively closing his eyes. After waiting for a moment, he didn't feel the anticipated pain. He opened his eyes to see Caleb had stopped his foot just in time. Cough. After a dry cough, Caleb slowly withdrew his foot. Miyajima-sensei, the floor is cold. You should get up quickly. Muni Miyajima's face flushed crimson. He struggled to get up, but the severe pain in his body distorted his movements, and he couldn't manage to stand immediately. He turned his head and glared fiercely at his disciples. You fools! What are you staring at? A few of the more quick-witted disciples finally realized what was happening and rushed forward to help their defeated master. Miyajima-sensei, I sincerely apologize for my offense. Please forgive me. Seeing the disheveled Muni Miyajima, Caleb felt he might have gone a little too hard. He wasn't there to challenge the dojo. Even a loss wouldn't have been a problem. A narrow loss would have been best, preserving Muni Miyajima's face and still achieving his goal. Caleb shook his head with a slight regret. Unfortunately, my power isn't yet strong enough to fully control the flow of a fight like that. Muni Miyajima stood up, shaking off his disciple's support, and said solemnly, No, it should be me thanking Usuji-kun for holding back. He was a protective father, but not an idiot. Caleb's seamless series of attacks was full of lethal intent. In terms of real combat experience, he was completely crushed. Since he started training at 14, he had participated in countless competitions and still sought out other kendo masters for sparring whenever he had time, priding himself on his extensive experience. But compared to Caleb, he was merely a flower grown in a greenhouse. Being exploited had been partly his own fault, but it was mostly due to Caleb's keen perception and decisive action. Muni Miyajima was very curious why Caleb, at such a young age, possessed such ruthless and seasoned combat experience. Since Caleb didn't volunteer the information, as the defeated party, he didn't have the face to ask. As an alternative, he said, There are too many people here. Let's discuss my daughter's matter in the quiet room at the back. Caleb nodded, picked up his jacket from the floor, and followed the limping Muni Miyajima toward the courtyard behind the dojo. Watching Caleb's straight back, Mayuna's eyes sparkled. She had thought he was a young Senshiredo. Senshiredo was average for his age, but compared to these adult men who train year-round, he did seem a bit lacking. Mayuna crossed her arms confidently. That small frame could beat 3 of you. She added, besides, I observed closely. His skills and abilities are far greater than any of yours. With that, she looked back at the group, showing a look of disdain. The male students who had taken an interest in Mayuna flushed, wanting to retort, but not knowing what to say. In the end, they could only leave in low spirits. Walking through the courtyard with the small artificial stream, the few houses in the back, built in the Showa-era style, where the Miyajima family lived. Caleb and Muni Miyajima arrived at a quiet room covered in tatami mats, which also served as the Miyajima family's dedicated reception room. A graceful wife with a pleasant face opened the wooden door. Her long, slender Feng Phoenix eyes carried a warm, welcoming expression. Her long, purple hair was tied into a braid that draped diagonally from her right barato, smoothly resting near her barato. She wore a slender, form-fitting purple knit barato that was stretched across her tall frame. Senshiredo, her elegant figure framed gracefully in the doorway. Tsubaki Miyajima took 2 cups of steaming tea from the tray, her pale purple eyes curiously looking at the disheveled Caleb. Husband, who is this? Muni Miyajima kept a stern face. You came a good time. It concerns Sakura, so you should listen as well. Finished, he softened his expression and looked gently at Caleb. Usuji-kun, this is my wife, Tsubaki Miyajima. Caleb nodded, refraining from commenting on Muni Miyajima's demeanor. Mrs. Miyajima, my name is Caleb Usuji. I'm a junior from Sakura Senpai School. I came here to ask about Sakura Senpai's transfer. Since Miyuni Miyajima didn't offer a proper introduction, Caleb had to introduce himself to the strikingly beautiful wife. Tsubaki Miyajima turned her barato toward Caleb and said gently, "My daughter is not very talented. Thank you for taking care of her at school." Despite her air of a virtuous wife and loving mother, her pair of striking, slender Fenghuang eyes seemed to constantly captivate others. Every movement carried an elegant grace. Caleb touched his nose. Try not to look at Tsubaki Miyajima. He couldn't help it. If he looked any longer, the memories he tried to forget would start attacking him again. He was afraid he would be unable to control himself around the married woman right in front of Miyuni Miyajima. Miyuni Miyajima didn't look directly at Tsubaki Miyajima, focusing instead on blowing the steam off his teacup. He perfectly maintained the air of the head of the household. However, this kind of male chauvinism often leads to troubles at home. Seeing that the two had finished their introductions, Miyuni Miyajima interrupted Tsubaki Miyajima and commanded, "Tsubaki, you explain the matter of Sakura's transfer to Yusuke-kun." Tsubaki Miyajima was accustomed to Miyuni Miyajima's attitude, only regretting that she couldn't continue conversing with the handsome and strong classmate of her daughter. She reluctantly moved her gaze from Caleb's collar and turned to reply, "Yes, husband." Caleb subtly straightened his collar. If his memory served him right, this woman was supposed to be under a hypnotic spell, keeping her in a state of constant unrest. However, she looked just like the receptionist in the front hall, openly trying to bravado with him. He suspected that if Miyuni Miyajima weren't around, she would have already approached him eagerly. Previously, when he met women, his unfortunate hero archetype would garner their goodwill, but they never behaved this openly toward him. Even women known for being bold wouldn't approach him so directly. But today felt different. Earlier this morning, Caleb felt something was strange. Not only strangers, but even Reina Hamasaki and the Takamine sisters were looking at him with a more intense gaze than before. He had initially thought it was his imagination, or perhaps that he had gotten even better looking today. Ahem. Now it seemed it was definitely due to the talent he acquired from Tuko Sakurachi. Caleb didn't actually care why Sakura Miyajima transferred. He only wanted to know which school she went to. Thus, he listened to Tsubaki Miyajima's explanation with only 3/10 of his attention, devoting the remaining 7/10 to contemplating his new talent. Charm increases charisma, increases mental resistance, effect doubled on the opposite sex. This was a purely passive skill. Caleb hadn't felt any personal change. His face was still the same, and mental resistance was hard to gauge, certainly no match for Ruri Kuramizaka's mental resistance talent. Now it seemed the effect had begun to subtly manifest. Instead of increasing charisma, Caleb felt increasing goodwill and likability was more accurate. The excuses he used to placate Reina Hamasaki and the others now seemed to have become the truth. With the devil bloodline and the racial talent of influence, Caleb felt that he might even be able to transform into a devil form like Rias in the future. Logically, acquiring the devil bloodline should grant a devil form. If a low-class devil bloodline could do it, his intermediate devil bloodline should certainly be capable. However, for some unknown reason, despite many attempts, Caleb hadn't felt the sensation of growing wings or a tail. He had originally planned to try flying with wings, but he was still relying on his 2 legs to get around. Since his combat power was undeniably increasing, Caleb didn't bother to delve into the reason. After all, the way he acquired the bloodline was peculiar and different from others, so it was completely understandable. And that's how it happened. Tsubaki Miyajima briefly explained the cause and effect of Sakura Miyajima's transfer. To Caleb's surprise, the matter was somewhat related to him. Sakura Miyajima's transfer was arranged entirely by Miyuni Miyajima. The main reason was that the Kendo Club advisor at the new school was a close friend of his. His friend approached Miyuni Miyajima, hoping that Sakura Miyajima would transfer to lead the Kendo Club. In essence, he wanted Sakura Miyajima to help raise the profile of the Kendo Club, preferably by winning a few championships. To convince Miyuni Miyajima, The school made numerous promises, such as fully waived tuition and guaranteed university admission slots. Kuo Academy was great, and graduation led directly to their university division. But the conditions offered by the new school were too generous, and with the guaranteed university admission, there were no worries about advancing education. Muni Miyajima was persuaded. He had initially been hesitant, but recently, Sakura Miyajima had constantly mentioned a handsome junior to him, Caleb. Muni Miyajima finally made up his mind, quickly reached an agreement with a new school, and arranged for Sakura Miyajima's transfer. The timing was too sudden, and Sakura Miyajima was actually unwilling. However, Muni Miyajima had the final say in the family, so she rushed to the new school without even getting a chance to say goodbye to her friends and classmates. Tsubaki, dontok no sens. I didn't decide to let Sakura transfer because she seemed to like Yusuji Kuin. Muni Miyajima sternly rebuked his wife, Senchurado, but he refrained from speaking to save Muni Miyajima's face. Seeing Caleb remain silent, Muni Miyajima's smile became even stiffer. He said awkwardly, "That child Sakura. Honestly, she kept saying how handsome Yusuji Kuin is and how popular you are with girls, but never mentioned how strong you are. Otherwise, I would have had Sakura invite you over as a guest a long time ago." Caleb looked at him strangely. The flattery was so clumsy, this old man was definitely up to no good. If he hadn't yet obtained the address of Sakura Miyajima's new school, he wouldn't bother chatting with this old man any longer. It would be better to discuss life and ideals with Tsubaki Miyajima, who was intensely staring at him and occasionally shifting her posture. "Miyajima-sensei, I will visit again when I have the opportunity." Caleb paused, then asked directly, "I would like to know which school Sakura-senpai is attending now." Tsubaki Miyajima's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a look of regretful affection. He's a love-struck young man, after all. If that's the case, she had to consider whether to make a move. She felt she might be slighting her daughter. Caleb didn't know her thoughts. If he did, he would lean in and say something softly to her and say, "Madam, I will take both your shop and your daughter's contract." Muni Miyajima opened his barato, wanting to say something but didn't know how. "What is it, Miyajima-sensei? Are you unwilling to tell me?" Muni Miyajima was indeed unwilling, but facing the one who had defeated him, he couldn't speak such words. In his mind, the defeated party had no room to negotiate. In a chaotic era like Edo, the losing side would either die or become a captive, losing their home and status to the victor. "Yusuji Kuin, you jest. I was merely thinking about how to phrase it." Caleb sneered, too lazy to expose Muni Miyajima's clumsy lie. "My daughter is currently attending private Iho Academy. The address is 3 Chome, Heido-cho." Caleb didn't pay attention to the detailed address. The moment he heard the name of the academy, he felt it sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, he immediately realized it. Private Iho Academy was the same school the Takamine sisters were currently attending. Chapter 65. Iho Academy. Caleb's face darkened, and he quickly excused himself from Muni Miyajima, constantly dealing with the threat of the thugs. He had almost forgotten that the unfortunate hero archetype also meant his rivals would go after the people close to him. Originally, Caleb wasn't in a hurry. Even though Sakura Miyajima had been influenced, there was no emotional attachment between them, and a quick confrontation would settle the score after dealing with the situation. Now that the Takamine sisters might be under threat, he couldn't afford to take this lightly. Rushing to private Iho Academy, Caleb called Akane Takamine. Akane, who was just about to have lunch with her friends, was excited to receive his call. It was the first time Caleb had proactively called her during school hours. "Caleb, what's wrong? Already missing your sister after only half a day?" Caleb wasn't in the mood to joke around. Unsure if anyone was nearby, he didn't correct her term of address. "Akane, I'm at your school gate right now. Come out and get me. I need to get into your school for something." After speaking succinctly, Caleb hung up. Looking at the academy before him, he tried hard to recall the Hypnosis X education series. Unlike the European architectural style of Kuo Academy, Iho Academy was a typical Japanese school. The story provided no description of the academy. In this type of hypnosis series, the purpose was simply narrative utility. As long as the characters were compelling enough, nothing else mattered. By the time Akane Takamine arrived, skipping excitedly to greet him, Caleb hadn't recalled any useful information beyond the name of the fat guy with glasses and the names of the heroines. As for why he remembered the troublesome rival's name, there is a saying, everyone hates the thuggish rival, but everyone wants to be the thuggish rival. When watching drama series, Caleb always identified with the underdog's perspective. What? Some people don't? No way, no way. Does anyone truly adopt the unfortunate hero perspective? Now, Caleb had fulfilled half of that dream. Because of his transmigration, he had indeed awakened a rare cultivation ability far superior to that of the thugs. However, due to the nature of his destiny, he would be subjected to the hostility of thugs and rivals and could not coexist peacefully with them. Honestly, even without the unfortunate hero archetype, Senchuredo, there were no valuable clues. He found no signs of the supernatural anywhere. Afterward, accompanied by Akane Takamine, Caleb toured the various grades and classrooms. Kuo Academy's uniform was completely different from Iho Academy's, and with a campus goddess like Akane Takamine by his side, they caused quite a stir. Since it was lunchtime, many students curiously asked Akane Takamine about Caleb's identity. They only calmed down somewhat after learning Caleb was Akane Takamine's younger brother. However, many female students persistently pestered Akane Takamine, asking if she minded having an additional younger sister. Many of these girls already had boyfriends. Akane Takamine fiercely glared at her surroundings with a protective expression, and the girls slowly and reluctantly dispersed. After touring the teaching buildings, Caleb also checked the club building and the sports field. He did not see the obese man with glasses who used hypnosis to control the entire school, but this did not make him feel relieved. This was because Caleb saw all the heroines he remembered, even those who only appeared for a few seconds. For example, Nagisa Fujima from the track and field club and Misaki Shinohara from the girls' basketball club. Caleb had been very disappointed back then that he didn't get to see more content involving Misaki Shinohara. Her appearance and athletic style really caught his attention. All of this indicated that Caleb had not come to the wrong place. Furthermore, there were many more familiar faces here than at Kuo Academy. There are thousands of high schools in Tokyo, and just these two have so many acquaintances. Caleb sucked in a breath of cold air and began to plan when he could find time to visit other schools. Not just high schools, but middle schools and universities as well. There might be unexpected surprises. Of course, there would also be danger. Caleb toured the entire school, but it was impossible to check every nook and cranny. He hadn't seen the hypnosis glasses guy yet, but that didn't mean he wasn't at Iho Academy. He might have taken the day off, or he might be hiding in some obscure corner doing something suspicious. Sigh, there's still a lot of room for improvement. If only I had a detection-type talent or skill. He sighed, pushing aside unrealistic thoughts, and turned to look at Akane Takamine. Akane, is there anyone in your school named Hajime Tanaka? I haven't heard of him. Akane Takamine shook her head. With so many people at school, it was impossible for her to know everyone, though almost everyone knew her. The two flower-like Takamine sisters were quite famous, even among the many beautiful girls at Iho Academy. The name sounds like a boy's. Caleb, why are you looking for him? Looking at Akane Takamine's innocent, wide eyes, Caleb decided not to tell her the truth for now. One reason was that he didn't know how to explain it. Additionally, telling her wouldn't accomplish anything and might tip off the enemy. If Hajime Tanaka's hypnosis ability was a bug, similar to some kind of rule ability, then Caleb's current mental strength might not be able to resist it. If he tipped his hand and the opponent preempted him, he would truly fail spectacularly. This possibility was small, but it couldn't be entirely ruled out. It's nothing. Just pretend you never heard of it. Oh, fine. Senchuredo, I totally don't mind, you know? I'm not joking with you. Caleb scolded in a low voice. Don't make me send you straight home and ground you for the rest of the day. Akane Takamine looked confused. Is being grounded worse than this? It will be if you keep talking back. Sensing Caleb's displeasure, Akane Takamine dropped her playful attitude. All right, I know, but I can secretly keep an eye out, right? I'll let you know if I hear anything. That would be best. If not, just pretend you don't know about it. In short, not leaking the information is the most important thing. Okay, Senshirado. Since he was already here, he definitely needed to see Sakura Miyajima. Furthermore, from the few words Muni Miyajima spoke, he realized that Sakura Miyajima seemed to have been paying attention to him. This surprised Caleb greatly. The two had only met once at the Kendo Club and didn't seem to have much interaction otherwise. Could it be that the juicy rumors and gossip about me and Tsubaki Shinra's group made Sakura Miyajima interested? Earlier during his tour, Caleb had briefly seen Sakura Miyajima from a distance. She was practicing at the Kendo Club then. Lunch break was about to end. He didn't know if Sakura Miyajima would still be there now. Caleb quickened his pace toward the Kendo Club. Walking alone, he was inevitably approached by girls several times. By the time his seventh contact was added to his phone book, he finally arrived at the Kendo Club. Caleb walked into the Kendo Club. Sakura Miyajima had just finished her practice and was surrounded by girls, explaining something. The boys were kneeling off to the side, their eyes filled with admiration and love. One fair-skinned boy with brown hair was flushed, practically wearing his affection on his sleeve. Speaking of which, the heroines in the Hypnosis X Education series all seemed to have complicated relationships with the men around them. The main appeal was the dramatic tension between them. Caleb glanced at the nervous, bowed-head boy with brown hair. He felt a sense of familiarity, but wasn't entirely sure. Senshirado, sometimes helping to film or barato their girlfriends, thereby making numerous on-screen appearances, Caleb wouldn't have remembered them at all. Chapter 66. Sakura Miyajima. When she was at Kuo Academy, Sakura Miyajima was single. Caleb was certain of this. He quickly brought his attention back. Regardless, Sakura Miyajima wouldn't start dating another guy just 3 days after transferring, would she? So, whether this shy boy with brown hair was Sakura Miyajima's original boyfriend or not, he certainly wouldn't be in the future. Stepping past the crowd, Caleb flashed a bright smile at Sakura Miyajima. Sakura-senpai. Good afternoon. Caleb. Sakura Miyajima's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth rounded. She said excitedly, I thought I saw wrong earlier. It really is you. What are you doing here? Caleb dropped his smile, feigning a look of displeasure. Sakura-senpai transferred. What's the point of me staying at Kuo Academy alone? This. Sakura Miyajima was a little stunned. Could he be interested in her, too? Is he willing to transfer schools just to be with her? The girls around them discreetly backed away, giving the two space to talk. They whispered among themselves, secretly speculating about the relationship between the sunny, handsome boy and Sakura Miyajima. Sakura Miyajima was pretty, was a kendo prodigy, and her grades weren't bad. Now, with such a handsome, devoted barato, she was a complete life winner. In their gossiping eyes, there was an undeniable envy. Sakura Miyajima lowered her head, looking at her feet. She couldn't quite see her toes from her angle. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. She occasionally stole glances at Caleb, stammering, unsure how to respond. Ever since she first saw Caleb at the Kendo Club, she had been captivated and often followed his movements. However, the rumors weren't good, completely different from the impression Caleb gave her. She wanted to approach him, but seeing the excellent girls constantly surrounding Caleb, she worried the rumors were true and held back. This back-and-forth hesitation meant she had actually exchanged very few words with Caleb. Yet, whenever she talked about school life with her parents, the conversation would inevitably shift to Caleb. Under the envious and jealous stares of the boys, Caleb took Sakura Miyajima's long, pale hand. Sakura-senpai, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can you come with me? Could it be? Is he going to confess? This wasn't the first time a boy had confessed to her, but this was the only time she felt her heart race, her face burning with shyness. Sakura Miyajima kept her head down, not daring to look at Caleb, only nodding instinctively. Caleb smiled slightly. This is truly a case of blessing and misfortune intertwined. While he was easily targeted by thugs and cuckolds, it saved him a significant amount of time in courtship. The girls watched the two walk away hand in hand with suggestive looks, occasionally bursting into playful giggles. The boys, however, looked heartbroken and despairing. Their goddess had only appeared for a few days, and now she was about to be claimed by someone else. Especially the brown-haired boy Caleb had found familiar earlier. He felt like he had missed something very important. Even though he hadn't exchanged a single word with Sakura Miyajima, he felt a sense of losing a cherished possession. Even if it were to be taken, it shouldn't be now. It should be after he and Sakura Miyajima had established a relationship. This feeling was strange and inexplicable. He even felt a bit uneasy about himself. This feeling slowly subsided only when Caleb and Sakura Miyajima disappeared from his sight. He let out a sigh of relief, not daring to delve deeper into the feeling and extinguish that indescribable thought in his heart. It was too terrifying. That feeling was too terrifying. He would rather not have a girlfriend than experience that again. Caleb, who had unintentionally saved an unfortunate hero from a tragic fate, was currently deep in thought. Looking at Sakura Miyajima, who was standing before him, he was unsure how to proceed. It was supposed to be a joke, just a probe. But as soon as he played a pair of threes, the other side played a royal flush. He didn't know whether to attribute it to his great charm or to his fortunate encounters. Observing Sakura Miyajima's poised expression, Caleb ultimately decided to first check if she possessed any special talent. He gently took a small step forward, pulling Sakura Miyajima close to him. Don't just sviat I smell. You do have a scent, but it's the fragrance of jasmine. Caleb noticed the girl's subtle aroma. Amidst Sakura Miyajima's slight hesitation, he leaned in and gently met her barato in a tender barato. Caleb, in just a few seconds, Sakura Miyajima's face turned crimson, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. It was her very first romantic moment. It was more comforting and wonderful than she had imagined. Caleb had always been gentle and considerate with the people he cared about. Dealing with the inexperienced Sakura Miyajima was effortless. He leaned close and spoke softly to the girl, using a calm, warm tone. Ding, detected talent, Sword Heart beginner, commencing copy. As they connected, Caleb heard a delightful prompt. His heart leaped with joy. Indeed, these heroines with a certain strength or skill very likely possess a talent. Reina Hamasaki's group of four, the Takamine sisters, and now Sakura Miyajima, all were exceptions. However, he had met many girls who had proactively confessed their feelings to him before, yet found no talents. Caleb scanned his surroundings, confirming that no one else was nearby in this corner. He adjusted his stance, feeling restless. Sakura Miyajima stood beside him in her loose kendo uniform, her expression focused as she prepared for the upcoming match. He admired her graceful posture. The traditional kendo uniform she wore had a remarkably refined craftsmanship, evident in every carefully stitched detail. Beyond her impressive form, her presence seemed to grow more radiant with each passing moment. As the session continued, he observed her composure with great admiration. During a break on the school grounds, Caleb accidentally brushed his hand against the girl's leg while passing by. Sakura Miyajima flinched and quickly stepped back, looking flustered by the unexpected contact. They were still outside, on school grounds. Someone could pass by at any moment, and she wasn't comfortable doing something so personal for the barato in such a setting. Caleb understood the girl's meaning. He stepped back from her and whispered, "Sakura-senpai, they'll be waiting for you at your place after school." Sakura Miyajima leaned against Caleb, resting her head on his barato. Censuredo, after calming the upset child, Caleb gently wiped his hands and then stepped back. "Caleb, does this mean we're friends now?" After tidying her clothes, Sakura Miyajima looked at Caleb hopefully. She had been too excited earlier and closed her eyes for the kiss without waiting for a confession. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Her maidenly heart wanted to hear Caleb say it out loud. Caleb stroked her pale purple, smooth hair and chuckled softly. If Sakura-senpai thinks so, then it is. Sakura Miyajima pouted in dissatisfaction. What does he mean? If she thinks so, then it is. They had already done that. Seeing her expression, Caleb smiled, offering no further reassurance, and instead counter-questioned, Sakura-senpai must have heard the rumors about me, right? Sakura Miyajima wrung her hands and said softly, I don't care about those. They must all be baseless rumors. No, those rumors are all true. Caleb shattered the girl's illusion. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Even Rias, or even the goddess Senri Hasegawa, one of the 10 great gods, Caleb never intended to formally commit to them. One reason was to make it easier to interact with them. Ahem, to make it easier to rescue pure, lovely, and innocent girls. The other reason was to minimize the impact of the unfortunate hero archetype. Regardless of what others thought, Caleb was still single, without a girlfriend or wife. He had a strong feeling that once he formalized a relationship with a woman, a great deal of trouble would follow. Caleb trusted his intuition. His intuition had saved him many times since coming to this world, just like his fighting instincts. Although it wasn't recorded on the system panel, he felt this was also an innate talent of his. Sakura-ma looked at Caleb in disbelief, stumbling back a few steps, her face gradually turning pale. At that moment, all the inconsistencies began to surface in her mind. Looking tearfully at Caleb, she had many questions but didn't know where to start. Caleb scratched his head. He wasn't afraid of girls throwing tantrums. It was girls like Sakura Miyajima, who were on the verge of tears without making a sound, that he was least equipped to deal with. Chapter 67. The incident. Caleb never expected the usually heroic and determined Sakura Miyajima to be so sensitive and delicate when it came to romance. Not that it was a bad thing, but it was a bit overwhelming. After much deliberation, Caleb decided to comfort her first. Sakura-senpai, I didn't mean to lie to you. I only meant it as a joke, but I didn't realize you. Sakura Miyajima wiped the tears from her eyes, suppressing her hurt, and choked out. I'm not stupid. It's my own fault. I used to. As she spoke, she nearly burst into tears again. Okay, don't cry. Caleb hugged her, whispering in her ear, you might be in danger again recently. I came here because I was worried about you. Sakura Miyajima stopped sobbing and looked at Caleb suspiciously. She suspected this scumbag was deliberately trying to distract her, but Caleb's expression didn't seem fake. What danger? I can't tell you what kind of danger yet. Caleb paused, seeing Sakura Miyajima's lying expression, and could only add, after school, I'll wait for you at the school gate, and we'll go to your house together. I will explain everything in front of your parents then. Only then did Sakura Miyajima half-believingly stop crying and pull away from Caleb. Fine. If that's true, then I'll forget about what happened just now. But I can't. Forget it. I finally calmed her down. No need to stir things up again. Caleb glanced at Sakura Miyajima, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Okay. Oomph. Sakura Miyajima stomped her foot and stormed off, clearly still upset. If I hadn't detected a talent, I might have let it go, but since there is one, whether you forget about it or not is no longer up to you. Caleb couldn't help but think as he watched Sakura Miyajima's graceful figure retreat. After parting with Sakura Miyajima, Caleb returned to Kuo Academy. Normal classes were optional for him. Although he wasn't an academic star in his previous life, his grades were decent enough to handle standard high school knowledge. Moreover, now that he had joined the Occult Research Club, the demands for grades were even lower. As long as he was strong enough, entering the Kuo Academy University Division was guaranteed. The only thing he needed to be cautious about was that long-term absence might lead to him being advised to withdraw. Usually, Rias and the others attended school diligently and only went out on missions in the evenings. More troublesome missions were scheduled for holidays. If he wanted to frequently leave during class time, he'd best get Rias' permission and use the excuse of a mission. That way, the school authorities wouldn't bother him. Caleb was pondering how to approach Rias about this when Kaneko Tuju came to his class and, grabbing his collar, dragged him out. Hey, Kaneko, Slow down, Caleb said with a wry smile, glancing at the curious onlookers watching them. He briefly tried to resist, but the small white-haired girl was surprisingly strong, not wanting to risk tearing his last remaining uniform. He gave in and bent down slightly so she could guide him out of the crowd. It's just skipping half a day of class. No need for this, right? No. Akino-senpai said I must bring you to her personally. The white-haired girl was expressionless, yet she exuded a powerful aura. Students in the hallway quickly moved aside, creating a clear path for her, while simultaneously glancing at the slightly disheveled Caleb. The two were watched the whole way until they entered the club building, and the strange stares finally disappeared. Caleb didn't need to ask to know what people were thinking. It was probably along the lines of how he could stoop so low as to prey on such a young, innocent girl. Due to the previous rumors, coupled with his frequent appearances with Reina Hamasaki's group, Tsubaki Shinra, and Akino Himejima, the impression of him as a scumbag who deceived girls was deeply ingrained. Some troublemakers had privately given him many nicknames, such as Charmer, Barato, Heartbreaker, the fourth in a notorious trio. Unfortunately, no matter how nasty the nicknames were, many girls were still willing to have a friendly outing with Caleb that was casual and relaxed. Being in the company of Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Himejima was a point of excitement for them. Kaneko, can you let go now? I promise I won't run. No. Caleb leaned close to Kaneko Tuju's ear and whispered, "They'll buy you ice cream after school." The white-haired girl looked back at him faintly and continued walking, only switching her grip from his collar to his sleeve. Letting out a long breath, Caleb quickly straightened up and stretched his stiff barato. "Kaneko, why did Akino-senpai suddenly send you to find me?" "I don't know." The white-haired girl glanced at Caleb. "She wanted to find you this morning, but you weren't here," and then Akino-senpai's expression became very unpleasant. "Did someone come to see Akino-senpai earlier?" "I don't know." "Did Akino-senpai receive something then?" "I don't know." Caleb's mouth twitched. He asked helplessly, "Then what do you know?" Kaneko Tuju shook her small head, then suddenly said, "I know you promised to buy me ice cream after school." Caleb rubbed his head, speechless. He knew his nominal master was unreliable, but he seemed to have underestimated her. However, looking at it from another perspective, the problem couldn't be too serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Kaneko Tuju who came for him, but Akino Himejima herself. Not to mention deliberately waiting until he returned to school. Caleb didn't think Akino Himejima was incapable of tracking him down. "We're here." Kaneko Tuju pushed open the door to the Occult Research Club and declared, tugging on Caleb, "Akino-senpai, mission accomplished." "Good work, Kaneko." Akino Himejima put down the photos she was holding. "You can go rest." He'll talk to Caleb alone. Before leaving, the white-haired girl mouthed something to Caleb, reminding him not to forget the ice cream he promised. Caleb rolled his eyes, signaling for her to hurry and leave. He wouldn't default on his promise. "Akino-senpai, did something happen?" After the white-haired girl left, Caleb initiated the conversation. "Is it about me, right?" Akino Himejima glared at Caleb playfully. "You know it is. If I hadn't stopped it, do you think you'd still be standing here safely?" With that, she took an envelope from a drawer and poured out several brand-new photos, handing them to Caleb. Caleb took a look and finally understood why Akino Himejima was looking for him. He smacked his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten this crucial matter? The person in the photos is you, right? Seeing Caleb's reaction, Akino Himejima already had her answer. She continued, "And those people were taken down by you, correct? Why did you stop them? They attacked first. Those daggers belonged to two of them. There was no use in trying to deny it." Caleb had prepared for this confrontation. He just hadn't expected the person looking for him not to be the police, but Akino Himejima. All right, let's put that aside for now." After confirming that Caleb hadn't killed innocent people indiscriminately, Akino Himejima asked, "Then why didn't you tell me about this immediately?" This was actually the question she was most concerned about. The other matters seemed irrelevant to her. "I forgot." Akino Himejima's beautiful eyes widened, and she stood up from her chair, her voice involuntarily rising a few octaves. Caleb turned his head sheepishly, scratching his pale cheek, and nodded. Yes, I forgot. After defeating those thugs, he had spent the entire night battling with Tuko Sakurachi, and then he was busy gathering information about Sakura Miyajima. After returning, he started thinking about how to deal with the suspicious person hiding in Iho Academy. Akino Himejima closed her eyes and slowly sat back down. So, you skipped class this morning not because you were worried about being arrested? No. I had an urgent matter and didn't have time to ask for leave. Caleb looked at Akino Himejima and said earnestly, Akino-senpai, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. Regardless of why these photos were in Akino Himejima's hands or who gave them to her, an apology was the right first step. The fact that he was still standing there and no one else was bothering him meant that Akino Himejima had definitely resolved the issue. It wouldn't have been any trouble if you had told me beforehand. Akino Himejima gave Caleb a resentful look. Now we just have to wait for the president to come back. Chapter 68. I won't trouble you, Akino-senpai. Caleb handed the photos back to Akino Himejima, asking, Akino-senpai, how did you get these photos? Also, why do we need to wait for the president to return to resolve this now? Akino Himejima took the photos back. A deep blue flame emerged from her palm, instantly incinerating the envelope and the photos completely. Aside from a few wisps of white smoke rising, there were no strange odors or ashes scattered. Once the flame died out, the envelope and photos had entirely vanished, leaving no trace. Caleb watched, his eyes wide with astonishment. This skill was incredibly suitable for home travel, arson, and destroying evidence. Akino Himejima seemed to read Caleb's thoughts. Don't even think about it. You can't learn this magic yet. Then when can I learn it? You need at least the strength of an intermediate magician to initially master the pale flame. So the skill is called Pale Flame. Caleb's desire grew even stronger. Not only was the function powerful, but the name was also incredibly cool. By the way, Akino-senpai, the beginner magic power extraction no longer works for me. Does that mean I'm an intermediate magician now? Your beginner magic power has saturated your body? Akino Himejima looked at Caleb in surprise. You've only been cultivating for less than a month, right? 17 days, to be precise. Akino Himejima walked over to Caleb and reached out to touch his forehead. Sensuredo and felt the urge to make a move. Akino Himejima lowered her hand. Your magic power is indeed saturated. You can proceed to the next stage of cultivation. Akino Himejima clicked her tongue in wonder. Even I took over 20 days to enter the next stage. She possessed fallen angel blood and was born with magic power. By the age of 6 or 7, when she could read and write, she began cultivating. It still took her over 20 days to successfully complete the beginner magic power extraction. Your practical magic skills are mediocre. Did all of your magic talent go into your cultivation potential? Caleb spread his hands, indicating he didn't know either. Compared to the anomalies of his reincarnation, this strange phenomenon was a minor thing. Akino Himejima was just teasing him. Akino Himejima had actually sensed the devil bloodline contained within Caleb, but like Tsubaki Shinra, she mistakenly believed it was due to being reincarnated using an evil piece. Similarly, she noticed that the demonic aura inside Caleb didn't resemble the Gremory bloodline, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. It's perfectly normal for the aura to be a bit off when the evil piece hasn't fully integrated, right? The book detailing the intermediate magic power extraction is with the student council. If you're in a hurry, I can verbally explain it to you now. With your aptitude, you should learn it quickly, and it won't take too much time. I won't trouble you, Akino-senpai. I'll just go to the student council myself later. Caleb grinned, quickly adding, let's first discuss the matter we were just talking about. Are you kidding? There was no way he would let Akino Himejima teach him on the spot. Until he had acquired the intermediate magic power extraction skill from someone else, Caleb had no intention of going to the student council. The title of magic genius was still somewhat useful. Sensuredo, my fault. I should have realized this when you so boldly took liberties with me before. and I should have told you the rules earlier. Caleb secretly curled his lip. If he had done the things that fit the typical plot, he would probably be dead and buried by now. Since his power reached B rank, Caleb rarely pretended to be an easily bullied, honest person anymore. Unless it was for setting a trap. He was naturally not a meek, overly naive person. Since he didn't want to cause more trouble, he naturally tried to project as much strength as possible, allowing those with malicious intent to properly gauge the cost first. It had some effect. At least most of the time, he wasn't inexplicably cornered by delinquents or bothered by strangers. However, as soon as an attractive girl was nearby, the thugs and unremarkable men would swarm around like sharks sensing blood, coming to cause trouble with green eyes blazing. Caleb was constantly complaining in his mind, but he was seriously listening to what Akino Himejima was saying, as it was crucial for his future plans. After Akino Himejima's explanation, he generally understood the relationship between the supernatural beings and ordinary humans in this world. He also understood why Akino Himejima had said earlier that telling her about it sooner would have caused no trouble. Firstly, there were no bizarre rules preventing supernatural beings from harming ordinary people. If an ordinary person provoked or harmed a supernatural being, the supernatural being had the right to eliminate the offender directly. However, they would incur some penalty. But if a subsequent investigation revealed that it was not a reaction, but the supernatural being had a motive for the killing, the penalty ranged from execution to imprisonment. When ordinary people awakened supernatural power, they inevitably developed different motivations. Some were driven by greed, others by revenge. If they awakened naturally, meaning they were wild and were unaware of the rules, the punishment was decided based on the severity of their actions. If they were students of Kuo Academy or supernatural beings belonging to certain families, they were not subject to ordinary human jurisdiction. In such cases, the punishment was determined by the rules of that family. Caleb was a student of Kuo Academy, so the matter was naturally brought to Rias. But since Rias was still in the devil world, the responsibility fell to the acting president, Akino Himejima. Why would telling Akino Himejima sooner have caused no trouble? And where was the trouble now? This required discussion of a broader, more macro perspective, the so-called historical issues. This world has three realms. The three factions, heaven, the devil world, and the human world, which collectively maintain the stability of the world. But beyond the three factions is not an empty void. There are other forces and extremely powerful life forms. The beings within the three factions are fundamentally rooted there. If the world were to be destroyed, even the most powerful individuals would perish. As for individuals who have transcended the entire world and stand among the stars and the universe, none have appeared yet. Therefore, despite the internal conflicts within the three factions, a baseline rule exists. Otherwise, if the conflicts between the angels and devils were as intense as before, it would not have been so easy to establish peace. Not to mention the human world, an inherently weaker realm, being allowed to exist independently. The devil and angel realms can intervene in the human world, but they cannot slaughter all humans or even massively enslave them. The human world is called the human world because humans are the masters. If humans were replaced, the stability of the three factions would be affected. The top-tier combat power in the human world belongs to the hero faction, with their elites capable of defeating devil kings and gods. However, their overall combat power cannot compare to the others. The hero faction is still only the size of a single village, and humanity simply cannot enter a great cultivation era. Akino Himejima did not explain the reasons, but Caleb guessed that the angels and devils were jointly restricting the development of the human race. The potential of the human race is immense, and their population base far exceeds that of the angels and devils. Although their lifespan is short, their growth rate is rapid. Angel and devil powerhouses often spend centuries cultivating, while human powerhouses can only manage a few decades. After becoming a powerhouse, they would then seek ways to extend their lifespan. However, The overall strength of humanity remains the weakest, sometimes forcing them to make compromises. Kuo Academy and the town of Kuo being designated under the Gremory family's jurisdiction is one such compromise. There are many similar compromises. The devils and angels cannot ignore the human world, a place with immense potential. In the territories they manage, any human who shows potential for talent falls under their management. Especially after being reincarnated as a devil or an angel, no matter what crime they commit, ordinary humans have no right to process the matter. With special privileges naturally come responsibilities. The Gremory family is responsible for dealing with stray devils, man-eating monsters, supernatural occurrences, or other paranormal events within the town of Kuo. Chapter 69. Officially joining Rias is not only the next head of the Gremory family, but also the chief administrator responsible for this region. If supernatural-related chaos breaks out and is not promptly contained and resolved, human authorities will intervene and hold the Gremory family accountable. In short, serious supernatural incidents in Kuo town would lead to trouble for Rias. Caleb's action of killing the 5 thugs, though unwitnessed, left the scene as it was, naturally causing a significant uproar. The police in Japan might be considered somewhat ineffective, but they can still uncover the truth in such brazen, uncovered cases. They immediately pulled surveillance footage from the convenience store around the time of the 5 men's deaths. Due to the camera angle, the moment Caleb struck the fatal blows wasn't recorded, but it was easy to deduce that he was the killer. Moreover, this surveillance footage could be used as direct evidence. After a meticulous on-site investigation and observing Tuko Sakurachi's strange gaze attack in the surveillance footage, the ordinary police officers in Japan decisively reported the incident to higher authorities. Early the next morning, all the evidence was presented to Akino Himejima. Completely unaware of what had happened, Akino Himejima was stunned, but seeing that it concerned Caleb, she skillfully employed a delaying tactic. Akino Himejima told the officials that Caleb was already Rias' servant, and the defeating of the 5 men was part of a mission. Because it was his first mission, he was nervous and forgot to handle the aftermath. Although the story had many flaws, the Gremory family's face had to be saved. The officials could only temporarily retreat and wait for Rias' return for further discussion. So that's what happened. Caleb stroked his chin, feeling some regret. If he had known this information, he would have immediately informed Akino Himejima. Given the behavior of those 5 delinquents, who must have committed many bad deeds in the past, a brief investigation would easily confirm the legitimacy of Caleb's self-defense. Even if it wasn't self-defense, if you had informed me immediately, I would have been able to handle it. Akino Himejima glanced at Caleb, speaking a rather startling truth with casual indifference. Caleb was stunned. Akino-senpai, what do you mean? This is the Gremory family's territory. As long as you handle it well and don't affect ordinary people, taking down a few targets is not a big deal at all. Akino Himejima had initially been reluctant to tell Caleb, who was an ordinary person not long ago, this harsh reality, fearing he wouldn't accept it. Now, it seems she had underestimated Caleb's mental resilience. There are many ways to make a person disappear. There are subtle methods like altering memories, and also more direct methods, like the pale flame I used just now. Akino Himejima narrowed her eyes, her true nature fully revealed. As long as you clean up thoroughly, unless the ordinary person you killed had an extremely powerful background, no one in Kuo town will come looking for trouble. The Gremory family isn't someone just any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to provoke. Caleb gave a sheepish smile. He could tell that Akino Himejima had probably endured a lot of frustration this morning. Being clearly in the wrong initially, even she had to restrain herself. He moved behind Akino Himejima, placing his hands on her shoulders, and began massaging them while comforting her. Akino-senpai, don't be angry. It's all my fault for not telling you sooner. Carrying heavy baskets constantly against her barato, Akino Himejima's shoulders often ached. Enjoying Caleb's massage, the relief spreading through her shoulders alleviated much of the resentment in her heart. If anyone asks you later, just say you were carrying out a mission. Akino Himejima simply rested in Caleb's arms. After all, they had grown very close over the course of their journey. I was planning to wait until the president came back to tell you this, but now is a good time. Caleb blinked, looking thoughtful. Are you talking about me officially joining the Occult Research Club and carrying out requests and missions with you? Yes. Akino Himejima wiggled her body, settling into a more comfortable position. I've checked your power just now. Once you master the intermediate magic power extraction, you won't encounter danger unless it's a Barado, Tier A rank expert. Great. Caleb nodded without hesitation. Only a fool wouldn't accept Rias's generous offer. If it weren't for the anomaly during his reincarnation, he would have filled out the application long ago. Being a servant wasn't just a verbal agreement. It required formal verification, not through a ranking game every time. This club admission application served as the written document. Once stamped with Rias's exclusive seal, Caleb would officially become Rias's servant. Akino Himejima's need to wait for Rias's return was due to her lack of Rias's exclusive seal. Delegation is one thing, but the exclusive seal of the Gremory family's next head cannot be casually given to others. It wasn't that Rias didn't trust Akino Himejima, but rather to prevent others from using it as an excuse to attack them. With her older brother, one of the current 4 great devils, backing her, Rias wasn't afraid, but it would certainly lead to some turmoil. The main thing was that she hadn't expected Caleb to stir up trouble so quickly. Akino Himejima could handle most ordinary issues. Matters requiring Rias's exclusive seal were few and far between. After filling out the application, Caleb wanted to linger with Akino Himejima for a while, hoping to continue their conversation while the atmosphere was good. Akino Himejima pushed him away with her small hand, looking annoyed. You smell terrible. Get away. Caleb lowered his head and sniffed. He caught a faint, subtle fragrance, identical to the one on Sakura Miyajima. Glancing at the annoyed Akino Himejima, he tactfully touched his nose, choosing not to argue about whether the smell was pleasant or unpleasant. Akino-senpai, they'll be going now. I have something important for the next few days and might not be at school often. If you need me, just call my number. Akino Himejima squinted at Caleb. I bet it has something to do with another girl. Caleb shrugged. Not just one, but several. This time, I'm doing something legitimate. I've discovered someone who might be a naturally awakened ability user.